But we're going to jump on in and do some more conversations and debates again today. Folks, if you are voting for Donald Trump, join the... if you're voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. If you're voting for Kamala Harris, hit that like button, hit the share button, help us get to 10,000 likes. Hi, Ashley. Hi, Oscar. Hi, everybody. How we all doing? Hi, Nikki. I see ya. Hi, Angie. How we all doing, everybody? Happy Monday. Hope y'all are having a good day. Hopefully, I mean, as good as a Monday can be, I guess. Folks, again, if you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. If you are voting for Kamala Harris, we are about halfway to 10,000 likes. If we could get to 10,000 likes before our first guest, that would be amazing. That would be amazing. Oh, the mug? So, yeah, you got the Super Mario, like, mug going on. You know, it's like, because of question mark, Super Mario, you know, like the whole, so that he jumps on the, I don't know why I'm explaining this. You guys know what this is. Can I still do the voice? I can do Mickey Mouse, like the, oh boy, but I don't know if I could, like, it's a me, a Mario. I can't do it right. Can't do it right. I used to be able to roll my R's and I can't do it anymore. Folks, again, if you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request and let's have a conversation about it. But if you're voting for Kamala Harris, please hit that like button, hit the share button, help us get to 10,000 likes. We are at 10,000 likes. What the fudge? Y'all are too quick. If you guys are liking the live this quickly, MAGA Republicans are going to start saying we're ballot stuffing. They're going to start saying we're ballot stuffing the like box. Y'all are going too quick. Y'all gotta tone it back. All right, let's try to get up our first guest. We'll give it like another 15 seconds. If you are in the live and you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. No reason to be scared. No reason to be shy. Let's have a conversation about it. I'm a very nice guy. I have lots of endorsements, including Donald J. Trump. Donald Trump, he says... Okay, wait, that was way too good. Donald Trump says I'm very nice guy. If you're voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request and let's have a conversation about it. Let's get up our first guest. We're going to have to go through some crazies, I'm pretty sure, to get to a normal one. So let's see. Hi, Faith, are you crazy?
Yeah, I guess you could say that. I'm voting for...
Well, you sound relatively normal. So are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay, tell me more about it.
I mean, honestly, I just don't want some dumb black bitch in office.
Whoa. So you're proud to be racist? Is that what it is?
I mean, I am in the Klan, so yeah.
Okay, well, there you go. Folks, we're off to a strong start. Wow. What a strong start. MAGA Republicans, you're proud to associate with that? Is this like MAGA Republicans, like you're, you know, I know y'all just did that thing in Madison Square Garden, but like, come on, you're going to double down now? Okay. All right. Don't be shocked when you lose on election day. Kyle, hi, are you voting for Donald Trump?
Hey, I just wanted to come up and say, could you
hold on. You're breaking up a little bit. Fetus deletus. Poof. I don't even need the wand anymore. Where is my wand? Here's my wand. A beautiful magic spell. Fetus deletus is phenomenal. However, it is banned in the state of Alabama, so don't try it there. Hi, D. Are you voting for the criminal?
Wait, are you referring to
When were you
Trump?
born?
I'm 29, bro. Can you hear me?
Depends. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Wait. Can you hear me out, though? Can you hear me out?
Are you voting for Donald Trump?
No. I'm not voting for either. And can I tell you why?
Okay, wait. Hold on. Can I turn up the volume?
Hold on.
Here, just a sec. I got you. Poof. Goodbye. Shall we? Hello, guest. Are you voting for the convicted criminal? Okay. The closet's glass. You and your brother need to tone it back. Sweet Home Alabama. Oh my gosh. Hello, guest. Are you voting for the criminal?
I love that you throw
Can you
insults
cry more?
and
Are you
call them a
voting for the criminal or
and
not?
you're just
It's not
throwing
really
out
an
insults
insult.
without letting
It's not an
people talk.
insult.
Like, fuck
It's not
yourself.
an insult. Cry more. It's not an insult because I'm not the one who said it. It's the criminal justice system that said it. So cry more.
You just called everybody
Can you do
like
me a favor?
stupid
Can
for
you do me a
voting, but
favor?
you're inviting them
Hold
to
on.
have
Shh,
conversations.
quiet,
like fuck
quiet,
yourself.
quiet, peasant. Shh. You speak when spoken to. Understood? Great. So you're not going to engage in a conversation or tell me why you're voting for Donald Trump. Am I supposed to entertain you and sing a song and dance? Okay, let's move on to somebody who can maybe speak coherently. If you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request and let's have a conversation about it. And fun fact, if you don't like the fact that your candidate's getting called a criminal, maybe don't nominate a criminal to be your candidate. Just a thought. Just a thought. Hi, James. Are you voting for the criminal?
Yes,
Why? How old are you?
I'm 22.
Is this your first time voting in the presidential race?
Yes, sir.
Man, and you picked the criminal? That is not a flex. That is not a flex.
I mean, I'm not really trying to flex. Like, everybody has their own opinion, but like, I just wanted to hear yours for her.
Sure. Can you tell me why you're voting for the criminal?
I'm voting for him because I'm 21 and I work.
You just said you were 22.
I mean, 22. My bad. Yeah.
Yeah, get your age right. Let's get up the next guest. If you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request and let's have a conversation about it. If you're voting for Kamala Harris, please hit that like button, hit the share button, help us get the live stream to 50,000 likes. Come on, man. If you're going to come up and you're going to be a fetus, at least get the name right. You said it 2 different ages in the matter of 10 seconds. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes.
All right, tell me more.
I just like that he wants to secure the border,
Okay, what's his border deal?
and I'm glad he's going to stop these babies from being murdered.
Okay. Wow, this is fun.
Don't
Okay.
want to have unprotected sex.
Anyway, so what is Donald Trump's border deal?
To keep them from coming in like they've been doing.
That's not like a policy. Do you have a policy that you can share with us?
I don't care about policy. All I care about
Well,
is
policy
getting them out of here.
defines the border. Okay, if you have no policy, then you're advocating for an open border. By you not naming the policy, I assume you actually do advocate for an open border then. Would that be an accurate statement? Because if not, then you need to start naming policy.
No, I don't want an open border.
Okay, so then name a policy he's trying to pass to secure the border.
Just to, build a wall, for one thing.
No, he's not running on the wall. Kamala is running on the wall. He gave up the wall. Barack Obama and George W. Bush introduced the wall. Barack Obama built 400 miles on the wall. Donald Trump built 50 miles on the wall and then couldn't negotiate to finish the construction of said wall. And thus he gave it up and is no longer campaigning on it. It is not even part of the RNC platform. So the Democrats re-adopted it as they had already adopted it from the get-go. So can you actually name what his policy is, or do you just want to endorse some more of Kamala's border policy?
I don't think she really has a border policy.
Well, you just endorsed her wall, didn't you?
She wasn't even nominated.
Actually, she was. But if you want to pivot, we can do so after you tell me one policy that Donald Trump wants to pass to secure the border. Or admit that you don't know his policy. But we got to do one of those two before we move on. Okay. So you chose sundown. Secret answer C. You chose go night night. Okay, let's try again. Can you tell me one economic policy that Donald Trump did pass during his first term that benefited the middle class? And do you want to turn off your 1999 Nokia cell ringtone here? Do you want to turn that down?
Sorry about that.
Yeah. Anyway, can you name one economic policy that Donald Trump passed that benefited the middle class economically?
I can't name his policies. I just know
So
what
you're
he's doing.
advocating for a candidate who you know none of which any policy.
I know
Am I
he was
supposed to
nominated.
entertain this?
He wasn't. She wasn't nominated, and he was.
No. So let's get this right one more time.
She wasn't even.
And to be
qualified.
clear, if you were going to advocate for a candidate based off of democratic politics, based off of the politics in which our democracy was founded, you don't get to do so when your very candidate incited the textbook definition of an insurrection. And I'm not even just talking about the riot. I'm talking about the fake elector scheme. I'm talking about the ballot harvesting. I'm talking about the blatant fraud, right? So when your candidate partakes in that and leads that, you don't get to say Kamala wasn't nominated, Kamala blah, blah, blah. No. Tell me, how is Kamala the candidate? And mind you, I want to set this record straight. You don't know a single policy. Hold on. To be clear, I'm pivoting. You're welcome. You're welcome. I'm doing so because you can't name a single policy Donald Trump has passed or wants to pass. So I'm giving up on trying to talk to you in a coherent manner or anything that involves intellect. Let's talk about whatever conspiracy you're surrounding yourself with. So let's dig up in that little head. Tell me, how did Kamala become the candidate? You tell me. Go ahead.
They kicked Joe Biden off of being the nominee.
Joe Biden stepped down. That was his decision.
He didn't want to.
And let's say he didn't want to. He still decided to step down.
Well,
It's called
they
being
should have
selfless. Notice the difference between Joe Biden and Donald Trump. Donald Trump was being forced to step down because he lost an election, and he tried to do everything in his power to remain in power, even overthrowing the will of the people. Joe Biden maybe wanted to continue being president, right? That's why he was going to run for a second term. But the people said, no, Joe, it's time to go. They weren't forcing him out. And yet he decided to do the selfless act and he chose to step down. So Joe Biden's a real leader. He gave up what he wanted in the best interest of the country. Donald Trump was ready to give up the country so that he could have what was in his best interest. Is that not insane? Is that not insane? Okay, so let's entertain this a little bit further. How did Kamala become the candidate? And don't say Joe Biden was forced out. That doesn't, no.
That's a fact.
No.
Nobody even liked Harris.
Everybody liked Harris. Everybody liked Harris. Excuse me. Everybody liked Harris. Excuse me. Everybody liked Harris. That's why she became Joe Biden's running mate. You understand that? She was the most popular candidate in 2020, which is why Joe Biden picked her to be his running mate. Don't pretend like nobody liked her. That's just not true.
Why didn't she run
Her
in
approval
2020?
rating is also far higher than Donald Trump's. You want to talk about who isn't liked here? Let's talk about Donald Trump. You understand that Donald Trump lost by millions upon millions of votes in 2020? Or do you think that the election was stolen?
It was stolen. That's a fact.
Okay. Oh my gosh.
Why wasn't she nominated in
Anyway,
2020?
let's get back into why was what? Why wasn't she nominated in 2020? She ran and then she decided that she wasn't the best candidate at that time, so she stepped down. Again, doing a selfless thing in the best interest of the country. And then the country came back and said, Kamala, we want you to be our vice president, which is why she won the election.
In 2020.
Did I not just respond to you? Okay, so tell me, when did you decide to be a conspiracy theorist? Was it like a learned trait from your parents, or was it just something where you had a lack of education? What is it? Is it a kink?
No, she didn't get voted
Is it like
in.
a personal
2020.
body preference? What's up here?
The primary voted for Joe instead of her.
Actually, the primary vote in just this election, this recent election, voted for her.
No,
Right.
they didn't have a primary for her.
I know that you hate the Constitution. I get it. So this is our Constitution. I love our Constitution. I know that you MAGA Republicans have tried violating it time and again, just like how Donald Trump violated it by violating the Second Amendment, ironically, with his bump stock ban, which
We
was
just don't
overturned in
need
June
another
of this
black
year by his
person in
own
there.
Supreme Court. Let's make something clear. Kamala Harris was running as a presumptive nominee for the vice
He wants to
presidency.
kill babies.
Excuse me. I like the pivot. It's not going to work. It's just not going to work. Again, anytime a Democrat tries to bring up the Constitution, you MAGA Republicans try pivoting left and right. It's like you're scared of this document. Why are you so scared of it?
Wah. Y'all's gonna be crying.
Are you crashing out? Are you
Democrats gonna be crying
good? Okay,
again.
let's go back to policy. Tell me one policy that Donald Trump passed that economically benefited the middle class. Go ahead.
Y'all's gonna be crying
Oh, you
election
can't.
day.
And he can't. If I tell you Donald Trump's border policy, will you tell me what you do and don't support? Vanessa, thank you for the $1. I appreciate it. Will you tell me
go
what you
for
do
it.
and don't support?
Go for it.
You want to build the wall?
Yes.
You want to fund 2,000 you want to fund 2,000 border agents to monitor the wall?
Military.
Yeah, you want to support that?
Yeah.
You want to pay those salaries. That's 2,000 salaries. Where's the money
Won't
coming
last
from?
long. All they gotta do is shoot them as they come across.
Okay, where's the money coming from? Okay, Yona. Do you
it
want?
does everybody.
Yeah. Do you want to put a limit on immigration?
No immigration.
Okay, so you want to limit it. Do you want to block illegal asylum seekers?
Yep.
Last one, and then we're going to move on to Kamala's, and I expect you to do the same thing for her policy. Do you want to fund millions of dollars into border states so that they could secure the border how they see fit? Donald Trump says it's called states' rights.
I want all the borders secured.
Yeah, okay, so you want to give the money, yes or no?
Yeah, to secure the border. Yeah, our border.
You want to talk about Kamala's policy now?
Yeah.
Okay, do you want to build the wall?
Yeah.
Okay, do you want the 2,000 border agents for the wall to monitor the wall?
Military.
Yeah, you want that?
Yep.
Great. You want to put a limit on immigration?
Yeah, I don't want any.
Great. So you want to block illegal asylum seekers?
Yep.
Great. And then do you want the money, like the millions of dollars we're talking, to border states to secure the border how they see fit? Kamala says it's called states' rights. Do you want to do that?
Exactly what Donald's done.
Nope. So the point was, that wasn't Donald Trump's border policy. I lied to you. That was Kamala's border policy and you endorsed it. And then just to fact check and confirm that you did indeed endorse it, I re-asked you. So now do me a favor. What's your first name? I don't actually care. I'm going to give you a first name. Your name is Robert. Robert, do me a favor. Say, my name is Robert and I just endorsed Kamala Harris's border policy. Go ahead. Here, you could even take this wand. I'm sure that this is before your time, but you could say, like how they on Disney Channel will go like, my name's Miley and you're watching Hannah Montana, or my name's Raven and you're watching That's So Raven, and then they do the music with the wand and they draw out Mickey Mouse. Here's your wand, do the thing. Go on. Go on, Robert. Robert. Oh, you're crashing out. You just said the R slur. You're crashing out? I get you're upset that you just endorsed Kamala Harris's border policy, but you did that, not me. All I did was tell you the policy. You did that endorsement all on your own. Runner! Moo! Let's get some cow emojis in the chat, please. Moo! We got a runner. We gotta herd the cattle. Yeah! We gotta herd the cattle. We got a runner. Venmo, PayPal, Cash App are in my dadgummit bio. Hello, Kevin. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
I'm not sure who I'm voting for, but it's definitely not Kamala.
Okay,
And
well, you know
my
what?
question
At
for
least
you
then
is,
what
are
you
we a
ought to do is just
democracy?
keep a little
Are we
inkling
a
of your
democracy?
integrity.
Are we
Excuse
a
me.
democracy?
Excuse
Are
you.
we a democracy?
Hold on, let
Are
me
we a
help you.
democracy?
Apparently, you have a processing issue. You just said you're not voting for Donald Trump, but you're also not voting for Kamala Harris. So let me tell you something real fun right now. At least if you're not going to vote for Kamala Harris, don't vote for Donald Trump, and then you can keep an inkling of integrity, right? Then at least you can say you don't have to. Then you could at least 10 years from now say, oh, I didn't vote for the felon, right? If you can't get yourself to vote for Kamala, at least don't vote for Donald Trump. Just a thought. Just a thought. Just a thought. Okay. All right, big boy. You have a good day. Let's get up our next guest. If you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request and let's have a conversation. I can't wait until another MAGA Republican comes up and starts saying the F slur as though it's gonna shock us. Hello, guest. Are you voting for the criminal?
I think so. Currently,
That's disgusting.
Slightly undecided, but I think so.
Undecided. Dude, you're
Not
like,
100%.
you understand you're 1 week out from the election and you're saying you're undecided? Come on. Was it that hard to type in KamalaHarris.com and look at her policies? Or was it that hard to type in DonaldJTrump.com and look up his policies? Like, who's actually, like, let's be so real. People who are undecided at this point are trying to be undecided. Like, come on. You've had months. And for Donald Trump, he's been running for a decade. You understand? He's been running for a decade. He started running when I was 14. So you're over here talking about, oh, Donald Trump, you know, I just can't decide. Come on. Come on.
Well,
So anyway, why are you voting? Why are you going to vote for a criminal? Go ahead. Let's stop playing. You're not undecided. Why are you voting for a criminal?
So the decision was between what you just said, either voting for him or not voting at all.
Okay, well, let's get this understood in a more matter of fact than opinion. Kamala Harris is a prosecutor with a decent, good quality, overqualified background, both as a district attorney and attorney general, leading the largest Department of Justice, second only to the U.S. Department of Justice, becoming a senator and vice president. And on the other side, you have a felon who was found liable of sexual abuse and civil fraud. if this is really a undecided race for you, then you need to do some personal, deep soul searching to better understand what's going on with yourself.
In January of 2023, was she
Can
not...
you talk into the phone?
I'm sorry. Can you hear me better now?
I hear a lot of wind.
Sorry. Hang on just a second.
If you take the phone out from, there, and then you gotta, wrong hole, you can't talk out of, you gotta, it's this one, not the, anyway, whenever you're ready.
Okay, so what I was, just out of curiosity, why do you feel the need to be rude to me?
It's not really me being rude. It's just you being sensitive, but can't change the way you are, right? So continue whenever you're ready.
It's not about sensitivity. I'm just
Excuse me. I don't need the whole, song and dance, emotional. We just don't got to do it. So whenever you're ready, if you want to continue.
So in January of 2023, she was voted the least popular vice president.
Wrong. Do you know what's actually, do you know what is accurate though? Do you know what is accurate? 154 presidential historians voted Donald Trump the worst president of all time. You want to talk about that?
But she was voted least popular.
Wait, so Donald Trump, give me a source, and Donald Trump, I'll get you a source. Donald Trump, 154 presidential historians ranked Donald Trump the worst president of all time unanimously. So do you want to talk about that? You want to talk about that? Because that was this year. They ranked Donald Trump the worst president. I got you a source. I have NPR and Axios. I also have Reuters. Can you get me a source that says Kamala was the worst? Go ahead. I'll wait. Go on. Hurry up. Folks, if you like what you're hearing today and you want to support me, my Venmo, PayPal, Cash App are in my bio. Or if you want to hit that follow button in the top left corner, join our little family. I'd be very happy to have you as part of our team.
It was Axios.
Let's get up our guest. Great. So tell me. Give me the source.
Axios. June 26, 2023. 49% of registered voters.
Excuse me. I'm looking up. Yeah, no, I don't see it. You're going to have to drop a link.
What?
Drop a link.
First of all, why do you have to keep talking over?
Comment a link.
Have a conversation.
Cry more. Save me the drama. You're like my grandfather's age. I don't need to hear this from you. Drop a link. You gonna run away now? Should I get the cowbell? All because you didn't have a link? Because you didn't like that you had to be sourced? So you said that Kamala Harris was ranked the worst vice president of all time, but you can't give me a source. I am giving you a source for Donald Trump this year being ranked by 154 presidential historians as the worst president in our nation's history. They also ranked Abraham Lincoln as the best. Donald Trump the worst. Can you drop the link?
Yep, doing it right now.
Great.
It's going to be in the comment.
My goodness gracious. I don't know why this is taking so long. By the time you're going to be done here, I could have given birth.
I'm phone dumb. Okay, I'm phone dumb. I'm just trying to have a chat with you, man. You don't
and I'm just trying to have a productive conversation, but it seems that you think this is a date or something. We don't got to do everything so slowly. We can hurry up.
I mean, did you want a date?
Did you comment it?
Yes. I'll do it
Where?
again.
Am I crazy? Chat, am I crazy? Where's the link?
Just did it again.
The gaslighting's insane.
No, I just posted it twice.
You literally
I just
didn't. The
commented it
gaslighting
twice.
is absolutely insane.
Here, I'm going to do it again.
Okay. Okay. Are you done gaslighting? Are you done gaslighting?
I just put it in the comments three times.
Let's get this right. So you're just pretending as though you're putting it in the chat. Okay. Let's better understand this though. You won't actually source it because there's no such source. I just looked it up. Kamala was never ranked the worst vice president ever. Stop speaking. She was never ranked the worst vice president ever. Now, I do want you to own up to Donald Trump being ranked the worst president ever. 154 presidential historians ranked Donald Trump as the worst president in our nation's history. Do you understand that?
Sure.
Okay. So yet you tried to criticize Kamala for something that I can't find in any scenario. And chat, if you find it, please look it up and let me know if you see it, because don't see a damn thing. David, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate it. can you help me better understand why you wouldn't hold Donald Trump accountable for having been ranked by 154 presidential historians as the worst president in our nation's history?
Sorry, I'm still trying to post this for you.
And I'm just looking for an answer if you can hurry up. You have 5 seconds to respond, and then I'm moving on. This is taking way too long. Really? So at least you recognize and you concede you were wrong.
No, it's just not
Great.
showing up.
So can you answer the question? 154 presidential historians ranked Donald Trump as the worst president. Do you want to own up to that or not?
I'm not stepping out, so boot me or don't.
You're going to respond. Avis, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate it. Thank you for the love. And thank you, Lorna, for the media shower. That's so nice. Thank you so much for the love. Yeah. So can you respond? 154 presidential historians. Do you want to own up to that? Do you want to hold Donald Trump accountable for being ranked the worst president in our nation's history? I mean, come on. You want to, like, how do you get worse than Chester A. Arthur? Nobody even knows who he is. So do you want to respond? Nope. Silent? Okay, at least you recognize you're wrong. Let's talk about some policy here. Can you tell me one policy that Donald Trump passed that economically benefited the middle class? No? Okay. Folks, he's pretending to be silent because he doesn't know how to leave the live stream. And so he wants to run away, but he doesn't know how to run away, reflecting on his own technological literacy. So let's get some cow emojis in the chat before I kick him for him. Moo! We got a runner. We got a mental runner. Moo! Let's get some cow emojis in the chat, please. Moo! Oh, you broke my cowbell. Gosh darn it. Man, you broke my cowbell. Let's get up our next guest. He was like, he literally was like, I don't know how to leave the live stream, so I'm just going to pretend I can't hear you. And then he went silent because he couldn't name a single policy that Donald Trump passed. Do we recognize that? Also, because he didn't want to own up to the fact that Donald Trump was ranked the worst president in our nation's history. Hi, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
No, I'm not voting for anybody.
Oh, wait, hold on. Wait, quiet. Sorry. Excuse me, it's breaking up a little bit. Let me fix your connection for you. Fetus deletus. Poof. All right, MAGA Republicans, let's own up to this right now. Let's have a chat. You call me rude. I ain't rude. I'm Italian. You got a problem with that? Where's my Italians in the chat? Because I know for a fact y'all know what it is. Second part I want to talk about here. Do you know what is rude? Because me holding you accountable for your blatant hateful rhetoric, like the guy who came up here spewing the N-word just 10 minutes ago, that's me holding people accountable. You think this is rude? No. Reality check. What's rude is when you strip away the rights of women. And then you don't even put in place a policy to financially benefit them after you force them to give birth. That is rude. You know what's rude? Telling union workers that they can work a full-time job, but that they can't join a union. That's rude. You know what's rude? When you tell LGBTQ plus Americans that they can love, just not near you, your family, your community, that they can't marry the same as you. That's rude. That is rude. Don't you tell me what's rude. You're rude. Let's get up our next guest. Did you miss what I said? So again, this is a bill. Thank you. On day one, ma'am.
Day one is now.
Ma'am, on day one of the Biden-Harris administration back in 2021, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden delivered a bill to secure the border to Congress. Republicans, your side of the aisle, did not let it pass because they didn't want the Biden-Harris administration to secure the border in its entirety. Then the Biden-Harris administration took action through executive order to do as much as they could. That being said, you need to hold Donald Trump accountable because Kamala Harris and Joe Biden finally got to a place with MAGA Republicans like Mike Johnson to get a bill on the ground and almost ready to be passed that would have secured the border in its entirety, accomplished everything you wanted here that you just endorsed in Kamala's policy. Donald Trump stopped it.
So where can I find this information?
Go look it up. It's easy.
I have.
Excuse me.
This is also every link on her website,
pardon
on her
me,
campaign website, and it is not there.
Rachel, you don't just have to check her website. If you're technologically illiterate, I understand. You can check in other places too. This is a former bill that was going to be passed as well that Kamala put forth. So you could check Congress's website. You can check the media. This has been covered significantly throughout sources on all sides of the aisle, including Fox News and even as far right as Breitbart and Daily Mail. I can't, I can lead a horse to water. I can't force it to drink. You can look it up yourself. But again, so let's understand this. You won't hold Donald Trump accountable for refusing to pass that bill. Is that right? Gina,
Because
thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate the love, Gina.
Say Donald Trump.
Donald Trump
cannot blame
blocked
him
it.
for
I'm blaming
all
Donald Trump.
Republicans.
Nope, it's not all Republicans. Republicans were going to pass it. Donald Trump called a select few Republicans to ensure it did not pass. And he admitted this. This was also brought up during the first presidential debate and the second presidential debate, but I assume you probably weren't watching that because you're a low information voter.
You mean the one where Kamala said that Donald Trump has been running the
Goodness
country for the
gracious,
last
you
4
couldn't even
years?
pronounce her name right. So tell me again, Donald Trump, you won't hold him accountable for blocking this bill? Is that
Are you
correct?
going to answer my question?
You haven't answered my question once.
I have.
No. Are you going to hold Donald Trump accountable for blocking the bill? Yes or no?
No, because he is not all
so then you're a
Republicans.
hypocrite. So you endorse Kamala Harris's border policy. You endorse the bipartisan border policy as well. You don't hold Donald Trump accountable for quite literally blocking this bill from passing. Am I supposed to further entertain a hypocrite?
Can you
Somebody
give me a link where
drop
I
a
can find
20,
his
folks.
policy?
I'll kick her. I don't care. I'm going to keep playing with the cold food until we get there, though. Let's move on to abortion. So let's get this right. You couldn't name a single economic policy that Donald Trump passed that would benefit the middle class. You asked me for an economic policy and I delivered. You can't tell me Donald Trump's border policy. You asked me for Kamala's, I delivered. You in fact endorsed it as well. And you keep saying, where can I find it? Simple Google search. This was covered extensively through multimedia sources from the New York Times to Fox News. Again, you're saying you can't find it on our website. That's on you. Again, maybe you're technologically illiterate and I can't help you there. That being said, it's also on Congress's website. This isn't new information. This is just that you are low information voting. Now we move on into the next topic and let's speak on abortion. Where do you stand on the right to choose?
I think you have the choice when you have sex with somebody.
And I bet you're not doing a lot of that. So tell me again, when does a woman have the right to choose? Can you break that down?
When she has sex with a man, she knows.
Let's start anew one more time. When can a woman seek her right to choose? She needs an abortion, right? Do you believe in the exceptions? Rape, incest, life of the mother, yes or no?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so you do believe in exceptions. So one more time, if a woman is raped, yes to an exception or no to an exception?
Okay, so when she is raped, yes,
Correct.
she should be able to get an
Okay.
abortion.
Now, if she is the victim of incest, yes to an abortion or no to an abortion?
Yes.
Okay, now, if she is at risk of losing her life, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, now jumping on into your weekly cutoff. Right now, we're looking at around national average, 20 to 24 weeks. The reason for that is because between 22 to 24 weeks, it becomes a viable pregnancy. Right. And after that point in time, it's no longer an abortion. It's an emergency C-section. When the fetus is removed from the womb, it's put into the ICU. It's hooked up to the tubes, the whole shebang, and it is viable outside of the pregnancy. So then going forward, it's an emergency C-section. That is why that restriction is in place and it completely makes sense. Do you agree with the 22 to 24 week average on that abortion cutoff?
For medical.
No, this is outright. So if a woman wants to seek an abortion, her right to choose, exercise her right to choose, leading up until 22 or 24 weeks is the national average, because that is the sense of viability. Do you agree with that 22 to 24 week cutoff? Or do you have a more extreme approach? Are you one of those 6-week abortion ban, 0-week abortion ban? Where do you stand?
I don't believe, unless it is medically necessary for the
So just say
life
outright
of the
abortion
child
ban.
or the mother.
So you're saying 0-week abortion ban.
Yes.
Okay, that's not normal. That's not a normal stance. I mean, that's even too far extreme for Donald Trump, right? Donald Trump says 6-week abortion ban, which mind you is before women even know they're pregnant. But you're saying before it's even a thought. You understand this, correct? You're saying a 0-week abortion ban. Do you think that's normal? Do you think that that's a normal stance to have?
Yes.
It's not. So let me be the broker of bad news for you. You might be crazy. On the bright side, you can turn that around and you can fight for a woman's right to choose. Let's recognize something. You believe in the exceptions, and yet you don't believe in a woman having any right to choose in any case. Is that your religion speaking? Is that your ignorance speaking? Or is that a man speaking through you? Are you married?
I'm not.
Is it your parents? Is that what they taught you? Where did this come from, the 0-week abortion ban? Where did you come up with this? Because scientifically, it just does not add up, and clearly you're not listening to the science. Is it your religion? What is it? And mind you, I am religious, but I choose to exercise my religion by fighting for the right to choose, because that's what I believe God would want me to do. Fight for women, fight for freedom. Apparently, your religion or your ignorance or something's telling you otherwise, so break that down for me.
So when a woman has sex or intercourse, whatever word you want to use, with a man, unprotected in whatever way, you take a chance on getting pregnant. That's how life works. Is it not?
Okay.
Is it not?
What is your point?
There was a choice right there.
And let's say there is protection, and yet protection doesn't always work. And now let's also then take a different step and look at it through the lens of a woman. You are saying to a woman that you are going to force her to carry a fetus to term. You're going to force her to do that. And that's not pro-life, that's forced pregnancy, because there's no life in there, especially at 0 weeks. But you're suggesting that she should be forced to carry that to term for 9 months. Let's say she can't afford to have a child. Let's say she can't afford it. You MAGA Republicans, and Donald Trump more specifically, does not have a single policy, not a single policy, that benefits the mother after she gives birth financially. Yet, Kamala Harris has a $6,000 permanent child tax credit. Kamala says, if you want to choose, I will let you choose. You exercise your rights and freedoms, and you make the decision to align your own destiny. You can choose to have an abortion, or if you choose to give birth, I will give you a policy that financially benefits you until your baby becomes 18. Donald Trump has no such policy. Donald Trump says you do not get the right to choose, and not only do you not have the right to choose, I will not financially support you. Because you're forcing them to give birth. You don't have to financially support them. Give them an abortion. Excuse me. Let's better understand something again. Maybe I understand if you don't have too much of this, so maybe you don't understand how it operates, but sometimes protection doesn't protect. Okay? All right. Now, just because JD Vance, listen, just because JD Vance chooses to exercise his relief with couches doesn't mean that you can force every other American to do the same. Just because some people are freaky deaky doesn't mean the rest of us gotta be. Right? So again, let's get back into this and have some morals, have some values here. You're suggesting if you don't want to support, if you don't want, thank you for the galaxy, Rick. Okay, nobody can hear you now. You just muted yourself. Can you unmute? Oh my goodness gracious. Let's move on. Folks, if you want to support me, feel free to do so. My Venmo, PayPal, Cash App are in my bio. And I appreciate the love. Thank you for the galaxy as well. We need to get more mods up here. Mod, if you can do me a favor and help me out by keeping the chat clean. I think what we're going to do here, if everybody, actually, here's what we're going to do. Here's what we're going to do. Here's what we're going to do. Hit the follow button in the top left corner. We are going to do a quick restart on the live and jump back in because we have too many trolls. And mods, if you can do me a favor, really keep an eye on that chat. And if we could get some more mods here, I'll add them now. We're going to take like a 2-minute break. We're going to end the live for 2 minutes and come right back. So hit that follow button in the top left corner. You'll get a notification that we're live and you can jump right back in. And I'm going to add some more mods right now because, and I know that there's a lot. Rick M, I'm going to bring you up as a mod. Thank you so much for your help, Rick. And also cute corgi. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. This is what we're going to do. Does this sound good? We'll get some more mods to ensure that the trolls are kept under wrap. And we will also do a quick 2-minute restart. Okay. Becca, thank you for your help. Okay. Let's get, everything, Stephanie. Stephanie, hello, my friend. We're going to get you up here as a mod. Okay, so we have more mods. So here's what we're going to do. We are going to come back in exactly like 1 minute, maybe 2 minutes, and we're going to jump back in with conversations and debates. So again, hit that follow button in the top left corner if you haven't already. You'll get a notification that we're live, and we'll jump right back in. We'll be right back, okay? Need snowflakes in my comment section. I need you to get into my guest request and use your big boy and big girl voice and have a conversation. Yeah? You guys run around saying how you're all alphas, but then you don't actually conversate because you're too scared to talk to somebody who knows what they're talking about. Okay. Olivia, hi. Are you voting for the criminal?
No, I was hoping you didn't pick me because I was thinking you was going to talk to the Kamala supporters. So I was waiting.
Oh, I'm going to be talking to Kamala supporters in a bit, but not right now. I appreciate you coming up. I hope you do come back. Let's get up our next guest. Hello, guest. Are you voting for the criminal?
Yes, I will be voting for Trump.
Well, at least you knew he was the criminal. That's kind of gross, don't you think?
No, what I think is kind of gross is how.
So why are you voting for a criminal?
So he can abolish the LGBTQI community and he can deport all these illegals.
Excuse me. Is that you in your profile photo?
Yes, it is.
So after I'm gone, who do you think is next on the chopping block?
Don't care.
Okay. Well,
hopefully Kamala.
Listen. Fine. You know what? Fine and dandy. Wherever I'm getting detained, I'll see you there. Right? Because guess what? You're gonna be right behind me. We're gonna be sharing a cell. Isn't that gonna be fun? We could be bunkmates. So why are you voting against your own interests? Why are you voting like
Kamala doesn't have any interest for me.
Excuse me. It's giving slugs for salt. So why are you voting for a criminal? And can you actually speak on policy instead of your feelings? I understand if you've never had a coming of age story where you just clearly, haven't self-discovered yourself, and that's why you're ashamed to associate with folks who may have a different view than yours. But I want to better understand this.
When Trump was in office, everybody had money.
That's not true. Chad, did you have more money? Excuse me. Chat, did you have more money when Donald Trump was in office? One more time. Chat, did you have more money when Donald Trump was in office? Okay. So it looks like, big boy, you're talking to yourself here because you don't speak for the chat. So why are you voting for Donald Trump? Again, this time let's use coherent.
He is the man.
Okay. Sure, he is the man. He is the man who's going to prison. He is the man who incited an insurrection. He is the man who committed civil fraud. He is the man who committed sexual abuse. Yes, he is the man who is a felon. Yes, he is the man. I agree. So anyway, why are you voting for the criminal? Can you break it down a little bit more coherently?
Well, a little bit more coherently is, for one, Trump ain't never been to a Diddy party. Trump ain't never been to Epstein.
Actually, I ain't saying anything about this subject because it's weird, and I don't get why you guys are making this into something political. I don't think Donald Trump, Kamala, or Joe had anything to do with that altogether. And the more you entertain this whole Diddy thing, Listen closely. Listen closely. The more you entertain the whole Diddy thing with Donald Trump, the more you are pushing people to fact check you on this, and they're realizing that Donald Trump was very much associated with Diddy. So you're not helping your cause. I'm trying to help you. You are not making MAGA Republicans look good right now. Okay, so now let's reestablish this from the get-go one more time here, and I'm not going to help you again going forward. Now I'm going to get more aggressive in the arguments. So tell me one policy that Donald Trump passed that economically benefited middle-class Americans. Go ahead.
Well, for me, it's not even about his policies.
It is.
He had my vote. Well, for me, he had my vote when he said he gonna take the LGBT out the schools.
Name the policy.
When he said that he was going.
Oh my God! Somebody drop a 20. I'll kick him.
can you name a policy Kamala had?
Yeah, the infrastructure package, the Inflation Reduction Act, the American Rescue Plan, the Chips and Science Act. Now, can you tell me one policy that Donald Trump passed that economically benefited the middle class?
None of that benefit
Maybe
me.
I stuttered. Tell me again one policy that Donald Trump passed that economically benefited the middle class. Unmute and respond. Unmute and respond. Answer the question. I don't have all day. Okay, you don't know how to mute? Hurry up, let's go. It's a little early to be sundowning, don't you think? Like it's not even 7 o'clock on the East Coast yet. What's going on?
Well,
you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
kids?
I be even. I will
kids?
be even. Yes, I do, and I would. And I would
your
hate.
kids are. I would feel awful if I was your son. For the point that I would understand that. You know, I was raised that we take care of our parents when they start to sundown, as you are. Your kids apparently left you behind, and that's deeply disappointing. So I do apologize on their behalf. I think that's god awful. So sorry that your kids left you to have conversations when you're at your most vulnerable with people online who can quite literally, with just simple intellectual discussions, leave you gasping for air. So tell me again, one policy that Donald Trump passed that economically benefited the middle class. Whenever you're ready, Uncle Grandpa.
I'm not. For one, I'm not middle class, so I wouldn't know nothing that he just passed for middle class or upper class.
So you're
I know
lower
what
class?
he's done. Yes, I am.
Gotcha. And you're really giving roaches for raid now. Now you're really giving roaches for raid. You know that you're not in Donald Trump's agenda whatsoever, right?
I'm not in Kamala.
Excuse me. You actually are. But again, you're not in Donald Trump's agenda whatsoever as lower class. He didn't even give you a second thought because he doesn't care about your electorate. You understand? Anyway, thank you so much, Diana. Let's get some W Dianas in the chat. We're going to get you out of here. On the count of 3, everybody, we're going to say hocus pocus. 3, 2, 1. Hocus pocus. Poof. Let's get up our next guest. He really was giving slugs for salt, wasn't he? I mean, it was really slugs for salt. That was insane. They was giving rat for rat poison. Like, what are you doing? Hello, Steph. Are you voting for Donald Trump? Steph, you're just breathing into the microphone. And while I appreciate the ASMR, if you're not here to conversate, then just leave. Okay. You're a little freaky deaky, aren't you, Steph? Folks, if you like what you're hearing today, feel free to hit that follow button in the top left corner and join our family. Or if you want to support me, my Venmo, PayPal, and Cash App are in my bio. I use all those funds to support my travel as I travel around the swing state of Pennsylvania, meeting voters in person. So I do greatly appreciate your support. Let's get up our next guest. Hello, Brenda. Brenda, are you in the shower? Okay. Brenda, as much as I could listen to that, I'd rather not. Let's get up our next guest. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes, Donald Trump. Trump all the way. Say what now? When I was born.
Yeah.
I was born 1987.
Okay. I wasn't asking because I thought you were too young to vote. I was asking because you were sounding like you were sundowning here, and I just wanted to confirm. But you'd be too young to be sundowning. So why are you voting for a criminal?
I like the things that Donald Trump plan on to do, like getting rid of some of the 15 million illegal immigrants that's in here in the country.
What's he going to do? Marry them?
No, he's going to deport.
He seems to have a thing for illegal immigrants. So I know he surrounds himself with Elon Musk. He marries Melania, buries Ivana on a golf course. I mean,
I said illegal ones.
Yeah. What's he going to do with the illegal immigrants after he deports them? Is he going to marry them?
No, he's going to send them out the country. Send them back to their home country.
Gotcha. Okay. What is Donald Trump's border policy? What is he running on?
What is he's running? He's going to run. He's running back on the things that Biden and Harris overturned, which was the Remain in Mexico policy. I don't know why not.
Thank you so much, Ash, for the galaxy. I appreciate the love. Thank you, Ash. So let's understand first off, there were humanitarian issues with. Thank you Jolie, thank you so much for the $20. And Lisa for the galaxy. Thank you, Jolie. Thank you, Lisa. All right, now you guys are being too nice. I'm trying to slap him down and you guys are interrupting me. Stop supporting me. We're going to get started in about 30 seconds. If you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. But if you are voting for Kamala Harris, hit that like button, hit the share button, help us get to 20,000 likes, because apparently 10,000 likes was too easy. Guys, if you're getting to 10,000 likes that quickly, the MAGA Republicans are going to start saying we're ballot stuffing. They're going to start saying we're ballot stuffing. They're like, stop the count with the like button. All right, folks, we're going to get started in another 15 seconds. If you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request and let's have a conversation about it. Yeah, right? Trump supporters are like, yeah, you could just burn the ballot box. Why not? You know, why not? Goodness gracious. All right, let's get up our first guest. There we go. Sup, loser? Are you voting for Donald Trump?
How are you? Yeah, I'm MAGA.
Oh, that's gross. Why?
Well, basically, I want Trump to take his bright orange cock and shove it in my asshole, cum in my ass, and then I'll fart the cum out.
Hold on. Oh my goodness gracious. George Santos, is that you? Oh my gosh. George Santos? Goodness gracious. Buddy, I'm glad you're doing okay. I know about that whole indictment thing, but my goodness gracious. George Santos, gosh, golly. Hi, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Of course.
Okay. So are you like, you're like the last guy? Are you two peas in the pod?
Actually, the
opposite. Voting for him for the same reason? You're like, yeah, Trump, shove it in.
I'm waiting for him to shove it in your asshole because that's the only thing that you like.
Is that like a kink? Like you like watching other people get it?
No, that's you, you know.
I mean, you're the one fantasizing about watching me get it. I mean, that's maybe the closet's class.
That's the reason why you're voting for. That's the reason why you're voting for.
Now you're projecting. So let me get this right. So the closet's class, and you're fantasizing about watching me get it. Oh, he ran away. That's so funny. We got a runner. Let's get some cow emojis in the chat. No, we got a runner. That's funny. He realized what he did. He literally said he was fantasizing about me getting it. And then he was like, oh, wait, that sounded really bad and ran away. That's so funny. He's a runner. He's a track star. Guys, if you're going to come up here and say you're fantasizing about me, expect to be good. Do we understand he came up here, said he was fantasizing about me, and then realized what he did and ran away? Okay. I don't even gotta mock these people. They do it to themselves. Hi, are you voting for Donald Trump?
Hello.
Hi.
I'm 92 years old and I'm on my granddaughter's account right now. And I just want to say that I'm voting for Kamala Harris. I am a lesbian woman and my wife and I are not losing our rights.
Well, hey, thank you for coming up and thank you for taking the time to chat. And thank you so much for voting. Let's get up our next guest. If you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. And let's have a conversation about it. I can't wait until a MAGA Republican comes up here saying the F slur as though it's going to be shocking. There's always one of them at the get-go of these conversations. So, hi, guest. Are you voting for the criminal?
Yeah.
Oh, hold on 1 second. Fetus deletus. Poof. Okay, next. Fetus deletus is a very nice spell. I like it. It is banned in some states, including Alabama, but it really is a good one. Again, folks, if you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. Let's have a conversation about it. Don't be shy. Come on in. Hello, guest. Are you voting for the criminal?
Not at all. I'm from Canada, and I say Canada supports Kamala Harris. And I love your vibe. I have watched you yell at the bigots, and I adore you with my entire heart.
Shucks. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Hope you have a beautiful day. Bye-bye.
You too.
That's so nice. All right, let's get up our next victim. Guest. Let's get up our next guest. Our next guest. Hi, are you voting for the criminal? Okay. Next. Guys, if you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. Don't be shy. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes, I am.
Okay, that's disgusting. Congratulations. So why are you voting for a criminal? Is it like a personal kink or something? Like, I know that everybody has their thing. Is yours like, you're into like criminals and fraudsters and sexual abuse and stuff? Is it like, is it your thing?
So I'm voting because of economic reasons.
Sure. Can you tell me one policy that Donald Trump passed that economically benefited middle class Americans?
The TCJA.
Sure. Tell me more. And you could just say the policy. You don't got to do acronyms to confuse anybody in the chat.
Okay. So two things. Well, okay. So the TCJA was an economic policy promoting.
I'm well aware of what it is. Please tell me why this benefited the middle class. Just get to the point. I don't need a life story. I don't need the coming of age, if you will, right? Skip over the Disney movie, get to the point.
It created jobs.
Okay. So did the infrastructure package, the Inflation Reduction Act, American Rescue Plan, CHIPS and Science Act. We're talking tens of thousands of jobs. On a monthly average, Kamala and Joe created 400,000 jobs per month, not counting pandemic jobs created. For Donald Trump, if I was counting pandemic jobs lost, he would be a negative 30,000 to negative 78,000. Instead, he had almost 200,000 jobs on average monthly.
Compare them.
Created. Right. Kamala and Joe were creating well over double the amount of jobs that Donald Trump was creating on a monthly average.
Recovery.
Pardon me. Again, I just said it wasn't including recovery jobs. Thank you very much. You ignored that part.
Could I say something?
Let me think about it. Hold on. No. So again, tell me more about that policy. How did it benefit the middle class? Continue.
Okay. So my whole reason is, there's a corporate tax rate in the Harris.
What was it? You don't got to stutter on me now. What was the corporate tax deduction that Donald Trump gave to corporations like Microsoft as part of his 2017 Jobs and Tax Act? Go ahead. Where's my pen? Have you seen my pen?
My pen? I don't see it, but the corporate tax rate under Kamala,
under Donald Trump, what is the corporate tax deduction?
Lower than it is right now.
Excuse me. No. First off, you are still under the same tax policy that Donald Trump passed. Let's stop playing. What is the corporate tax deduction that Donald Trump passed? What is it?
I'm talking about Harris's policy because when you compare them,
and I'm not letting you pivot. So get back on track. Okay. One more time. You are under Donald Trump's tax policy. You're talking about how there was an expansion apparently to the corporate tax deduction, which just is not accurate. I'm asking you again, what was the tax deduction and a percentage that Donald Trump gave to corporations? Can you respond or not?
I don't know, but I know that
that's fine. To be clear, if you don't know something, thank you for admitting it. We don't need to do the whole pivot, right? So it was 14%. Now, what was the middle class tax deduction that Donald Trump gave to folks like you and I? Assuming you're middle class.
I don't know. But it trickled down. That's the point.
It did not. 1 to 2%. So 1 to 2% to the middle class, and that was a temporary tax cut. 14% to corporations, and that was a double-digit permanent tax cut. Can you tell me the discrepancy? Why would he give a permanent double-digit tax cut to corporations who, mind you, were already making record high profits like Microsoft, instead of giving that to the middle class? Why worry about it possibly trickling down when we know it wouldn't, instead of just handing it right over to the middle class to begin with? Corporations didn't need it. It didn't build up the economy. They already had record high profits. It made no sense.
So first of all, there's a reason. So don't interrupt me. So, well, you can if you want. It's your live, but let me just finish
I was just going to say.
Yeah. But, so, the reason he did that and the reason why I support that over Kamala is because of the fact that when you give the corporate tax deductions, et cetera, they create more jobs. And I know you said earlier, there's more jobs right now than under Trump created by
You're making the case for trickle-down economics. And once again, we recognize trickle-down economics doesn't work. Just call it for what it is. It's trickle-down economics. In the 80s, Ronald Reagan played with trickle-down economics. And yes, this led to short-term benefits in his economy. Everybody was making money.
It created jobs. I agree.
I'm not done. Hold on. This then led to George H.W. Bush's recession. George H.W. Bush couldn't have possibly implemented a policy that would have caused that recession in such a quick amount of time, right? You understand that was Ronald Reagan's recession.
Well, then where's the recession because of that?
I'm not done. Then again, you look at George W. Bush, who played with trickle-down economics and terrible economic policies, and this led to what almost was a borderline Great Depression, but the housing market crashed in 2007 and 2008. Then you look at Donald Trump playing with trickle-down economics, and you're saying, where's the recession? Donald Trump was lucky because a pandemic hit and wiped away any damage he could have done because it got worse with the pandemic. So you're saying, where's the effects of that? You didn't get to see him in time because it was a pandemic, but you would have seen him. That being said, I'm not done.
It created jobs, so.
Thank you. So did the infrastructure package and the Chips and Science Act.
For
Double
immigrants.
the amount that Donald Trump created. No.
Yeah, it was low-paying jobs.
Stop it.
It was for low-paying jobs.
Donald Trump was creating part-time jobs. That was the majority of his jobs. Kamala and Joe were creating union jobs, full-time jobs that will last decades. Let's stop playing.
Do you know what the corporate tax rate in Sweden is?
Excuse me. I don't give a shit about Sweden. I'm
It's
sorry.
22%.
Hold on. Pardon me. Did I infer or suggest that I care about Sweden?
I care about
Did
it.
I mention Sweden?
Well, let's
I care
compare.
about America. I care about America, but you keep caring about Sweden. So let's get back into this. You didn't know the corporate tax deduction or the middle class tax deduction, but you brought up the policy. Help me better understand. You're making the case that this benefited through trickle-down economics, but we understand that, for example, Apple, which benefited from the 14% corporate tax deduction, hiked up the money to their CEO. Their CEO walked out of Donald Trump's administration with more money than he walked in with at the get-go of Donald Trump's term, and none of that money went down to consumers or workers. You look at
Now-
PepsiCo. I'm not done. PepsiCo took money from that 14% corporate tax deduction, passed it up to the CEO, and not only did they do that, they then they doubled down. They increased the cost on Gatorade, a PepsiCo-owned product, and then shrunk down the size. So not only did they take the money and pass it up to their CEO, but then they raised costs on middle-class consumers. You want to justify why they would do that?
So my justification is because I actually think it's bad that they have higher wages, right? But at the same time, my point stands. It creates long-term jobs for everyone.
Who has higher wages?
Huh?
You just said you think it's bad that they have higher wages. What does that mean?
The CEOs.
Okay.
But my point is that because of the economic policy, people still got the jobs, long-term FTE jobs, and the tax foundation says his plan will continue that millions of new jobs, while Harris will take away 800,000 jobs and state the DI for LGBTQ, etc.
So let's better understand this again. And that was blatant misinformation, but I would ask for a source, and please do so by sending me it via DM right now. I want to better explain on this policy too. When Donald Trump implemented the corporate tax deduction of 14% and the middle class tax deduction of 1% to 2%, I find it hard to believe that you have stats for the job loss and growth that you just suggested when you didn't know the blatant percentage from the economic policy that you suggested at the get-go of this conversation. So you want me to think that you took the time to look up job growth and job loss when you didn't know the percentage for the middle class tax deduction or corporate tax deduction?
No.
Okay,
wait,
I'm not done.
Oh, okay.
And then I also want to better understand this as well. Donald Trump's tax deduction wasn't alone. It had a girlfriend called the tariffs of the trade war against China. The sole reason that Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis ran against him, for example, Donald Trump put a 15 to 25% tariff on agriculture. Do you remember this or not? I'm not done. It was a yes or no. Do you remember or not?
I remember.
Okay. So that 15 to 25% tariff on agriculture led to an export crisis. Agriculture and farmers across the state of Pennsylvania, for example, Lancaster County, they lost their farms. And those who didn't lost China as an export market, had a surplus and supply and demand issue, passed off rising costs to middle-class consumers through small businesses, and rising costs went up at the grocery store by about $230 billion across the board. So middle-class Americans lost out more money than they received back from the middle-class tax deduction. But you don't want to talk about that.
Look, the reality is...
I appreciate you typing on your computer, but if I wanted to have a conversation with Google, I would cut out the middleman, that being you, and I would go talk to ChatGPT, talking to you.
Okay, you know what?
Clacking away on your keyboard, you don't got to do it. Let's talk about Donald Trump's current economic plan. Donald Trump wants to put a 60% tariff on China and a 10% tariff across the board. He wants to also re-implement many of those tariffs that were stripped away, like the agriculture tariff. This will lead, according to Penn Moore, an economist, to a $3 trillion deficit. $3 trillion addition to our national debt, and an additional $2,500 to $3,900 coming out of the pockets of middle-class Americans every single year. How do you justify taking that money out of the pockets of the middle class, and how are you going to put that money back into the pocket of the middle class to offset that cut? Go ahead.
I listened to the Tax Foundation for the information, and when I
just asked you a question, respond.
How I justified taking the money from the middle class?
Yeah, and are you going to give it back to them? Or was the plan just take the money from them and run away?
Trump's not taking any money.
I just told you how he quite literally would, according to Penn Moore, an economist. And we trust them because they got it right the first time down to the cent.
So not every economist is going to be right. The Tax Foundation is many economists.
To be clear, Penn Wharton economists are right. We trust that they are right with this because one, math is math, and two, because they got Donald Trump's first plan right down to a T. They got it down to the penny as to what it would cost middle class, and they were correct as to what it would offer middle class and corporations, and they were correct as to how it would impact our global economy and how his tariffs would impact farmers.
So did
they
the
got
Tax
everything right
Foundation.
down to the cent.
So did
Stop
the Tax
playing with me.
Foundation.
So again, I just told you, and I just asked you a question about what those Penn Wharton economists are now saying. They said that Donald Trump's, for example, 60% tariff on China, 10% tariff across the board, and the reimplementation of tariffs like the 50 to 25% tariff on agriculture will lead to $3 trillion being added to our debt and an additional $2,500 to $3,900 coming out of the pockets of middle-class consumers every single year. How are you going to offset that cut as you steal that money from the middle class? How are you going to put that back into their pocket?
Oh, it's about tariffs. Okay.
Tariffs and taxes, they go hand in hand. Well, at least they go, to be clear, they go hand in hand for Donald Trump. No other politician is playing this game, just Donald Trump.
So I actually did lots of research on this because,
So respond.
Okay, yeah, I will. So he doesn't, the thing is just like Kamala, he switches up on his policies a lot. And so when you look at his handbook for tariffs, here's the thing. He doesn't believe in a 10% baseline tariff,
Pivot.
Well, it's about his tariffs, taking money from middle class.
Correct. And I just told you again that his 60% tariff on China, 10% across the board, and the reimplementation of tariffs like the 50 to 25% tariff on agriculture will lead, according to Penn Wharton economists, to a $3 trillion additional debt.
Those are just possible proposals.
This isn't possible. This is what Donald Trump is running on.
But it's only if they tariff him back. It's reciprocal.
Excuse me. And then we also recognize that Donald Trump is additionally going to take $2,500 to $3,900 out of the pockets of middle-class Americans every single year. We understand that tariffs are a tax on the middle class, especially when they are played poorly. And this is why Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis ran against him. So I'm going to ask you for a third time here, and I'm going to ask that you stay on topic and answer the question. If you can't answer the question, then at least have the integrity to concede on that. You don't got to keep playing with me. You might learn this now sooner than later. Like, let me just help you here. So I don't pivot. Right. So again, if you don't know, just say that. Have the integrity to own up to not knowing something instead of toying with me and trying to pivot. So one more time, that was the question. How are you going to put that money back into the pocket of middle class Americans when you're stripping money out of their pocket at a higher rate than that of what you're going to put back into it? For example, through policies like Donald Trump's overtime tax. That's not going to put money back into the pocket of middle class Americans at the same rate that you're taking it out. So can you respond?
Yeah. So my response to that is that I'm personally against those types of tariffs, but at the same time, I just want to finish real quick so you understand where I'm coming from, because
that didn't answer my question. So you're saying you're against those tariffs, but you don't actually know how you're going to put money back into the pocket of middle class Americans at a faster rate.
Well, he proposed a tax deduction.
Taking out.
He proposed a tax deduction. Like I read up on like the child tax credit, for instance. He proposed a similar thing, but up to $5,000 instead of $6,000. It's basically a copy of her plan.
So you just basically made the case that he copied her plan, but wants to offer less than what she's proposing. So in that case, you're making the case for voting for her. You just said that she would do a $6,000 permanent child tax credit, and Donald Trump would do $5,000.
But Kamala supports unrealized gain tax.
Yes, but that is if you're making over $100 million, and you know that.
Yeah, but what will happen?
Are you making over $100 million?
No, but the richest people are, and they control the richest corporations. And when you demand how are they going to pay? How are they going to pay that 25%?
That's easy because they're billionaires, right? So again, you're saying that, how are they going to pay taxes? Okay,
but it's unrealized.
Pardon me. You shouldn't be scared to tax a billionaire their fair share. Right now, we recognize that they are not getting taxed fairly, period. But there are also people like Donald Trump, for example, who during these income tax bracket rates on a yearly average was sending out $750 in income taxes. That's not normal. That is less than a school teacher, right? So again, if you want to hold corporations and billionaires accountable, then welcome to the Democratic Party. If you want to simp for corporations and billionaires because you want to pretend you are one, then Donald Trump's probably your candidate.
But their assets are unrealized. They're in stocks. They'd have to sell the stocks to pay them.
Right, that's the point. So again, you're not understanding.
But that would crash our economy.
No, it won't.
Why?
No, it won't. And if anything, that would build the economy because you're putting more money back into it. But let's recognize something, that you have billionaires who are using a loophole, putting their money in unrealized assets so that they don't have to pay taxes on it.
They have to pay when they sell.
Excuse me. Kamala is saying they're never going to sell. That's the point.
Yeah, then they don't have that money.
You're not understanding. Listen closely. So one more time.
Okay.
These billionaires, these corporations put money in these unrealized assets so that they don't ever have to pay taxes on them. They never plan to take it out until the day that they want to go buy a yacht. It is never going to come out of the market, though. That is the point. Kamala is saying, no, that's a loophole. We're going to close that loophole. You're paying taxes on it because it's not unrealized. They have the money. They're just sitting on it in a loophole so they don't have to pay taxes on it. You're suggesting that they should continue that practice. I say absolutely not. Get taxed on it, right? And let's also recognize the more that corporations contribute in taxes, the more that billionaires contribute in taxes, the more middle class get back in their taxes. For example, Donald Trump and that 14% corporate tax deduction led to an $8 trillion deficit. About 3 to 5 trillion was from that corporate tax deduction. Then we additionally recognize that the debt is being paid off by the middle class.
They have to mass sell.
It's our turn, the middle class, to get a tax cut. So Kamala is saying, here's a $25,000 down payment for first-time home buyers, $50,000 for small business entrepreneurs, and $6,000 permanent child tax credit.
Where's that money coming from?
By the 14% corporate tax deduction that she's going to take away. That money is going to be put back into these policies for the middle class.
I have a question.
Take the tax cut for corporations and give it to the middle class.
I have a question.
Sure.
Because for a lot of these billionaires like Elon Musk, a lot of their money comes from the stock market, right? And it's unrealized. It's not actualized money in their pockets. But when they're
answered this.
Not really, because they have to sell. They have to sell to pay the government.
They sell, correct. They sell, and this is money that they have, right? So again, one more time. They have the money. The money, though, is in a loophole like limbo system where they are I'll explain one more time. Cut me off at any point when I'm not making sense to you. Chat, do the same. Again, these billionaires have billions of dollars in unrealized assets, but that money belongs to them. As a loophole, they put it into limbo. The money's in limbo. So they are keeping it in an unrealized asset or a stock per se, so that they don't have to have a tax on it. We're talking billions of dollars in taxes that they are sitting on through a loophole. Kamala is saying we're going to close that loophole and you are going to get taxed on it. That is not going to crash the economy. If anything, that would build up the economy. No economist has suggested ever that would crash the economy. That's not how this works. That being said, they're going to finally pay their taxes on. And then we're going to give tax cuts to the middle class. I hope this made sense. Again, I understand that there's like offshore funds and etc., but I'm not trying to confuse anybody here. So
I agree. I understand, but wasn't the Great Depression started when everybody sold?
You're so confused. Oh my goodness gracious. You're not selling off the entire stock market here.
You're selling off 25%.
No, you're simping for billionaires. That's what you're doing. Are you rich?
No, I don't like billionaires.
Okay. So let me stop. You can't say you don't like billionaires and say you don't want to tax them. If you don't like billionaires, then tax them. If you do love billionaires and you're simping for Elon Musk, then sure, I understand why you're saying he shouldn't pay his fair share in taxes. But that's on you.
I dislike
Help
Elon.
Me better understand. Again, I asked you, and at the get-go of this conversation, because I'm done simping for the rich with you, I asked you for a policy that Donald Trump passed that economically benefited the middle class, and you said his Tax and Jobs Act of 2017, but then you couldn't name the percentages. So you've done more research into how you can economically benefit billionaires and the wealthiest of the wealthy instead of the, for example, tax deduction that Donald Trump gave to the middle class. Why aren't you spending more time researching how you could economically benefit the middle class instead of how you could further the economic benefits of those at the top 1%? Well, you're looking up for the wrong people and you're advocating for the wrong people. Look out for yourself, not for billionaires, not for corporations, because they're not out for you, which is exactly why, for example, Kroger is price gouging and currently getting investigated for such practice, which is exactly why PepsiCo is increasing the cost on Gatorade, which is exactly why Apple increased the cost on Apple-related products, because they're not looking out for you. They didn't have to price gouge. They were making record high profits at the get-go of the economy under the Biden-Harris administration, but they chose to further take money and dollars out of the pockets of hardworking Americans.
I agree. I don't like billionaires and all that. I think they should be taxed, and I think forcing them to sell is a good idea. You do. You do. You like billionaires.
Wait,
I have a question though. When it comes to the tax foundation, I'm not saying he's gonna boost our wages or anything, but the main thing the tax foundation said is that Harris's tax plan would lead to a negative.
Inaccurate.
Oh, it's inaccurate.
This is the only time I've ever heard such a thing. So maybe check with a different economist. But you're saying that this includes all economists as a whole. So I'm going to look further into this. but this is absolutely bonkers. I mean, you're using a conservative foundation. You understand that, right? Like, it is a known conservative leaning foundation. I'm going to look up what exact economists they were referring to, but know that that is the only foundation that's referring to this plan as having job loss or an economic change in deficit. No other economist is saying this. Anyhow.
Oh, okay.
So why are you simping for billionaires?
Well,
and why are you spending, again, my issue here is that you spent more time researching how you could further the economic benefits of billionaires and corporations instead of the middle class, which is exactly why you didn't know what the middle class tax deduction was. Neither did you understand how the tariffs hurt farmers, small businesses, and middle class entrepreneurs. But you did, for some odd reason, you thought at least that you understood the destruction that taxing unrealized gains for billionaires would lead to. So I'm trying to understand here, who are you out for? Are you out for corporations and billionaires, or are you out for the middle class?
I'm out for the middle class, which is also why I don't support the immigration policy, which will hurt our economy.
Do you want to build the wall?
To an not kind of
yes or no.
Actually, no, I don't.
You don't want to build the wall?
But I want like surveillance infrastructure.
Do you want 2,000 border security agents to monitor the border?
Yes.
Do you want to put a limit on immigration?
Yes.
Do you want to block illegal, ILL, asylum seekers from seeking asylum? These are illegal immigrants.
All asylum seekers are legal.
Nope, these are illegal.
How? They're asylum
because
seekers.
they're coming here illegally, and then when they're about to be detained and deported, they claim that they're seeking asylum, so you block them.
I disagree with that. I think...
Listen again. So when somebody comes here legally and then claims that they're seeking asylum, we put them through a process. When somebody jumps our border, gets caught, and says, I was seeking asylum, they get deported. So do you want to continue that process, or would you rather let the illegal immigrants run free? It's up to you. I get you know that this is Kamala's policy, so you're hesitating to say yes. If you say no to this, that means you want illegal immigrants running around in the country.
No, it's Trump's policy too. Like
No,
for
it's
that.
not.
No.
So again, excuse me.
Expedited removal.
So yes or no, block on illegal immigrants. Do you want to stop illegal immigrants from seeking asylum?
I know you're going to say.
So just say no. You'd like to continue the practice. We don't gotta keep
to an
playing.
extent. To an extent.
So border money. Do you want to offer millions of dollars in border funding to those at the border, like Texas, Greg Abbott, so that he could further fund the border how he sees fit? Yes or no?
No, because I'd prefer the federal government.
So let's get this right. You're saying that, border security would... I mean, I'm trying to understand. Are you saying that more border security or less border security would hurt the economy?
No.
You're making the case that you support Kamala's 2,000 border agents, which, mind you, is one of the core features of her border policy. So I'm glad you endorsed that, because then you're effectively endorsing her. You also said yes to the limit on immigration, which was core 2 of her legal policy here for the border. So great. The one that gets to me is you're saying you don't want to block illegal immigrants from seeking asylum. So you're saying that, 1, you don't want the wall, which ironically you're voting for Donald Trump. And 2, you said you don't want to block illegal immigrants from seeking asylum. You're effectively saying you want illegal immigrants in this country. What is this blatant hypocrisy?
So let me just explain real quick. Like, I think immigrants...
Christine, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate the love. Thank you, Christine.
Like, immigrants of all kinds benefit the economy.
No, I don't want illegal immigrants here. And yeah, I'm the Democrat and you're the Republican. Really?
Yeah, it's kind of odd. But my difference
It's not really that odd. I think that it's because Democrats have an actual very moderate stance on this and a comprehensive, reasonable stance on this, where we want people coming into the country legally, not illegally. But you MAGA Republicans are so out of touch with your own party platform, the same way you don't support the Second Amendment anymore. Your own candidate violated the Second Amendment with his bump stock ban, which was overturned in June of this year by his own Supreme Court, ruling him as the first modern day president to be a constitutional violator, the same way that you don't have a single pro-life policy on your platform to economically benefit a mother after you force her to give birth because you're not pro-life anymore either. Kamala Harris has that $6,000 permanent child tax credit, while the MAGA Republican Party just blocked an expansion to the child tax credit.
You're kind of pivoting.
I'm not done. And I'm getting back to the point here, which is again coming down to the border, where you're saying you want to let illegal immigrants into the country, but yet you're the border security party. Okay. You MAGA Republicans don't even know where you stand anymore. Do you understand that?
Wait.
That was a yes or no. You MAGA Republicans don't understand where you stand anymore. Do you understand that? Yes or no?
Yes, in the sense that there's political differences, but also
it's
no.
not political differences. It's that you guys can't get your messaging together. The same way that you look at Kamala Harris.
Could I
and
just
Donald
explain
Trump,
real quick?
Excuse me. The same way that you look at Donald Trump and how he is saying that Kamala Harris is letting criminals go and that she's weak on crime, like he says about all Democrats, but yet your party, you, Mike Johnson, and your party is running around saying she's over prosecuting. So is she over prosecuting, or is she under prosecuting? Is she letting all the criminals go, or is she locking too many people up at a higher rate than what's expected? Again, you MAGA Republicans can't get your messaging together, and this is why you're failing. No, this isn't a pivot. I'm making clear the hypocrisy here so that we can wrap up this argument, because you are getting
There's
boring.
not hypocrisy. Look, I support all asylum
Not
seekers.
hypocrisy.
They benefit
Take a
our
moment.
economy.
Take a
but
moment.
I think they should be
Chat.
documented.
Okay, thank you. Chat, let me better understand this. Chat, did you understand what I said?
They should be documented.
Pardon me. You just made the case for letting illegal immigrants into this country. So
Yeah, but
please
they
don't
should
tell
be
me that.
documented.
Documented and illegal immigrants? No, you're confused. There's undocumented and documented. Undocumented are illegal. Get your terminology right. This is exactly what I'm talking about with you MAGA Republicans. Get your messaging right. This is a Democrat giving you some friendly advice. If you're going to run around spewing this nonsense, at least get your messaging right. You're confusing your own voters.
Do you know what a port of entry is?
Excuse me. Okay. All right. Thank you for coming up on the count of three. Hocus pocus. 3, 2, 1. Goodbye. And you're just not in my live stream anymore. Goodbye. Hi, Nora. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Pardon me. Fetus deletus. Poof. I could be wrong. I don't know if it was a fetus, but I'm pretty sure it was fetus. Chat, was it fetus? I think it was fetus. Sometimes it's hard to tell, but I'm pretty sure that was fetus. Hi, Kimberly. How you doing? Okay, goodbye. Let's get up our next guest. Folks, if you want to support me, I want to say a massive thank you again to Christine for the $10. That's so nice. If you do want to support me, folks, my Venmo and PayPal are in my bio. I use those funds as I travel around the state, meeting voters in person across the swing state of Pennsylvania. Hello, guest. Are you voting for the criminal?
No, I'm like in the middle. Like I have a couple like questions about
Okay, no, all good. Feel free to message me if you have any questions. My DMs are open, and we could chat about whatever you want to know about the two candidates. Let's get up our next guest.
Hello?
Hello.
How's it going?
Depends. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
I am, yes.
Well, then I'm not doing so good. So why ask? So why are you voting for a criminal?
Because despite him being a criminal, I like his policy better.
That's so great. So you see some policies and you're like, you know what? I'm going to vote for that criminal, sexual abuser, civil fraudster because, hey, screw women, right? Yeah.
No, not screw women, but I'm
yeah, no, just vote their rights away. Forget about their right to choose. Do you support the right to choose?
When there's well, it's not a choice when it's the life of the mother or really rape or incest. So I support those, but other than that, I do not.
So you support grape, incest, life of the mother?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what is your weekly cutoff? The average right now is 20 weeks to 24 weeks. That is because that is when the pregnancy becomes viable. What is your weekly cutoff? Are you advocating for a 0-week abortion ban?
Are you talking about under those exceptions or just in general?
No, in general. The right to choose surrounding the freedom of women. Do you believe that a woman should be able to exercise that freedom to choose at, for example, 6 weeks or 12 weeks or 18 weeks?
Personally, my belief would be that there would be no elective abortions, but I understand that really can't be forced upon women.
That's first off, that's not even what I said, but thank you for proving that you're an extremist. So let's get back into this one more time. What is your weekly cutoff?
I don't have one with my
personal. So you're saying 0 weeks or 9 months?
Under elective abortion, 0 weeks.
Okay, that's absurd. So you're saying that before a woman even knows she's pregnant, you're saying like at 6 weeks, let's say that somehow she manages to find out at 6 weeks that she is pregnant. You're still saying that that's too late, that you're effectively even more far right leaning than Mike Johnson. That's absurd. That's absurd. I mean, that's blatant fascism. That's not even Republican politics anymore.
That's why I'm saying that's not something I would impose upon women. That's just what my personal belief would be.
Right, but you're voting for that. You're voting for Donald Trump, the candidate who overturns Roe v. Wade, the law of the land, decades-fought fight that gave women the right to choose for 50 years, and now has led to women like Kate Cox in Texas, for example, not being able to seek an abortion for a non-viable pregnancy. Or let's get Amber Thurman up here. Oh, wait, right. We can't because she's dead because of your, abortion ban.
Yeah,
so that's what you're voting for.
Those cases are absolute tragedies, and if it were my choice, I would have.
It is your choice. You can vote for Kamala.
I understand, but if I were to,
you just said if it were your choice. It is your choice. Vote for Kamala.
If it were my choice to
your choice.
Different
vote for Kamala.
Not
Correct.
Kamala's.
You just said if it were your choice, it is your choice. You have that choice right now. Vote for Kamala.
Right, and that's something I'm still open to potentially. That's why I'm here talking to you.
So I'm trying to better understand this. If this is about freedom, if this is about policy, why are you just tossing a woman's right to choose out the door, letting women go with less rights today than their grandmothers and mothers had decades before them?
Because I personally value the lives of the unborn children, and I think their rights need to be protected as well.
There we go. There's the religion. I'm religious.
I'm
religious.
I think you are religious. Yeah, I've heard you say
I am religious, very much so. Help me better. Excuse me. We're not going to argue on our religions here.
No, I was just
However,
curious.
I do want to discuss our God. Let's better understand that we have our God, and I believe that we're all God's children. But my God teaches me that you protect the right to choose and you uplift women, you fight for women, you put women first and foremost. And your God apparently teaches you otherwise, that it's okay to undermine the rights and freedoms of women. Is that your God? Does that sound about right?
To fight for women, but to fight for children as well.
But these aren't children. You're putting a woman's life on the line for a glob of tissue that actually has no scientific evidence of being in any sort of child. So let's understand, at 2 weeks, a glob of tissue, a glob of cells is not a child. Let's not conflate definitions here.
Right.
That
it's
is
not
cells.
a child, but it's a human life.
No, it's cells. It's not even a human life.
Human cells?
It is not.
Are they human cells?
Excuse me. So is my finger, and yet if I do this, I do a little scratch, right?
Yes.
The dust falling off of my hand isn't a child.
But those cells are no longer living.
Wait. Look,
that's not
ready?
life.
Hold on.
The cells are no longer
Hold on.
living. That's
Listen. Do you see I'm scratching my hand?
I do.
Now there's skin cells. Those skin cells, those aren't children. Okay, so let's stop playing. So let's better understand something here, right? Again, you're coming into this and using your religion as justification for stripping away the rights of women, undermining the freedoms of women as a whole, and saying that you're going to put unborn children first by overthrowing the rights, freedoms, liberties, justices, the lives of women. Get a different God, just a thought. Because if that's what your God is justifying as good instead of evil, maybe you should go shopping for a different one. Because my God says fight for women, put women first, and fight and uplift their freedoms. My God says that you should be fighting for equality across the board. Apparently, our gods don't see eye to eye.
Understood. I'll concede that to you, honestly, but I'd love to talk about some other policies and aspects, if you don't mind.
Tell me about the border.
What about the border?
Tell me about the border.
I do think that there's a border crisis currently going on, and I understand that
border crisis is dramatic.
Would you not say it's a crisis?
No, I would say it's an issue. I would say that we have a border issue. I wouldn't say border crisis. Border crisis is a far right talking point.
Frequently.
Let's understand, right, that there are less border crossings today than there were under Donald Trump. There were still high border crossings under Donald Trump. If you wouldn't call it a crisis back then why would you call it like a crisis today? Right?
I think it was an issue both times.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
And that I share that same stance. So tell me, what is Donald Trump's plan to close down the border?
So I think ideally, I don't know if this is exactly what Donald Trump wants, but what I think that he would go for is something similar to the bipartisan bill that was passed that doesn't include mass amnesty.
He blocked it the first time.
I understand, but that
was Republican introduced. Republicans wrote the bill in collaboration with Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, and Donald Trump blocked it for pure politics. You understand?
Yeah. So one, yes, I agree he was playing politics, but two, I think that a little bit that there was definitely some influence from there. It was a mass amnesty bill, and I think that's something that Trump and other Republicans disagreed with.
No, absolutely not. And also, if Republicans disagreed with, then why did they write it?
Well, I mean, it was bipartisan.
No, it was written by Republicans. Democrats put in their input, and then Kamala Harris negotiated the overall policy. You're saying that, oh, there was mass amnesty, but there was not. And then also let's recognize you're saying that, oh, well, Republicans clearly disagree with it if they voted against it, but they voted against it because Donald Trump said to. Until Donald Trump said to, they supported it overwhelmingly. Again, this bill was going to pass without hesitation. Senator Mitch McConnell, Mike Johnson, they both made that very clear. However, they also made clear, according to Senator Tillis as well, that Donald Trump wouldn't let this pass because if the border was secure, how could he possibly campaign on it? You need to own up to that.
Yeah, I'm owning up to that. Donald Trump was playing politics there. I 100%
great.
see that to you.
But yet you're still going to give him your vote when he put politics over country?
I mean, right now I plan to, but again, that's why I'm here talking to you. I like hearing these things.
Okay.
So that I'll agree with you there on border. I think that Trump should have let that border bill go through. That's one thing I absolutely disagree with Trump on.
Let's talk about Mike Pence.
I hope that if he were to get into office, I would hope that he would pass something similar. Or if Kamala were to get into office, I'd hope that administration would pass.
Right. Kamala Harris is running on the border bill. Donald Trump is running on mass deportation. And that is the only thing he is running on when it comes to the border. That's his main policy, his talking point. The same way he ran on the wall in 2016 and 2020.
Actually happen?
No, in 2016 and 2020, Donald Trump ran on the wall and he couldn't negotiate a deal to complete the wall. He built 50 miles of the wall and then added like nail polish to Barack Obama's 400 miles. So George Bush introduced the wall. Donald Trump pretended as though he introduced the wall. We know this not to be true. The same way Donald Trump is saying he's introducing no tax on tips when Bernie Sanders introduced it in 2016 and 2020. That being said, this isn't new for Donald Trump, stealing policies from somebody else, especially Democrats, and claiming it at his own. But again, George Bush introduced the wall. Barack Obama built 400 miles on the wall. Donald Trump built 50 new miles on the wall. But he couldn't negotiate a deal with Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer in a bipartisan fashion to accomplish the necessary funding to finish construction of the wall. That's on him. If he couldn't do it back then, he's obviously not going to get it done today when things are even more divisive because of his rhetoric. Now, I also want to further fund the idea, the concept here that you're saying that he's going to fight for this bipartisan border package. But again, he's the one who shut it down. You can't trust that he's going to accomplish this when Kamala Harris is actually making it part of her policy. She is running on this very border bill. That being said, Donald Trump is running on mass deportation. Can you tell us what it is?
Tell you what mass deportation is?
Yep, because he refuses to do so. He didn't at the debate. J.D. Vance didn't at the vice presidential debate. They know why. They know it's very unpopular. Can you tell me what it is?
Right. I cannot tell you exactly what they're thinking because I don't think they have a set out plan for that, because I don't think mass deportation will ever actually happen.
Right. And I agree it won't actually happen. But we do know from staffers on the Trump campaign that they understand the policy because they wrote it for him. Mass deportation is a quantity. And this is something that people often confuse. They hear mass deportation and they think, oh, a higher quantity of deportations. No, you would just say you're going to increase deportations. Mass is a process. Mass does not mean quantity. Do you know what the process of mass means?
Yeah, it's just deporting a large amount of people at one time.
Nope, that's deportation at a higher quantity. And I just said that is not mass deportation. So again, deportation is already underway. They were doing that under Donald Trump. They were doing that now. They were doing that under Obama and Bush.
Yeah,
mass is a process. What is the process of mass in deportation?
Just doing it effectively. Doing it.
Mass is military introduction. So you're using military as enforcement against its own civilians. So again, mass is a process. It is profiling. Mass is when, for example, you have the military knock on the doors of civilians to see if they are harboring illegal immigrants. Donald Trump's campaign has also made very clear that they would prosecute and charge those who are harboring illegal immigrants, whether or not they do or do not know that they have such immigrants there. So let's say you have somebody on a personal staff, right? Somebody who maybe is wealthier, who has a personal staff member, whether it be a chef. That chef, let's say they're an illegal immigrant, the family now gets charged. And that illegal immigrant is now deported. That is mass deportation. Or, for example, you have the military or law enforcement, whatever system they want to use here, against small businesses, checking their books to see if they are employing illegal immigrants. If they are, the illegal immigrants are deported and the small businesses are prosecuted. That is mass. That is mass deportation. That is an unpopular policy point because it's on par with World War II policies that we saw in Germany. And this is why Donald Trump doesn't talk about it. He just says we're going to implement mass deportation. And people think, oh, more deportation because mass? No. Yes, there will be more, but it's a process. Not just that you're deporting more frequently. Otherwise, why wouldn't, nobody's running into illegal immigrants today and just letting them go. He's saying he's going to find the illegal immigrants by implementing this mass policy. Can you talk about Mike Pence?
Actually, I respect Mike Pence, honestly.
Great. So you're voting for the candidate that asked him to overturn the election, violating the Constitution. And Mike Pence won't endorse Donald Trump for this sole reason. So why will you endorse Donald Trump with your vote when his own vice president says he can't endorse him for trying to ask him to violate his oath of office and the U.S. Constitution by overturning the will of the people?
I mean, I can tell you why. So I actually think that Mike Pence did the right thing certifying the results, because I personally, it's my stance, I think there was definitely interference and fraud in the election. I think not everything went as according to plan. I think there were definitely ballots lost, overcounted. I mean, there were stoppages in counts. There were ballots that were absolutely lost. I think we're already seeing ballots being burned this year. I think that absolutely happened last time.
By your party.
Yeah, I'm just saying in general. I think like on either side, I'm not even saying just for Trump. I'm saying there was absolutely fraud. So Mike Pence was in the right for signing off on the results because we can't prove how extensive the fraud was. But I do think that Trump also has a little bit of equity in the game, saying that the results were not absolute, because I do think there was fraud. And if I were in his position, I'd want to question it as well. And that's another. Sorry, go ahead.
Let's better understand this. So again, the fraud was coming from your side of the aisle, not the Democratic Party. It was all projection. We understand that Donald Trump was the individual leading the fake elector scheme in states like Pennsylvania. And I was working for an attorney general at the time. I don't think people understand how close this fake elector scheme went to, how close it was to working. Okay, let's understand this. The fake elector scheme trying to replace electoral college electorates, voters, with his own fake electors to overthrow the will of the people, that was a coup. The insurrection, that was Donald Trump as well. The going against the Pennsylvania Attorney General, current Governor John Shapiro, former Attorney General, 43 times in court and losing every single time, 43-0 against the Attorney General in Pennsylvania, proving that he has no basis or claim for widespread voter fraud that could have possibly have overturned the election in Pennsylvania, asking the Georgia Secretary of State to find 11,000 votes for him. The burning ballot boxes this time around, this is the Republican Party. It's all projection with you MAGA Republicans. Democrats weren't doing this. Democrats didn't incite the insurrection. They didn't play into the RICO case. They didn't do a fake elector scheme. They didn't go to court over and over again saying that the will of the people should be overturned. They were asking state Secretary of States to find votes for them. That was Donald Trump.
Okay. All right. So let me touch on the electorates in January 6th. As far as January 6th goes, absolutely something happened that day. Absolutely something happened. I think that there were very unfortunate events that took place in the building, but I think that it is often exaggerated. I don't think it was an insurrection. At the end of the day, we had a peaceful transition of power.
No, you had a peaceful transition of power, not because of the insurrection, but regardless of the insurrection happening, because the insurrection failed. But let's better understand. Donald Trump tried to prevent that peaceful transition of power. Democracy and the American people pursued it nonetheless. That being said, don't say that it wasn't nothing. I mean, a civilian lost their life. Law enforcement officers lost their life. You can't say that that was peaceful. You can't say, oh, well, I think it's being blown out of proportion. There are families today with empty seats at their dinner table because of Donald Trump. So maybe there's nothing for you.
That's why I said it's extremely unfortunate. But I think you and I can both agree that there was.
Say we can agree on anything here. Okay.
Well, I think you're going to agree with me that day was not going to end in an actual coup. There was never going to be a legitimate insurrection. The government of the United States would have been.
So again, I don't think you understand that because of Mike Pence refusing to overthrow the election for Donald Trump, there was not a coup, and it was certified. If Mike Pence was J.D. Vance, good chance it would have been overthrown. Good fucking chance it would have been overthrown. You're saying no, but let's understand. Donald Trump nonetheless incited an insurrection with the intent on overthrowing the government. And you're saying, well, I don't think it would have worked. Don't care. Let's say it didn't work and that there was zero chance of it working. Even though shattering the windows of our Capitol, replacing the U.S. flag with a Trump flag, breaking into the building, trying to unalive the sitting vice president, breaking into the Speaker of the House's office, that is not appropriate. Neither is that presidential. That is treason.
Okay, right. We can agree it's inappropriate, and we're
you agree that's treason?
To break into the Capitol, I think it was more of a statement that the American people are
To
not
break
gonna
into the Capitol,
with fraud in
searching
our
for the
election.
vice president so that they can unalive him with a
I don't think
guillotine.
they would have. That again, statement. I don't think
You're
they
saying
really
you
would
don't think they would.
unalive Mike
Well, they
Pence.
unalived civilians and law enforcement officers. Why not go for the vice president like they wanted to? You're saying that you don't think they would have. They already did it to law enforcement officers on their way in the building. To be clear, one more time. On their way in the building, they unalived officers. You're saying that they weren't going to get the vice president? Really?
I really don't think that there's any feasible way that
What's the
some guy
difference?
with a-
So
with
you're
a-
saying, one more
10
time, let me
years
repeat.
is gonna get the vice
On their
president.
way into the building, they unalived police officers. But you're saying that when they got to the vice president, they weren't going to unalive him? Really?
No,
they were
they were
bloodthirsty.
not. And if they somehow managed to
Knock it
get their hands on the vice
Knock
president,
it off. Knock it off.
Okay, I'll
Knock it
concede
off.
that to you then.
You're
Fine.
saying
January 6th was absolutely
excuse me,
inappropriate and
you're saying-
unpresidential.
it's not inappropriate. It's treasonous. And you're saying that, oh, they wouldn't have gotten the vice president. They wouldn't have unalived him. They unalived law enforcement officers on the way in the building. Do you think that they were less violent once they got inside?
Yes, I honestly
No.
did once they got inside.
No. Were you there?
I was not there, no.
Okay. So now let's better understand this. Why are you voting for Donald Trump, even knowing that one, his own chief of staff, John Kelly, says that he's a fascist, and Mike Pence, his own vice president, wouldn't run with him, let alone even endorse him, and says that he's a danger to the Constitution? Why would you vote for that?
Because I see no reason for him to endanger our Constitution or do any of those things, and I simply just align with his policy more.
He
And I think
already did
there's-
it the first time.
Yeah, no, from personal experience, from what I lived under the Trump administration, my life was better. I've been paying taxes
So
since I
you're
was
selfish.
14 years old.
Congratulations.
No, I'm
So
not selfish.
you're
I'm
saying
not
that you're
selfish.
willing to
I'm-
throw our Constitution out, and I love our
Me and the people
Constitution. I
around
would
me and the people in
recommend.
my state
Have you
were
read our
doing better.
Constitution?
I have read our Constitution.
I would recommend giving it another read. So Donald Trump, for example, isn't unfamiliar with violating the Constitution. The
Bump stock,
insurrection
right?
was just one more way. Exactly,
Bump
the bump
stocks?
stock ban. June of this year, overturned by his own Supreme Court. He's very, 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 very familiar with violating the Constitution. Let's not act like the insurrection was a one deal, done and deal. No, he's done this numerous times.
Can I ask you a question about the bump stock ban?
No, because we're staying on the election.
Well, I thought, okay, that's fine. That's
My
fine.
point is that he is not new to violating the Constitution. I'm not going to argue with you as to whether or not you agree with that bump stock ban. I don't care. His own Supreme Court ruled it was unconstitutional.
And it
Thus,
is
that Supreme
unconstitutional.
Court, whose sole purpose is to interpret the Constitution, gets the last discussion.
They
That's
did-
what you
they
guys
did
say about Roe v.
good
Wade,
jobs.
right? Isn't that what I thought? That's what MAGA Republicans say about Roe v. Wade. But now you all want to act like the bump stock ban, that they don't get a say in that, just Roe v. Wade. Anyhow.
Well,
Let's get back
can I ask
into
you a
this.
question about the
So
electorate
again,
as
one
well?
more time, you are more than happy to vote for Donald Trump, even though his own chief of staff said he's a fascist, even though his own vice president refuses to endorse him, let alone run with him, even though he has a history of violating the Constitution, even though he attempted to overthrow the election, even though his rhetoric is beyond violent and inappropriate, even though his policies have proven not to benefit the middle class, and I've explained in detail exactly how that's the case to be, and even though Kamala Harris has a comprehensive policy that you yourself said you would endorse, like, for example, the border policy that you denounced Donald Trump for shutting down. Even though all of this, you still claim you'll support Donald Trump. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Congratulations on being a hypocrite. On the count of three, everybody, we're going to hocus pocus. 3, 2, 1. Hocus pocus. Poof. Congratulations on being delusional. Let's get up our next guest. Let's be clear, everybody. That's because Kamala Harris is a woman. That was blatant sexism at its finest. Do we all understand that he endorsed Kamala's economic stance? He endorsed Kamala's border bill, denounced Donald Trump for shutting down the border bill, denounced Donald Trump as a fascist and treasonous, denounced the insurrection. Come on. Then all that we are left with is that he is a white man and she is a black woman. That is all we are left with. Hi, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump? Okay. Let's get up our next guest. Goodness gracious. Folks, if you like what you're hearing today and you want to support me, I appreciate the love. My Venmo and PayPal are in my bio. Or if you want to hit that follow button in the top left corner and join our little family. Okay, you have no service. Let's get up the next. Slowly but surely. Slowly but surely, we're gonna get up our next guest. Oh wait, my hands are too big for this. Hold on. Slowly but surely, we're gonna get up our next guest. It's gonna be huge. It's gonna be great. We're gonna get up our next guest. Okay, that one's not coming up. Folks, if you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request and let's have a conversation about it. Hollow, just like Donald Trump's head. Hi,
Yo, hello?
are you voting for Donald Trump? Fetus. Hello. Are you voting for Donald Trump? Dino!
But yes,
Are you voting for Donald Trump?
I am.
Okay, and why so?
Well, bullying and talking over people like you do only makes you look like the fascist, ignorant Democrat that you are.
Okay, excuse me. My chief of staff didn't say I was a
things off.
fascist. Donald Trump's chief of staff said he was a fascist. So why are you voting for the fascist?
You are the fascist. I'm not
No,
voting
actually,
for you.
Donald Trump is the fascist, which is why his own chief of staff said he's a fascist, which is why his own vice president won't run with him or let alone endorse him. So why are you voting for the fascist?
I love felons.
Okay, congratulations. Is it a kink? Is it like a personal preference? We all have our things,
No,
but may I
it's-
recommend trying out something like handcuffs instead of going for the actual felon? Like fuzzy handcuffs? You don't need to go for the felon, right? Tone it back.
Well, that
Baby
should
steps,
fit right
baby
in with the
steps.
Democratic leaders.
Anyway,
I mean, they're
let's get
all
back into
felons.
this. So you're voting for a criminal, sexual abuser, civil fraudster, and why so?
Oh, 40K, your fake charges are just like the fake news.
Are you saying it was political persecution?
If you don't see it, I need a pair of your glasses. They must be pretty rosy. If you don't
excuse
think
me,
it was
pardon me.
political prosecution,
Grandpa.
Yeah, I mean, you've
listen,
never-
Grandpa.
yeah, I am
Grandpa.
a grandpa, by
Yes,
the way.
I understand.
A lot
I can
older
tell.
than you.
Yes,
and
I
a lot
agree.
wiser than you, from what
sure.
I've heard.
Apparently not, but maybe more sundowny. So again, you saying that you'd like the glasses that I'm fantasizing through, I don't need glasses. My vision's just fine. If you need glasses, that's fine and dandy, but may I recommend changing your prescription if this is what you see? Let's better understand this. You're saying that Donald Trump is the victim of political persecution. If that were to be true, wouldn't Hunter Biden also be the victim of political persecution, considering he is more politically relevant than that of Donald Trump? He is the president's son, after all.
Is he running for president?
His
I
father
missed
was
that.
at the time of these charges. So again, it would be political persecution for Hunter Biden as well. No.
Why would that be?
You understand
Why
well.
would
I just
that be
explained.
rather than Trump?
So again, Donald Trump was charged before he ran for president. By your logic,
No, he
ran.
wasn't.
Pardon me. Yes, he was. These were filed in 2019. So better yet, let's understand this once
They
more.
were filed in
excuse me,
2019?
correct. He was not running for president. So again, let's best understand this. You are suggesting that
He
Donald
was
Trump
the
is.
president.
Excuse me. May I speak?
If you have to.
Okay. So the gaslighting of you saying that I speak over you as you consistently speak over me is beyond ridiculous. Let's get back into this. And this time, try to speak in a coherent manner and use your ears more than that big ass mouth hole of yours. So one more time. Donald Trump, you're saying, is the victim of political persecution, but Hunter Biden would too be the victim of political persecution for the purpose of him being more politically relevant and the son of the current sitting president at the time of his charges. Donald Trump, though, mind you, was not running for president at the time of his charges, and by your logic, would in fact then be running for president because he was charged, not charged because he was running for president. So, by your logic, Donald Trump actually wouldn't be the victim of political persecution. Hunter Biden would be. But
So
you're going
all
to
the
disagree with that, I'm
charges
sure,
against
because
him
you're
were
a hypocrite.
filed before he ever said he was going to run again?
Yes,
I
sir.
think he said he
So
was
let's
going to
move back
run
into
again
this.
right
Pardon me.
away. He said it right away.
And I would say
He's
right
not
away,
done.
too.
He didn't say he was
Excuse me.
retiring from
Excuse me.
politics.
Excuse me. So is Hunter Biden also the victim of political persecution? Yes or no?
No, he's
Because
not
you're
a
a hypocrite.
politician. He's not a
Sir,
politician, is he?
He's the president's son.
Is he a politician?
Sir, his father is the
I
politician.
asked you a question.
I just
It's a yes
responded.
or no answer.
And I just responded.
With another
Did I
question.
hesitate? Didn't ask you a damn question. Were you listening?
I asked
know it's
you a
pretty.
question.
Listen,
You
it's a
didn't give
little
me an
early.
answer.
It's a little early to be sundowning right now. So, Grandpa, listen closely, okay?
Hey, I'm still up, man.
And
just-
maybe you
I
shouldn't
just
be. It
had
might be time
supper.
to get put down, don't you think? So now let's get back into this. One more time. You're saying that Hunter Biden isn't the victim of political persecution, but better yet, you think that Donald Trump is.
What was
and
the
I just debunked that logic. I'm not done.
Hunter
Second
Biden been
point.
to
Do you
court
believe
on
that
it?
Donald
What
Trump
charges
ever
has he
committed
been
a
to
crime?
court
Yes
on?
or no? Do you believe that Donald Trump committed a crime at all? Yes or no?
I'm not sure. I know he's
What do you
been
mean you're not sure?
accused. Well,
He was
I mean,
convicted on 34
he
felony
said,
counts.
She said
He was
about,
convicted on 34 felony counts by a unanimous jury. He paid lawyers. Excuse me.
Did you
Listen and
hear
you'll
the
learn. Listen and you'll learn.
judge's
Yes, listen and you'll learn.
instructions?
Listen and you'll learn. He paid Republican lawyers to nominate a Republican jury, and the Republican jury found him guilty nonetheless.
You think that was a Republican
you're saying
jury?
It was
I
appointed by
heard
his
the one that
Republican
got-
lawyers.
that
Pardon
was-
me. So let's understand this in more detail. You're saying that Donald Trump did or did not commit the crime. That is a yes or no question. I know he did because the jury said he did and his lawyers said he did and the justice system said he did. But apparently that's not enough for you, which is going to prove my next hypocrisy on your part. You're saying no, he did not commit the crime. Is that an accurate statement?
Have you
Was
listened
that
to
an
the
accurate
appellate?
statement?
Have
Was
you
that an
listened to what the
accurate
appellate
statement?
judges said
Was that
about
an
that whole
accurate
trial?
statement?
I asked you a question.
Was that an accurate statement?
Have you listened
Was
to
what
what
I
the
just said an
appellate
accurate statement?
judges
Allow
have
me to
said
repeat
about
myself.
that trial?
Thank you. Allow me to
Whether it
repeat
even had
myself.
merit to
Once
be
more,
brought
are
to
you
court.
saying that Donald Trump had no wrongdoing
I'm
on his
saying
part? Did he or did he
an
not commit
appellate
the crime?
judges have
One more
already
time.
said
Thank
that
you,
this
Guess.
case
Thank
should
you, Guess.
never have
I will
been brought
repeat
to
myself.
court.
Did he or did he not commit the crime?
Did his daughter?
Did
not-
Donald Trump or did Donald Trump not commit the crime?
Did the judge's daughter
Did Donald
work for
Trump
a-
or did
a-
Donald Trump not commit the crime?
No.
Okay, so you're saying he did not commit the crime.
Are you
Now, my
saying
next
that
question
he,
for you. Let's look no further than Hillary Rodham Clinton. Did Hillary Clinton commit a crime? Yes
well,
or no?
She had 33,000 emails under
Yes, and she
subpoena
returned
that all
35,000,
disappeared.
all of which were not classified, let alone, if you're going to talk about classified documents, look no further than Mr. Trump here. But tell me again, did Hillary Clinton commit a crime? It sounds like you're saying
Well,
yes.
if you were
It sounds
totally
like you're saying
ignorant,
yes. Would
you'd
that be
know
an
that
accurate
there's one
statement?
man in this country
Would that be an accurate
that
statement,
can
sir?
declassify
Sir, would that be an
any
accurate
document
statement?
that
Sir,
he
you're
would
saying that
care
Hillary
to,
committed. You're
and
saying
that
that
was
Hillary
Donald
committed.
Trump at the time
sir,
that he did
respectfully,
it.
sir, we can
You're-
move this
you're
along much
talking over
faster.
me. I'm
And
getting
we
a
can
little
move this
tired
along
of it.
much faster if you could just answer the following question. You said that Donald Trump
I'm
did
not
not
going
commit
to
a
be
crime.
bullied by you,
This
you
is
little
not bullying,
fascist.
sir.
You little
Sir,
peewee
calm down.
fascist. You're a fascist. You know you are.
Okay, sir. Did Mrs. Clinton commit a crime? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay. So then let's understand this.
Comey said she did, right?
Excuse me, sir.
Comey said she did, right?
Excuse me, sir. Comey said that she did not.
That she did.
Excuse me,
But
sir.
he didn't want
Sir.
a prosecutor.
Sir,
is what
the
he
investigation.
said.
No, sir. The investigation.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Excuse me.
sir.
Would you
Say
prefer
yes,
I call you
sir.
ma'am?
You're right, Mr.
Ma'am? Okay,
Dino
miss.
Qua.
Miss?
He did
Mrs.
say
Dino?
that she committed
Mrs.
crimes,
Dino.
but
Mrs.
he
Dino,
didn't think
you
he
are
should
not.
prosecute
You
her
need to calm down.
because it would
You
look
need
like
to
a
calm
political
down.
across.
Mrs. Dino, please calm down, madam. Listen very closely. You just said that Donald Trump did commit no such wrongdoing when a unanimous jury appointed by his own Republican lawyers found him guilty. But that's not enough evidence for you to suggest that he is guilty of said crimes. Then you look at Hillary Rodham Clinton, who turned over 35,000 emails out of 33,000 emails requested, all of which were not classified documents. But if you want to talk about classified documents, look no further than Donald Trump. That being said, let's also better understand the issue at matter here. You're saying that Hillary committed a crime, even though your own party conducted investigations and hearings into her and yet found no wrongdoing on her part. That's the Republican Party. You just said that Comey said that she did some wrongdoing here, but yet Comey actually turned around 1 week after launching his investigation and made clear she had no wrongdoing. Now, mind you, this might have also cost her the election. Election interference, if you will, suggesting she had committed a crime when there was no wrongdoing. So one more time, we understand that Hillary had no wrongdoing and no crime committed on her part, according to your own party. But yet Donald Trump, on the other hand, a unanimous jury ruling he's guilty isn't enough for you to say he's a criminal. Do you understand? Now, Grandpa, whenever you're ready, you can unmute and we can have a conversation. And I'm sure you didn't know you were muted, but that speaks volumes to your own technological literacy. Then again, I'm not a teacher, so I don't need to teach you how to use your cell phone. Whenever you're ready, you can unmute. You have a notification on the front of your phone or computer, whatever you are using right now, and it says, would you like to unmute? You have to select yes. You probably pressed no because you're scared. Coral, thank you so much for the love, Coral. I appreciate it. Thank you for the $5. Thank you, thank you. Okay. Sir, you have proven very clear that you are in fact a hypocrite on 3 counts now, and in any game, 3 strikes and you are out. That being said, I would like to give the chat the opportunity to hocus pocus you out of existence. On the count of 3, everybody, you know what to say. 1, 2, 3. And hocus pocus, poof, and he's gone. Let's get up our next guest. If you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request and let's have a conversation about it. But if you are voting for Kamala Harris, please do hit that like button, hit the share button, help us get to 300,000 likes. And as always, if you do want to support me, either feel free to hit that follow button in the top left corner or my Venmo and PayPal or in my bio. Let's get up our next guest. Oh my gosh, we're at 300,000 likes. Y'all are too quick. Y'all are too quick. Liz, hi. Are you voting for Donald Trump? Liz, I hear you breathing.
No, I'm not. I've already voted for Kamala.
Thank you for voting. Have a good one. Let's get up our next guest.
You too.
Love you, love you. Okay, we've got... Hello, Colin. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
No, I decided I'm not going to vote for either or. They're both just...
Tell somebody else about it. I really don't care. Sorry. I know that sometimes I have the face as though I care, but make no mistake. Hi, Sarah. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes.
Ew. You must be so fun at parties. I bet you get invited all the time. So why are you voting for a criminal?
I just see, like, you talk about how much hate he has, but I see it
we can
from
talk
you.
a lot. We could talk actually about a lot of hate he introduces into
Like,
the
you're very
world.
insecure.
Let's better
and
understand this. First
you're a
off,
very
you want to cry.
hateful
That's fine.
person.
Get it out of your system. Go on. Go on.
No, like, literally, that's all I have to say.
Okay, cool. Are you done crying? Do you have any tears to spare for
I'm
my
not
coffee?
crying.
Do you want to, in my coffee? Go ahead. Do you want to cry?
You're a content creator.
Let's
I get
better
it.
understand
That's
this.
what you're
Here's the
doing.
issue here, Sarah. Sarah, you thought you were going to come up here and just cry and then run away. And I get that. I get it because you're very emotional, as are many MAGA Republicans, right? You folks see you're losing an election and incite an insurrection after all, right? That was you? Yeah. So here's what I want to better understand here. Why are you voting for a criminal, felon, sexual abuser, and civil fraudster? And if you could have a conversation in a coherent manner, that would be great. But if you need some tissues first, I'm sure the chat would be more than happy to supply a baby bottle, a tissue, whatever you need to make you more comfortable.
Politics are a joke, so I'm not voting for either. I'm not voting
Okay.
for anybody.
Well, congratulations. So you're redundant to me. You have a nice day. Goodbye. Talk about hate. Comes up here and says, you're so hateful, but at the same time doesn't have the respect for herself to vote in favor of her own rights and freedoms, that being Kamala Harris, who will protect her. Okay. All right. Hi, Bill. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yeah, I mainly just because you are a
Bill, do you need a
pedophile.
cough drop? Are you good?
What are you talking about?
Your voice is kind of like, you sound like you're, do you need like a sip of water?
No, I'm good.
Do you want to
I
go
was
grab
just-
a drink first before you, are you sure? It sounds like it hurts.
I don't understand why you're saying that. I'm just talking normally.
I mean it. Okay.
Why are you attacking me right off the bat, man? I'm just coming on
Attacking
here
you.
to...
I was asking if you needed a cup of water or something. Your voice sounds like it hurts. It sounds like you were. I apologize. I didn't mean to make you feel self-conscious about your voice. I was just asking if you needed water. It sounded as though you were in pain.
Actually, I'm always in pain, but that's not really.
Well,
affecting
I
the
would be
way
in
I
pain
talk
too
to
if I had to wake up every day thinking as though I'm going to be voting for Donald Trump, but that's on you, not me. I feel great voting for Kamala, actually.
Yeah.
So why are you voting for a convicted felon?
Well, but I will answer that. Can you tell me? You said you feel he's a hateful person. Is that correct?
Sir, would you answer my question?
Because I'm pro-life. That's the biggest reason.
But you're not pro-life. I'm pro-life.
Okay, you asked me a question, but you've never.
But you
met
just
me.
lied. You
How's
can't be
that?
voting for Donald Trump and be pro-life. Donald Trump isn't pro-life. Or if you choose to have a baby, then Kamala Harris is going to offer you a $6,000 permanent child tax credit that economically benefits the mother after she gives birth so that she can uplift and actually afford a child. Donald Trump has no such policy. So that's not pro-life. Donald Trump is saying, I'm going to force you to give birth, and then I'm not going to offer you a single policy that economically benefits you after I force you to give birth. So that's not pro-life or pro-choice. That is pro-forced birth. Also, do we have any moderators in the chat, by the way? Let's get some moderators up here to keep control of the MAGA Republicans in the chat. Who wants to mod? Where's my peeps? I see Rick moderating.
Okay, but
Rick,
do
thank you
feel
so much
he's a
for your
hateful
help.
person, correct.
I just answered your question.
What?
I just answered in response to your deflection of you being pro-life. You said you're pro-life. What does pro-life mean to you?
Oh, okay. Pro-life. Well, I agree that that policy that you mentioned from Kamala is
Kamala? I know that
Kamala?
vocabulary isn't something that you've probably had much experience with, but literacy and vocabulary, grammar, these are pretty important subjects that really might serve you well. Monique, I'm going to get you up here as a moderator if that's all right. I would greatly appreciate it if you would help us get control of some of the MAGA trolls in the comment. Thank you so much, Monique. So anyhow, what does pro-life mean to you?
Well, I feel that I don't feel it's ever acceptable to intentionally end the life.
Grape, incest, life of the mother. Do you believe in these three exceptions?
I can't. Are you going to allow me to finish, or?
I don't want to watch you finish on my live stream, nasty ass. So again, do you believe in the three exceptions? Grape,
You're such
incest,
an
life of
angry
the mother.
pedophile, dude. What is your
Grape,
deal?
incest, life of the mother. Can you just answer the question?
Angry pedophile.
Actually, you know, your candidate is, but that's what you're voting for. Can you answer the question?
I'm not actually voting for him. You're a pedophile.
You literally said you
You're
were
so
voting
full
for
of
him.
hate, brother.
Okay. Can't answer the question. So let's better understand this. He was saying that he does not believe in exceptions for grape, incest, life of the mother. When I said this, he started calling me a P word. And this is because he knows I was about to ask him about that one case that took place not too long ago, where a 12-year-old little girl was forced to deliver the baby of her uncle. A 12-year-old little girl forced to deliver the baby of her uncle. He supports that. And he knew I was about to ask him that, so he started crying and running away. He knew I asked him, do you believe in the exceptions for grape, incest, life of the mother? He refused to answer. And then he started lashing out because he knew what was coming. MAGA Republicans, if you're going to vote to strip away the right to choose, you at least need to have the integrity to own up to it. Own up to stripping away the rights of women if you're going to do it. Don't do it and then run away screaming. Hi, guest. Are you voting for the criminal?
I'm voting whoever supports the birds. Go birds.
Fly, Eagles, fly. The Eagles versus the Bengals game, that really was a little stressful. But as long as our Eagles are doing well, I'm also doing well. Fly, Eagles, fly. Hi, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump? Okay. Hold on 1 second. It's breaking up just a little bit. Let me turn up my mic. Fetus deletus! Poof! And they're gone. Let's get up our next guest. Hi, Diane. Are you voting for Donald Trump? Diane? All right. Christy, thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate the love, Christy. Hi, Maria. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Absolutely not.
Oh, wait 1 second. The phone's breaking up a little bit. Fetus deletus. Okay, next up. Folks, whether you are or aren't voting for Donald Trump, please, if you are not old enough to vote, do not come up. Please. Or at least put your parents on. Oh, he's having a dance party. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
When the power goes out, power outages can be unpredictable.
Power outages can be unpredictable. That's why you should vote for Kamala Harris, because she'll invest in rural infrastructure and she'll invest in your energy economy. Donald Trump, he thinks that rural infrastructure is where you throw garbage. Donald Trump looks at rural infrastructure and he looks at a rural community and all he sees is a dumpster. That's Donald Trump. Thank you so much, Gina, for the galaxy. I appreciate the love. Thank you so much.
Judith.
Judith?
Hi.
Hi, are you voting for Donald Trump?
Fuck that bitch.
I appreciate you coming up. I am just looking to talk to Trump supporters right now. If you are voting for Donald Trump, come on up and let's have a conversation about it. Lauren, thank you so much for the $5, and I appreciate it. I might need another mod, Lauren, so I might take you up on that. Thank you so much. Hi, Joe. You've already been up. You came back for seconds?
Always with you, dude, because you're just unbelievable.
Go ahead. Compliment me some more.
Let me ask you a quick question. So after the election's over and Trump wins, are you still going to be doing this?
Well, I'm just going to go back to my day job as George Soros' mistress. That's where Melania got her start, so I'm just going to finish the job, right?
Well, just wondering if you were going to be on.
Anyway, so when Kamala becomes your next president, are you going to finally learn how to pronounce her name?
I didn't even say her name.
Alex, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate it, Alex. Anyhow, Joe, you have a good night, okay? Did he just like fart at the same time? Why did he start laughing and then like it made the fart noise? Was he laughing and then farted? That was okay. Listen, some of these MAGA Republicans really are just crushing. And it's like, y'all, if you're crushing, you don't gotta, you know? Hello, guest. Are you voting for the criminal?
Oh, yeah, I'm voting for him because yo dumbass keeps fucking attacking.
Sorry, one second.
Yeah, shut up, pussy.
1 second. It's breaking up. Can't quite hear you. Fetus deletus! Poof. And goodbye. Let's get up our next guest. Oh, yeah, nothing emotional. No emotions at all with these MAGA Republicans. They're totally stable, totally normal.
What's up, man?
Hello. Are you voting for the criminal?
Yes.
Okay, that's not normal.
Okay.
So, when did it all go wrong for you? Was it, let me get up my notepad. When did it all go wrong for you? Was it at birth? Was it a childhood trauma?
It was a childhood trauma.
Yeah. You watched Home Alone, saw Donald Trump in it, and you
Because
immediately
you're nigger faggot, nigger faggot, nigger faggot, nigger
Okay.
faggot, nigger faggot, nigger.
And there you go. So let's understand this. MAGA Republicans come up here and they say the N word and the F word, and they believe that's what going to win them support. MAGA Republicans, you understand that your blatant homophobia. See this. The blatant homophobia and racism isn't going to help you win the race. You understand that? You were behind in the polls, right? Like in Wisconsin and Michigan, you were behind in swing states. You were behind in fundraising. And the reason for that is because you were spending more time crying and trolling online than you are knocking on doors and making phone calls. You were spewing more hate, racism, homophobia than you are uniting voters behind your candidate. Did you know that Republicans don't have any organizers? There are 0 organizers for Donald Trump. You understand that? Like, Donald Trump does not have a ground effort. You understand that there are thousands of organizers for Kamala Harris making phone calls, knocking on doors, writing postcards. There are 0 for Donald Trump. There's not one. But you're going to spend your time crying on my live stream. Here's an idea. You're a week out from the election. So before you turn around and say, election interference, maybe you should start making phone calls for your candidate. Just a thought. Just a thought. Because you're going to turn around and say the election was stolen when this is how you're spending your time, running around spewing the N-word and the F slur instead of calling voters. Okay. Hi, guest. Are you voting for the criminal? 3, 2, 1. Let's get up our next guest.
Hello? Is this Johnny? Can you hear me? You have to forgive me. I've never been in one of these before, so for some reason I can't even hear your chat. Oh, fuck. How do I turn this on? Hello? Can anyone hear? Oh, fuck.
Oh, I guess he's gone. All right, let's get up our next guest. Some people choose kindness. I choose the laugh. Thank you so much for the galaxy. Thank you so much for the love. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And I also thank you to everybody who's pitching in to support me. I appreciate the love and support. Okay. Thank you, Grandma. Have a good one. Thank you so much, Angelina. Thank you, Nakaya. Thank you, Mag. Thank you, Julie. Thank you, Alex. Thank you so much for the love and support, folks. That is so nice. That is beyond kind. I want to be clear. Any funds that you folks contribute, just know that I'm not like turning around and I'm not like, I'm going to go spend this on video games. Like, I'm not like that. Any funds that you contribute, know that I use that as I travel the state and meet voters in person, specifically in Pennsylvania. To be clear, that is where I do my voter meetings. So if you're looking for somebody who's like traveling around like Idaho, that's not me. Pennsylvanian for life. But so just know that that goes towards that. So I appreciate the love. Thank you so much. Hello, Ethan. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
That's a shame. How god awful of you. So why are you voting for a felon?
Why are you a stupid bitch, nigger faggot? It's me again, man. Nigger faggot,
my
nigger
gosh.
faggot, nigger faggot.
Don't even give him the attention. Let's just move on. What is the thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate it. Guys, don't even give him the attention. Just move on. It is too late in the night to actually care at this point. Lincoln, hello.
What's up?
How old are you?
Older than you.
Mike, thank you so much for the love. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mike, for the $25 on PayPal. That is beyond kind. Thank you so much for the love. Hello, Joshua. How are you?
Yo.
Are you voting for Donald Trump? And I guess not. Why do MAGA Republicans, when they come up to talk, always sound as though they're choking on something? Like, please, get some water, drink some tea. Like, try anything? Okay, let's get up our next guest. Hello, guest. Are you voting for the criminal? Okay. Allison, I hear you breathing. Okay.
That was all.
Adam, hi.
Pause the TV, babe. Pause the TV. Johnny's saying hello to us. Hey, Johnny.
Hi.
I've been
Who am
trying
I
to talk to you
talking
forever.
Oh, hi.
Adam.
Nice to meet you. I'm Johnny.
Johnny, it's very nice to meet you too. Me and my girlfriend are going to go on November 5th and vote for Kamala, and then we're going to get married.
What? Yeah, that's so awesome. Congratulations. Can we please get some congrats and some confetti in the chat? That's awesome. Congratulations.
I've been wanting to tell you that all night. Thanks, man.
Hey, thank you so much for coming up, and thank you so much for voting and then getting married. That's commitment. That's awesome.
This is her first time ever voting Democrat, too, by the way. You want to say hello,
really?
Carrie? Say hello.
Carrie, nice to meet you. Hello.
You too.
Congratulations. Congrats to you
I
both.
listen to you all the time.
Yeah, well, I hope that's a good thing.
No, I'd totally force her to listen to you, but
oh, this is so.
I love you, dude. I really do. I just absolutely so much love what you're doing, man. Like, I thought you were like kind of a dick for a while too, and then you explained the other day that like you're not doing it for the people that you're talking to. Right. You're doing it for the people that are listening. Because I was always kind of like, it's kind of a like I think I got muted one time. I said something. It wasn't derogatory. But yeah, but no, I love what you're doing, man. Like I love you. I love what you're doing so much, man. Like, and I just really wanted to tell you. But yeah, we're gonna go vote and we're getting married same day. So
thank you so much for voting, making sure that you vote, and then also congrats again to the both of you. Wishing you folks so much love in your future.
Thanks, man. Love you, brother.
Have a good one. Thanks so much, folks.
You too, buddy.
Oh, that's amazing. Well, that was an amazing call right there. That's phenomenal. Now watch, we'll get another MAGA Republican run up and spew the F word. See, Democrats, Kamala supporters, whether they're Republican or Democrat, they're coherent, right? They're kind, they're nice. A Trumper comes up and the first thing that comes out of their mouth is some hyper hateful rhetoric. I don't know, let's check. Hi there, how are you?
Good, how are you, man?
Depends, are you voting for Donald Trump?
I am.
Well, then I'm not doing so good, so why ask? Why are you voting for a criminal?
Why are you? I'm just curious. Why are you're so scared of Trump? Like what?
Do you want to cry more, or do you want to answer the question? And if you are going to cry more, can you do so in this cup?
Yeah, dude. I'm crying. You're so terrified, and you guys are so obsessed with Trump. You can't even focus on your own candidate. That's the issue. Like you can't talk about Kamala without talking about Trump, which is so like you're so obsessed with him.
Projection is wild. Tell me one policy that Donald Trump passed that economically benefited the middle class. Excuse me, if I may. Tell me one policy that Donald Trump passed that economically benefited middle class Americans. Just one.
Go ahead and tell me something that Kamala's done.
You can't
like
do it. Just
if the middle class was so great right
Just
now,
one. Just
right?
one. Sir, just one.
She's
Just
vice
one.
president. She didn't have any
Just
power.
one policy.
Let's turn the
Just
page.
one.
Let's move forward. What are you moving
Excuse me, sir.
forward
Just one policy.
What are you moving forward?
Just I
from?
even asked for 3. I
On the
asked for 2.
current-
Just
the current
one.
party. The current party.
You want to name that policy whenever you're ready?
Well, go ahead.
Just one.
You can sit up here and spew facts,
Just
right? Like,
one
she's-
economic
she's
policy that he passed?
So many.
So you can't name
she's
a single
passed so many
economic policy that he
tie-breaking
passed.
Votes.
I asked you for one economic policy that Donald Trump passed, and you couldn't name that. But you're saying that I'm obsessed with your candidate. So now let me speak on my candidate. And you should take a moment and chat GPT about your candidate because you know nothing about him if you can't even name one economic policy he passed. And plot twist, that's because he didn't pass any. That's because he's a weak candidate. You look at Kamala Harris and what do you get? You have a middle-class black woman who never forgot her roots as a middle-class black woman. Somebody who continued fighting for middle-class Americans across the board. Somebody who gave us the Inflation Reduction Act, the American Rescue Plan, the CHIPS and Science Act, and the Infrastructure Package. Policies like the Respect for Marriage Act, a social issue that Donald Trump wouldn't touch with the 10-foot pole unless he was stripping transgender Americans out of the military. Kamala Harris, on the other hand, who had no right becoming a district attorney in America because every card socioeconomically was stacked against her, but nonetheless she persevered, becoming an attorney general, leading the largest Department of Justice, second only to the U.S. Department of Justice, in a state that had the 5th largest economy in the world, becoming a senator and vice president, fighting for comprehensive policies. Like the $25,000 down payment for first-time home buyers, $50,000 for small business entrepreneurs, and $6,000 permanent child tax credit. Mind you, that is a pro-life policy right there. Yet, if you are pro-choice, Kamala Harris says, I will fight for your right to choose, but should you choose to have a baby, I have a policy for you. Donald Trump has no such policy. Donald Trump doesn't have a policy to benefit the mother after he forces her to give birth financially. Donald Trump doesn't believe in the right to choose. And mind you, your candidate, Donald Trump, does not believe in freedom at the get-go of any issue, even including the Second Amendment. Donald Trump is the first modern-day president to have violated the Second Amendment by implementing a bump stock ban, which was overturned in June of this year by his own Supreme Court, I might add. He nominated justices, and those justices ruled that he is the first president to become a constitutional violator in modern history. That speaks volumes to how much of a, and yes, you said it right, how much of a textbook definition he is by a fascist. But don't take it from me. Take it from his own chief of staff, John Kelly, who called him a fascist, or take it from his own vice president, Mike Pence, who refuses to run with him, let alone endorse him, because Donald Trump asked Mike Pence to overthrow the Constitution and decertify an election, overthrowing the will of the people. Donald Trump, who incited the textbook definition of insurrection. Donald Trump, who led a fake elector ballot initiative to overthrow the will of the people once more. Donald Trump, not only the constitutional violator, but also the insurrectionist, felon, twice impeached, sexual abuser, and civil fraudster. That Donald Trump. The Donald Trump that Kamala Harris would typically prosecute in court because she is the prosecutor and he is the criminal. Hopefully this was enough for you. Now tell me again, you couldn't name one single policy that Donald Trump passed that economically benefited the middle class, so unmute and let's talk about his border policy. You're a grown-ass man. You know how to unmute your microphone to have a conversation. Do you want to run scared now? I'll get my cowbell. You gonna run away? My voice is still coming out of your cell phone because you haven't left the live stream. So my voice is either part of your cell phone for the rest of your life, and I'll be here for your Christmas, your Easter, your Hanukkah, whatever you celebrate. I'll be here on your cell phone, just like Siri. Instead of, hey Siri, you'll be saying, hey Johnny, for the rest of your life. Either you can shut down your phone to leave the live stream or get your butt back into the live stream and leave properly. Okay? So again, I guess you and I are going to be spending a lot of time together because I'm not letting you go, and you can either shut down the phone or get back in. There you go. Good boy. Shut down your phone. We got a runner. Moo. Let's get some cow emojis in the chat. We got a runner. Moo. Oh, gotta herd the cattle. Like, I hope I didn't stutter. I don't think I did. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Hello?
Hello?
Dang, this was I I didn't know that was gonna. I saw the little request thing, but I didn't think it was gonna actually send me in.
You're good. Were you voting for Trump or Kamala?
I've never done any of this. But to be honest, I'm undecided, to be honest, because I was going to, like, for sure vote Trump, just because I didn't trust Kamala and I didn't trust how she spoke. And even my friend actually just, I don't know anything about you, dude, first of all, but my friend just shared, like, your TikTok. He was like, he's gonna go live, like, I really like him, and he's trying to make me vote blue. Right, so that friend is actually like a really good Democrat, because he's actually pursuing people to vote blue. But anyways, so I didn't trust. Yeah, no, he's awesome. We have, like, different, like, viewpoints on certain issues, but I mean, we can always talk respectfully and everything. So he's awesome. But I was telling him, like, one of the things I didn't really trust Kamala because, and even CNN kind of said it, it's like, this is kind of like an election of, like, this is a devil you don't know, right? Everybody kind of, like, knows Trump, and we're so.
The phone's breaking up just a little bit.
And stuff like that. We didn't have to deal with inflation, but, not everything was.
Sir, are you driving?
That he did good, I guess.
Sir, are you driving? Are you driving?
Hey, can you hear me?
Are you driving? Okay.
Hello?
I believe we're driving here. I'm going to recommend that you come back another time.
Yes.
Come back another time, okay? Right. Definitely don't want to make sure that folks are driving. Please, let's have our full attention on the road. That's not a good thing. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
No.
Thank you for coming up. Let's get up our next guest. If you are voting for Donald Trump, join the conversation. Let's have a little discussion about it. I want to hear from you. No. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump? Okay. Okay, you can't tell me hello, my friend. How you doing? Okay, trying to get up our next guest. Like they're all running away. What is going on? MAGA Republicans, why are you running away? Folks, if you haven't already, hit that follow button. Hit the follow button in the top left corner. Join our little family. Would love to have you as part of the blue wave we got going on here. We got a good team. Don't you all agree, chat? I think we got a good community. I think we have a pretty great community. And yes, I know that they're scared. It's the same way that all these MAGA Republicans are more than willing to comment as a keyboard warrior snowflake in my comment section. But why?
Oh, I didn't know I
do
requested again.
Oh, you're good, Sarah. Have a good one. So the same way if I'm like, there's hundreds of MAGA Republicans commenting in my comment section like the little snowflakes they are, saying, oh, gosh, Donald Trump's going to win. But then the moment I do this, hey, if you're voting for Donald Trump, comment MAGA so that I can invite you up here. Maybe one or two of them will write it because they're too scared to actually talk to me. But again, if you're voting for Donald Trump, feel free to comment MAGA and I'll get you up here. Let's have a conversation. I'm sure you would love that, MAGA. And not a single one.
How you doing?
Straight up crickets. Not a single one of them commented it.
Not a cricket. I'm here. I voted.
Was I on you yet?
You said no.
Hold on. Up. Nobody in the comments. Not a single. It's all crickets in the comments. That is pathetic. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
I have voted for Donald Trump.
Congratulations. Did you want a cookie or a sticker?
I
so let me get this right. So you're coming up here to attention seek. This is a platform where it says, why are you voting for Donald Trump? And I know that literacy might not be your strength. But
Okay,
again,
so
voting doesn't mean voted.
Why did I vote? Why did
Excuse
I
me.
vote for Trump?
Excuse me. I don't need you being an attention seeker on my live. I don't care that you already voted for Trump. That means you're redundant to me now. Do you understand?
So
That's like giving me an empty pudding cup. There's no pudding left. You're redundant. Right? You're like, understood? Okay. That's like, hey, guess what? I made you this cup of coffee. Thank you so much. Well, I mean, I already drank the entire thing. Okay. Sebastian, hello. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Thank you so much. Well, I mean, I already drank the entire thing.
You have an echo.
Okay.
Or it's like, oh my gosh, I made you a cake. You did? Oh my gosh, you made me a fruit cake? That's so exciting. Thank you so much. Oh, I ate the entire thing. Okay. I need the empty plate. Like, if you already voted for Donald Trump and it says, why are you voting for Donald Trump? Let's connect 2 and 2, right? Oh, and that one left. Let's get up our next guest. Could be carrot cake. I like carrot cake. Carrot cake is good. I was thinking fruit cake though, because it's almost November and it's going to be that kind of season. You know what I'm saying? Do you guys not like fruit cake? I feel like it's okay. I think it depends on who makes it. Right? Hi, Michelle. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
I am.
That's disgusting.
Oh, well.
Oh, well. I guess
Are
we're
you
here.
willing to listen
So,
to all her
why are you
lies
voting
about
for the
fracking,
criminal?
ending fracking?
Excuse me.
Oh.
It's no need to sundown. It's past sundown time, right? So why are you voting for the criminal?
Criminal, though it was overturned.
Who overturned
and
it?
all the lawyers were begging for
Who overturned it?
the Supreme Court.
The Supreme Court of where?
The Supreme Court overturned it, and it's going back to trial.
I'm sorry.
Because,
The United States Supreme Court?
Yeah. Oh
Okay.
my God.
Please go get me a source. Thank you. Shoe fly. Get the source. Do you have a source? Or are you running away? Are you trying to figure out how to run away from the live stream? Should I get my cowbell? My voice is still coming out of your cell phone and will continue to come out of your cell. There you go. Good girl. Welcome back. Michelle, unmute yourself. I'm just going to hold this cowbell close by. I assume I'm probably going to need it. Get your cow emojis ready, chat. So where's your source that says the Supreme Court overturned his convictions?
Did you not watch where the lawyers were trying to beg for not being sanctioned?
Ma'am, with all due respect, you just said that the Supreme Court overturned Donald Trump's convictions, and I'm asking you to give me a source.
Well, the source would be Google. Google it.
But ma'am, I did, and there's
on
no
top of
such
that-
truth behind that. Ma'am, there's no such truth behind that. I asked you for a source.
So what was
You
the? What
won't
was
give
the?
me the source.
What was the?
Will you concede
court
that the Supreme...
proceeding?
Ma'am, will you
What was
concede...
it?
Ma'am? I'm
No,
being
I'm asking
respectful.
you.
Ma'am, I'm being
I'm asking
respectful.
you
I'm
to
going to
tell
ask that you
me.
do the same.
What was the court proceedings?
Okay, so here's how we're going to do this going forward. One more time, and listen very closely to me on this. Understand my words as I speak them. One more time, because I hear the slur in your voice. Put down the cup, try some water or coffee instead, and she ran away. We got a runner. Moo! Let's get some cow emojis in the chat. Moo! 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 Okay, let's get up our next guest. Oh my gosh. I knew she was going to run away. I heard the slur in her voice. I'm like, ma'am, you need to try some coffee or water or something because it's Monday. Like, it's straight up Monday. It is Monday. Monday night. And you're already slurring? Like, okay. I think what you need to see is not the voting booth, but rather AA. But anyway, hi, Mermaid. Are you voting for Donald Trump? I can kind of hear you a little bit, but no, not really. Okay, I'm gonna let you go. I'm gonna throw you back in the ocean, mermaid. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to throw you back in the ocean. I just... Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump? Okay, him ran away. By the way, to everybody, we flipped 7 Republicans today, both in person and online. And those are ballots that we watched get filled out that were for Republicans, now for Kamala. So can we get some W's in the chat? Because that is 7 new votes for Kamala. Like, I think we all deserve a round of applause on that one. That is both in person and online. So, massive W's. Awesome stuff to all of us. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
18.
Okay. Wait, hold on. The phone's breaking up a little bit. Can I turn up the mic? Do you hear me all right? Fetus deletus. It's a beautiful spell, fetus deletus, I'll tell you. It really does work every time. Unless you're in Alabama. It's banned in Alabama. Hello, Sarah. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
I'm not sure who I'm voting for.
Man, we are a week out from the election. What you waiting on?
Right, it's the 5th.
Man,
I'm back.
have you gone to their websites, reviewed their policy?
No.
Okay, well, you might want to consider doing that, right?
Sure.
Okay, let's put down the cup. It's Monday night, hon. I'm gonna give you all some resources for AA. Let's all sit down and let's all get right on into AA. Goodness gracious. Hello, Ethan. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
You let me again up, you nigger faggot? You stupid
Oh my
dumbass nigger faggot?
gosh. What is this kid? There's like this one kid who, by the way, hi, my name's Johnny. I'm a digital strategist. The work I do coincides with TikTok. I'm the guy who programmed Donald Trump's website that tracks Donald Trump's debt as it increases with interest. I want you to know that I keep track of, one, the usernames that do this because I can track down the accounts. I'm not like other streamers. I'm just quirky like that. I'm the numbers guy who does the behind the scenes stuff. You can look me up. It's not meant to be scary. It's called accountability. Again, feel free to look me up. Second point I want to make clear here, to the MAGA Republican child, who I will soon be in touch with. Let's understand that when you do that, and you come up here as a MAGA Republican saying you're a voter and that you want to say the N-word and F-slur and run around doing that nonsense, you better understand that that doesn't get my account pulled down. That doesn't affect my account. So the algorithm is very delicate in the sense where you seem as though your hate-filled rhetoric will impact my live stream. This is your mistake. Your account gets flagged. And now you've done it on 3 accounts, which means your IP address will be flagged for hate criming. So please allow this to be a learning moment for you. But we will be in touch after this. Okay, let's get up our next guest. And this is not the first time I've done it either, so let's be very clear. You don't run around spewing blatant racism and homophobia on a live platform, hate criming people, and then you think that you're just going to get away with it. That's absolutely no. That stuff gets reported. We report that stuff. And I'm not talking to TikTok. I'm talking about law enforcement. That stuff, we track that down and we report that. That's called accountability. Let's be very clear. You might think I'm bluffing. No, no, you don't hate crime people and then think you can hide behind an account and run away. No, Chad, you may not. Accountability is a very real thing. And hate criming is very, very, very wrong. We don't do that. We don't do that. Especially when you're an adult. You're an adult running around hate criming. Okay. Accountability. Hello, Brad. Are you voting for the criminal?
No, I just wanted to say one thing to you. I love your show. I come on here about every fucking day.
Hey, thank you so much for tuning in. We're in the late hour on this day, so this is Johnny After Dark, which is why I'm not playing with the trolls at this point. I'm just like, here, let me go exercise my digital strategy on them. I thank you so much for coming up, Brad.
No,
I appreciate it.
I just wanted to say one thing, too, before you kick me off here.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, and I want you to know that you do an awesome job of keeping everyone in their place, and I appreciate it because when I come on here, I was like completely unknowledgeable about anything until I started watching you and some other influencers on here. You guys told me like the percent of the inflation and all that shit. Without that, I wouldn't know any of this.
I will love you so much,
I really
Brad.
do. Yeah, I just wanted to let you know how much I appreciate it.
Thank you so much for
Because
coming up.
I know you guys take your own time to do this shit for us, so I appreciate it.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate you taking the time and coming up to say that. That's so nice. Y'all, shucks. You know, I really do love this about Kamala supporters. Kamala supporters speak coherently, they speak kindly, they're respectful. I mean, we're a respectful community, which is why we're winning the polls, which is why we're winning in fundraising, which is why we're, about to win the election. The Trump supporters, they really, all that they know is hate and fear. Hate and fear, lots of hate and fear. Hello, guest, are you voting for Donald Trump?
Hi, Johnny. I just wanted to say I'm a big time fan. I'm sorry. My heart is racing right now talking to you. You're amazing. I'm a first time voter. I'm voting for Kamala. I'm so proud to be voting for her. You have educated me so much and I love you. You're amazing.
Okay, that is beyond kind. Well, first off, thank you so much for voting, especially as a first time voter. On the bright side, we are seeing record high numbers among youth voter registration, voter turnout via mail-in ballots for youth voters, college turnouts on campuses, and we weren't seeing that with Joe Biden. So seeing it with Kamala is so inspirational. Thank you for voting.
Joe Biden at all. Like I support what Kamala is doing. I'm part of the LGBTQ community. I'm getting married in April to my girlfriend.
Congratulations.
So I'm so excited to be up here. I'm sorry, I'm shaking. You are
congrats to you
one of my
both.
biggest idols. Thank you.
You're gonna make me cry. I need to.
No, I want to do what you do. I want to do what you do. You are amazing, Johnny. Please keep doing what you're doing. You're spreading happiness to everyone, and you're educating the world.
Thank you so much for the love, and know that I love you right back, and sending so much love to you and your partner. I'm so excited for you both. And we're going to win this. We've got 1 week, and then I'm going to go to sleep for a month. I'm going to hibernate.
Yeah, hibernate.
But great to meet you as well. Congrats to you both again.
Thank you for letting me up. Bye,
Thank
Johnny.
you for coming up. Bye-bye. Y'all, I'm gonna start crying, guys. What's going on? Listen, I know... Shucks. Congrats to them both. That's so exciting. That is so exciting.
Hello.
Hello. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Hell no.
You know what? Let's get some Kamala supporters up here. I'm done with Trump supporters. If you're voting for Kamala Harris, join the guest requests. I want to talk to some of y'all. And we're going to do a group. I want to bring up a few at a time. If you're voting for Kamala, request to join the live. Hello, are you voting for Kamala Harris?
Absolutely.
Well, it's nice to meet you. So why so?
Well, my son has a girlfriend, and God forbid anything were to ever happen to her, I would love for her to have a choice, not to be forced to carry that. And then also, I love the $25,000 up to $25,000 for a new home, because they've been together since they were middle school, and now they're 18. And like, they already have a plan to go to the same college and get married, and I would love for them to have that opportunity to buy a house.
No, you said that this was your daughter?
My son.
Your son. That is
Yeah.
so exciting. Oh, you're such a great mom looking out for your son and his future like that. I mean, the fact that, I asked, like, why are you voting for Kamala? And the first thing you started talking about was your son and how, as a new first-time home buyer and getting married and their right to choose. And that's so exciting. Thank you so much for voting for your family. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. And I
Well-
love you so much. Just know that and keep doing what you're doing.
Shucks. Thank you so much. Love you right back. I hope you have a good one, okay?
You too.
Alrighty, folks. Let's get up another guest. Hi, are you voting for Kamala?
Hi, I am. Yes, I know. Or I have actually, because I
Oh, you
already
did?
sent in my. Yes, yes.
What state?
North Carolina.
Oh, let's please get some WNCs in the chat, some W North Carolinas in the chat. You folks are like, can I just say, like, as a Pennsylvanian, there's always so much
Also
stress.
a Pennsylvanian. Well,
Oh,
I'm
you're a
also a
Pennsylvanian?
Pennsylvanian, but relocated to North Carolina, and actually now I live overseas, so it's a
Traitor.
whole thing.
I'm just kidding. No, that's awesome though.
No,
Always
I
good to
know.
connect with a fellow Pennsylvanian. I will say, like,
It's true.
You know best then. As Pennsylvanians, we always have so much pressure on us. Like, the election's always decided by Pennsylvania. I'm gonna be so real. Listen, I'm sure Pennsylvania will go blue. However, if we fumble, it is good to know that North Carolina is like back in play here.
Well,
And-
that's exactly right. It's always Pennsylvania that's like so much of a deciding factor, and I haven't voted in Pennsylvania since John Kerry, so that
Yeah.
tells you how old I am. But it's been a while, so it's wild that I'm very excited for Kamala, and hopefully it'll be a win, and I don't know.
Yeah.
That's
well,
all,
I think
yeah.
it's going to be a win. I'm feeling good about it. I think we should all
I am,
feel
I
good
am.
about it. You still got to vote, folks, but should
That's
feel good
true.
about it. Anyhow,
Yeah.
thank you so much for coming up.
Thank you for what you do. I love listening.
Thank you. All right, let's get up. Where's my inhaler? Can we get some W asthma in the chat? Where's my inhaler? Where's my asthmaniacs at? Hello, hi. Are you voting for Kamala?
Yes, I'm voting for Kamala. I wanted to get up here for the longest. I just wanted to give like some fact based on being a black woman, 35 years old with a black child. A lot of the Trump supporters, I don't want to go against them because you support what you only know. But at the end of the day, you don't want not just a woman, but a black woman not in charge of you. That's the problem. Really is nothing else the problem. Not her policies, not exactly what she stands for, is the fact that she's a black woman that will be in charge of them. That's the main problem that they can't get over. That's the issue. You got this guy coming up saying, I don't even like saying this word. I don't even let my son say the N word, but the F word is because you're afraid of a black woman being in charge of you. Like, but if this black woman have your best interests at heart, why is that a problem? There was a black woman recently that lost her life because of the abortion laws that he stands for. Her kid is living with his dad without a mom because of the abortion laws. She was at 9 months pregnant. And because the abortion laws happened, they can do the proper procedures that needed to happen for this woman, and she ended up dying. And as a black woman, I go through that as a black woman, period. They think that we are so strong. We don't need the health care or the care that we need medically as a white woman does because we're so strong that we're just exaggerating what's going on with us, that we don't get that care. And for you to put that abortion law in place, that hinders me as a black woman. Like, I'm not going to have any more kids. My child is it. I'm 35. He's about to be 16. That's it for me. But for my sister, for my cousin, for my friend that still is getting ready to have kids, they have 3-year-olds that want to have more kids, I can't stand by those laws. That one law right there is it for me. And people just don't want a black woman in charge. And it's a problem. If she's there for you as for your mom and for your sister as a white woman, Latino, any other color, if she is standing up for you, period, why is that a problem? Why?
Right. Well, MAGA Republicans are delicate snowflakes,
Yes.
right? And they act as though think about it. When these people have to run around saying, I'm an alpha and you're a beta or whatever, like, okay, that's not normal behavior. That is the kind of rhetoric you see coming from children. And you know, I think what's telling about what the Democrats are putting forward compared to what the Republican Party put forward, the Republicans had a chance to put somebody like Nikki Haley up there, which mind you, I don't agree with Nikki Haley on policies, but at least she's a more moderate, normal Republican. Instead, they picked the fascist. And then on the Democrat side, you have Kamala Harris. Again, you have this black woman from a middle-class background.
Yes.
And then she picks as her vice president a rural American and veteran. Like, this it is the ticket of the forgotten communities who are too often left behind, now going to lead this country forward. And I am not going back to this. Actually, we get some we're not going back in the chat because we're not going back.
And here's the thing.
Absolutely not.
I'm a veteran. I served in the Air Force. Like, I did that. And I see a few people saying she's literally bringing race into this. Yes, because I am a black woman. I live this every day. Like, I live this every day of being a black woman that is in a lesbian relationship. I am at the bottom of a totem pole, okay? I'm at the way bottom. I have to be mindful of where I am and what I do in my life. But I also have to raise a 16-year-old black child. Yes, I'm always going to bring race into this because I am black. Slavery didn't end not too long ago. People don't really realize that. And they don't understand that there are still things that are in place that hinders me as a black woman that is in a lesbian relationship with a 16-year-old black child that co-parent with a black man. Does a great job co-parenting with a black man. I'm not that stigmatism of black men don't raise their kids and do what they need to do. No, I have a great father for my child. I do. But people don't realize as there are as many as black women with great relationships with their black fathers that's raising black kids, but live a different lifestyle. So I'm always going to put race in it because that's what I live every day. Every day. I have to be mindful that I am black, that I have to code switch sometimes in my job. I work in accounting. I have to code switch a lot. The top of the pyramid, all white men. I have to code switch a lot. So I'm definitely going to always put race into it for me because that's what I have to live daily. So when I see that are policies and things that hinder me as a black woman come into play, I'm going to vote for what is right. This is what I live. This is my reality. So yes, to all the people that says in this comment that I'm putting race into this, I definitely will.
And as
because I was born this 1989. I was born black. I was born into this. I do this every day. There's nothing different about this. And I appreciate you. Honestly, as a white man, I don't know if your race is totally white because you look a little colored, but
it's my dad's Italian.
Yes, okay. You know, I appreciate you for standing up for us that are colored, that are black, that are Latino, that are of a different race than white, that has to stand here and have to live this every day. My reality is going out. Literally, I have to tell my son when he goes out, be mindful. Make sure that you don't look like you're doing too much. Make sure that you are not moving too funny because I don't need nobody, no police, no white man, no white woman thinking that you're trying to harm them. They're not thinking that you're trying to do anything different. I have to have that conversation with my black child every day. Literally. He want to go out with his friends. I have to continuously remind him that you're black. Remember that. Don't think that you're any different. Yes, he has white friends, but know that you can't do the same thing as your white friends do. You won't get away with the same thing as your white friends get away with. I have to live that every day. I do. And so for people in the comments saying that she bringing race into this, yes, every day, because I live this every day.
I want to say first and foremost, you are America. You are exactly what this country was supposed to be.
Yes.
It took a long time for us to figure that out, but that's again why we're not going back. I think first and foremost, we have to recognize something here. And as a fellow LGBTQ plus American, I want to say, Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for raising your family on values that are more unifying and equality focused than that of what you see with a MAGA Trumper, because with them it's always hate, hate, hate. And even in the chat where they're saying she's making it about race. Listen, a couple MAGA Republicans who act like they're the majority just because they keep commenting the same thing over and over again, they don't match up to the thousands of people in the comment section who have your back and the millions of Americans across this country who have your back and are going to deliver us our first Madam President.
Yes.
And you know, again, the thing is, we can absolutely make this about race. We can make this about gender. We got to stop acting like, oh, we shouldn't bring up the fact that she's a black woman. No, we should.
Yes.
Because she is America. Kamala Harris is America. Kamala Harris is exactly what we were supposed to be. Do we all understand, everybody in the chat, do we all understand that in no way, shape, or form was a black woman of a middle-class background supposed to become a president, but she persevered. She is the American dream. Like, so we're not going to get this close and lose it again. We're not going to do 2016. We will win this.
We will. And the thing is that y'all, not just me as a Democrat or quote unquote liberal, voted for her as a vice president. There's other people that were Republicans that voted her as a vice president. Right. So y'all didn't think that she was going to try to be a president? You didn't think that she was going to try to run for that? So don't think that it was just all us that did it as Democrats and liberals that did it. Some of y'all had a hand in this too. But y'all think that we're crazy to make her a president. Why not? She has the background for it. I feel that anybody that should be a president should have some political background, law background, anything of that sort that understands the law, that understands that what needs to go on in America, period. And it's not just on color. It's what that she knows. She did this and she does this every day, all day. Right. So what is the problem with having a person that has done this for so long that knows what she needs to know? Just because she's black and a woman? Like, think about it. One of the things of being married in a heterosexual relationship is that, period, the man is supposed to be the head, but the woman is the neck. Your head can't turn without the neck. It can't. And that's me being in a lesbian relationship. Like, your head can't turn without the neck if the woman is the neck and the man is the head. So what's the problem with the woman being in charge? Period. Taking out color, taking out race, taking out anything of that. What is the problem with this woman being in charge and leading us the way that we need to be led? So you want a man that says that grab them by the pussy. Oh, wow. Like, I mean, he said it. Did he not say it? He said that. He said, let's grab them by the pussy. Why would you want a man to be in charge? Even if you vote for him or Republican, why would you want a man say, grab your wife, your daughter, your sister, and your mom,
mind you,
by the pussy?
That's at this point in time, that's at the bottom of the barrel of everything he's done.
It is. Right? It really is. It really is.
This goalpost has moved so far that they're basically in North Korea. Like, guys, every time Trump does something god awful, you can't just pick up the goalpost and move it a step over. Like,
come on. And then you have this guy, Tony, at your rally talking about Puerto Rico is trash in the middle of the ocean. Let's talk about that. Like, how could you let someone sit here and say Puerto Rico is trash in the middle of the ocean? I'm real confused. And then he made fun of a black man talking about we're going to eat watermelon. What do you mean?
I will say my God honest opinion on this. Just looking over some of the quick stats, and I can't wait for like 3 days from now when we have larger stats on it. Yeah, I think that when we get the numbers back, that it's going to be pretty bad. Like that Puerto Rico comment, I think that
Puerto
really,
Rico comment was insane.
That
diabolical.
Really tanked it for him. Like, I don't understand the thought process there. There are almost 500,000 Puerto Ricans in Pennsylvania alone.
Yes.
Like,
yes.
Huh? Like, why did you do that?
Why
Like,
would you even say that? And think
at
that
some
it's
point,
funny?
I feel like he's trying to lose.
But the problem is that he's so comfortable with being able to say that. The comfortability and to be able to say something that is so degrading
Right.
to the people, period. That's crazy to me. And for the people
Right.
that do vote for him, I'm not take away there are some policies that you might agree with, that you're a Republican. Cool, that's on you. That really is. That's what you believe in. And a lot of times, that's what you're born with. That's what you only know. But let's be real about the situation. Do you really think that that's okay to say that? You really think that's okay to say that? So that says a lot about you. And they don't want to face the mirror. They don't want to look at themselves and be like, yeah, I'm okay with this, but
Yeah, I wouldn't want to look in the mirror if I looked like them either.
no.
So,
But if we want to go back further, okay, they all want to talk about those $1,200 checks. They got delayed because Trump wanted to bring those checks back to put his name on it. He didn't want those checks to go out. The Democrats had those checks go out without his name on it. But they keep saying that Trump gave me these $1,200 checks. $1,200 checks make you happy?
right.
My rent is $2,330. What is that?
I mean, listen, and there are so many numbers behind this too.
It's so many numbers and so many things that they want to look over.
But even when you explain the numbers to them, they do not. I don't know if it's that they don't care or if they can't care because they can't process it. And if it is a processing issue, then understood. We're not all mathematicians or accountants.
We're not.
But 2 + 2 is 4. So,
Facts.
Anyhow.
But they don't want to research. They don't want to look
Right.
into the deeper issues of what he has brought.
Well,
they don't want to be proven wrong. You're wrong on this. You're absolutely wrong on this.
Right. But, then again, they have their own chief of staff is calling him a fascist. And they're like,
Exactly. His own people says that he's full of shit. But y'all
Right.
still want to vote for him? His own people says that he's full of shit. But y'all want to vote for him.
Including Melania. Let's be clear.
Okay.
Where's Melania?
I haven't seen her and I don't know how long. I promise you, I don't even know if he's still married to her because I'm like, where's she at?
This book deal, low-key in my person, just between you and I, nobody in the chat, just us, that money from the book deal, I got a feeling that that's a cover for her butt when she files for divorce.
She's on file.
If he loses
she
this, there's
'Cause,
no
babe,
way
I ain't seen her. I haven't seen her this whole time. I'm literally like, girl, where you at? Ain't you really backing your husband? No? Oh, okay.
Right.
So
It's
if you, out of all people, is not backing your husband, then why should these other people back him?
Exactly.
You're the closest thing to him.
Listen, same question for Mike Pence. Mike Pence isn't come on. Anyhow, what was your first name again?
My name is Maisha.
Oh, that's a beautiful name. Oh my gosh.
You.
Your name is nice. I was born and my mom was like, John. She might as well pick Bob. Anyhow.
My name is Maisha. My grandma named my sister Misha from Meshach and Abednego from the Bible. So then they named me Maisha to kind of to include us together. But I'm like, okay, girl. So I'm Maisha, and I just want to get up here and just thank you. But I also want to put my stance on me being a Black woman that's 35, that's a veteran that has to live through this and has a Black son and is part of LGBTQ community and has to deal with this every day. And people, like I said, they want to put in the chat, should bring your race to this because I am Black. I'm a whole Black woman. They got to live Black every day. That has to be careful about the things that I say. That has to be careful about the way that I move. That have to be careful about who I am. And I mean, you can't see it on here, but I have a natural hair fro. I have to be careful about my fro because it's too much for some people. It is.
Yeah.
I have to be careful about that. And so I vote for her, not just as a Black woman, but as a woman that understands me as a woman, period.
Well, thank you so much again for coming up here and taking the time to chat. I really appreciate it. And thank you so much for your service as well to our country.
Yes, thank you. I love you. And I hope that this live goes the best way possible and we get the right person in
Me too. Otherwise,
Yes.
I will not only be sleeping for a month after this election, I will be crying and sleeping for a month as I
Same.
get my passport to Canada.
Same.
Have
I've been
a
talking to my
good
girls about
one.
Africa, so I feel you. You have a good
Have a
night.
good
Thank
one.
you.
Y'all ready? If we win this, it's going to be a party in the USA. If we lose this, let's all make a nice little plan to Canada. Who's down? Universal healthcare. Woo! We're going to win this. I'm not concerned. We're good. I've been looking over all the numbers. We're going to win this. Hi, Jen. How you doing?
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing good. Are you voting for Kamala?
I am 105,000% voting for Kamala, sir.
So tell us why.
Because she's beautiful, and that's not even the main reason. It's just that she's smart. She has a good plan in the future for us. She's not an orange-haired mule idiot like that guy. Not you. You're beautiful. You are absolutely beautiful. I love you. I love when you put that wig on and do it because it's so funny. But no, we need some real change. We need a woman in the office. We need a black woman at that, a strong black woman who knows who she is and believes for what, she stands up for what she believes in and doesn't let people bully her. And that's why I love coming up here and listening to you, because you do the same thing. You don't let people come in here and tell you what's up. You come in here and you tell them what's up. You don't let them come up here and spew their horrible, hateful shit that is just unbelievable. Like, I can't even fathom how these people were raised, to be honest with you. And you're just so cute and so sweet.
Shucks, stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Say it again. No, I'm just kidding. I want to say first off, thank you so much for voting from Kamala. And I apologize if you already said it. What state are you from?
I am from Alaska.
Oh, no. Oh my gosh. You might be the first Alaska voter I've met. So nice to meet you. So was Sarah Palin right? Can you see Russia?
I have never seen Russia. No. I live in a pretty small community, but unfortunately a very red community. And I hate that. I'd love to be able to change my circumstance in that, because people are just so stupid around my area that I live in. And I know Alaska is always a red state in every election, and that's embarrassing to me, to be honest.
Listen, after what you folks did with your congresswoman, I think we need to recognize the power of Alaska. I mean, between your congresswoman and also what Alabama did with Doug Jones, you folks, you really win these elections.
With Mary?
Yeah, with Mary.
Oh, she's wonderful.
I mean,
my brother actually, him and his husband work in the background for her.
Really?
Fundraising and stuff of that. I'm not exactly sure what they do, but my brother went to college with Mary.
Oh, no way.
Got to know her. Yeah. So he's done a lot in politics. I don't know if you know Tony Knowles, the governor from the 90s, I believe.
Oh, yeah.
My brother actually worked for him. He worked in the...
get out.
Yeah, no. And so he's educated me a lot. My brother has actually taught me so much, because when I was an ignorant, stupid 16-year-old girl, he came home one day. He was at home from college, and he said... I said some offhanded comment about a guy in my class that was feminine. Mm-hmm. And he said to me, he looks at me point blank and he says, I'm gay, right? And I said, oh, no, I didn't actually. And from that point on, it completely changed my viewpoint, changed the way I think, changed everything about that, because I love my brother. I respect him as a human being and an individual. I want him to have the best life possible, along with my oldest son, who is also gay and married to the best person in the world. And I want so much for everybody. I want everybody to have the same rights. And it's just so unfortunate that so many people want hate in this world and say the things they say. It really upsets me.
You know, but I'll tell you what, in my personal opinion, as someone who's also part of that community, I would much rather these MAGA Republicans say it to my face, and own up to their hate.
These MAGA Republicans.
Sorry, there's a little bit of an echo. No, you're okay. You're okay. I would rather these MAGA Republicans say it to my face and show their hate to my face, so I know exactly who I need to defeat in the election, rather than them hiding behind a keyboard or hiding behind a screen and then in my face being fake AF and pretending as though they care about my rights and freedoms. Like, I know for a fact, for example, that I have some family members who, before Donald Trump, you know, were so kind and so nice and so heartfelt. And then after Donald Trump, I've come to realize and learn that they are hate-filled monsters who don't believe I should ever have my right to marry. So those family members are cut out of the life. And I think it's better that we know exactly who, so that I can, and you can, and our families can all think of them as we cast our ballot for Kamala Harris and make her our next president. The toxic people can go. I'd rather know who's toxic than not know. I want to say again, Jen, thank you so much for voting for Kamala. Thank you for everything that you've done for Mary as well, because you folks are an inspiration to like the rest of the country, seriously. So thank you so much again for everything. And I'll see you at the finish line. Sorry, it should let you unmute whenever you're ready. There was a little bit of an echo, so I wanted to put it on mute.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, no, sorry, I lost my train of thought there for a second. But no, Mary's great. And you're right about people seeing the toxicity in your life. My sister, she used to support Trump, and now she's the one who turned me on to these TikTok lives. Like, you killed Indiavas yesterday. I am sorry. You had me rolling. I love watching you. And she turned me on to these because they've been a great support system for her. And she was the last one, other than our parents, to turn to the right side, if you will. And I'm so happy that she was able to get out of that cult, if you will, and see what's right, because she's so hard on herself. Like, I hate the fact that I ever supported him. Like, what was wrong with me? I'm like, because you believed what you believed what you were hearing at the time. And right. You turned that around, and that is a beautiful thing. Right. And so just seeing that from her, and it's been an inspiration. Now, if we could get our parents on board, we'd be doing really well. Yeah. I just got back. I'll tell you this, and then I'll let you go. I know you got other people who want to get up, but I just got back from Georgia a couple weeks ago. I was down there helping my mom who had back surgery.
That's far.
It is far. It's very far. It's a very long day of travel.
I was going to say, that's like, goodness gracious.
Yeah, I was down there when Helene hit and lost power the last 6 days I was there. So that was fun. But driving around in the community they live in, there were Trump signs everywhere. And we had just left Atlanta from her surgery, where there was Harris signs everywhere. Saw like one Trump sign and a billion Harris signs, which was I was very happy to see that. But seeing all these Trump signs in their small community was disgusting. I wanted to throw up every time I had to drive to the local store, just seeing all this. It's unfortunate, and I hope we can change their mind. I really do. But you're great. I love you. Thank you so much for letting me up.
Well, thank you so much for coming up. And the last thing I'll say in relation to that sign thing as well is I had traveled with some friends from Penn State in Pennsylvania to Philadelphia and then to the Poconos, driving through rural communities and many, many rural counties, from like Wayne County to Monroe and whatnot. Not that Monroe is rural in its entirety, but rural communities. And we counted about 109 Kamala signs and 16 Trump signs. So
I heard you say that.
Which still blows my mind. And I think in part it shows that Donald Trump's campaign is, one, broke, and two, it shows that people are ashamed to put those signs out. And we also got to recognize that for Kamala, if you see 50 houses, you'll see 50 signs. But for Trump, if you see 3 houses, they'll put 1,000 signs on 3 houses and act as though, oh, wow, this is so much support for Trump. Like,
Right.
no, it's just 3 very loud people who need to get lives. But anyhow, thank you so much again, Jen. It was nice meeting you.
Thank you. I'm so glad you let me up. You are fantastic, and you've taught me so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're a beautiful
Thank you.
human being, and I look forward to seeing you and sometime in the future, our next president, I hope.
Absolutely. See you at the finish line next week. Have a good one.
Will do. Bye, Johnny.
Shucks, folks, this is so exciting. Okay, wait, what time is it? What time is it? Oh, it is after midnight on the East Coast. I think it's bedtime. So, folks, here's what we're gonna do. I think we're gonna call it a night. I do apologize if I didn't get you up. I am really sorry. I know that there were a lot of folks in the guest requests, but I think we're going to call it a night. I might jump into another person's live and say hi quick and do a couple of things like that just to catch up with some friends who are going live. But I think we are going to call it a night on this live and come back tomorrow. I do want to say across the board, the conversations today, the conversations we had with Kamala supporters today were phenomenal. The conversations we had with Trump supporters today showed their blatant ignorance, and it showed the blatant intolerance of Trump supporters. And I think in part that should speak volumes to how confident we should be as our unified party moves forward towards next week's election. Because we are unified. We are speaking truth to their lies. We are speaking through joy and positivity. And what are they doing? Running on hate and fear? That doesn't win the vote. So I think in this next week, I do hope that you have some confidence as we step into this election, and please take it from me. I have worked on numerous campaigns, both statewide and swing states, and it is looking good, folks. I'm not just saying that as a Kamala supporter. If I didn't think it was looking good, I would tell you. It is looking really good for us. Really, really good for us. So please make sure that you're voting. Tell your friends and family to vote. If you have any folks that you think might have voted and you're just not sure, check with them too. That being said, thank you so much to our moderators today for keeping the chat clean and keeping the community chat here as a safe space for so many of us, keeping it positive, keeping the trolls out. Thank you to our mods. And then other than that, folks, I will see you tomorrow. I hope you have a good night, a beautiful night, and a good start to your Tuesday. We have 1 week to go. Let's win this thing. I'll see y'all. There you go. Do you know what's crazy? You just had to Google something. Do you not have an individual thought? Do you not use that brain?
45.
If I wanted to have a conversation, if I wanted to have a conversation
you
with
guys
Google,
are going to lose.
Excuse me, Patrick, listen closely. Quiet time for you. You're in timeout. If I wanted to have a conversation with Google, I would cut out the middleman, that being you, and just go conversate with ChatGPT and Google. Would I not? Okay, so Patrick, I want to conversate with you, but it seems you don't have an original thought in that brain of yours. Tell me again, why are you voting for the criminal? You said he's not a criminal. Can you explain how he is not a criminal?
Could you explain?
And while you do that, I'm going to put on my tinfoil hat.
When he wins?
Okay, so again, do you understand that Donald Trump's lawyers appointed a jury that found him unanimously guilty? Do you understand?
What are you going to do when he wins?
Yeah, I'm going to go back to my my day job as George Soros's mistress. Anyway, can you tell me again, why do you believe Donald Trump's not a criminal? I'm going to ask you one more time before you get kicked. If you're not going to respond, I'm going to move on.
He's not a criminal. I think you're just putting words in my mouth.
Okay, you just said he's not a criminal, and I explained how he quite literally is. This is an easy fact check as well.
Because you're angry because he's
called
win,
using
buddy.
your sources.
He's
Okay, this guest is crashing out. What is going on? Crime more. Let's be very clear. You brought up the vote by mail ballots as though the vote by mail ballots were leaning in your direction, and you're disinforming, because you're purposely trying to misinform those listening in. The vote by mail ballots are overwhelmingly in Kamala's direction. The first thing you said was that those vote by mail ballots were in Donald Trump's direction. I'm just trying to conversate with you about policy, and you're just crashing out and crying. Do you want me to call the wambulance? What do you want? Do you want a cookie? Like, what do you want from me? You know what I mean? I'm trying to have a conversation. You're trying to, what? If you want to ask me out, just ask me out, right? Is this, what, you're into me? Ask me out. Go ahead.
45.5 million early
Patrick,
votes.
cry more. Patrick, just ask me out. Go ahead.
45.5.
Patrick, 45 minutes have I been telling you, just ask me out if you want to ask me out. We don't got to do this emotional roller coaster. Go ahead, Patrick.
45.
Go on. Go on. Go on. Patrick, just ask me out. Go on.
Fucking.
Go on. Go on, Patrick, whenever you're ready. Go on.
He's an asshole.
Oh, yeah. Tell me something I don't know. Let's get up our next guest. You can't out-troll a troll. Sorry. Everybody's got their thing, but you can't do what I do best. Hi, guest. Are you voting for the criminal?
No, I'm not voting for him.
I appreciate you coming up. Let's get up our next guest. If you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request and let's have a conversation about it. Jeremy, hello. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
No, I just wanted to come and say.
Oh, wait, hold on. It's breaking up a little bit. Folks, if you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request, please. We do talk to Kamala supporters as well, but we're not doing that right now. We'll be talking to Kamala supporters later today. If you are voting for Kamala, please revoke your request to join the live stream. If you're voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yeah. I mean, he's competent. He can perform a full sentence.
You mispronounced comma. What is going on? You come up here to say he's competent, and you didn't even say the word right. Okay, why are you voting for Donald Trump? Let's start again. Competent. Competent.
And Kamala.
This is like the what did she say about deportation? It was like deportate, and competent. Okay, so why are you voting for the competent man?
You still going?
Yeah, go ahead. Whenever you're ready.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm afraid you're just going to cut me off. And
I probably will. So can you hurry up and respond?
So if I vote Kamala, will I be as sensitive and gay as you, or how does that work?
Well, I think you already are. Just because you haven't left the closet yet doesn't mean, you're not, right? So anyway, why are you voting for the criminal? Can you hurry up and respond? Buddy, listen. The closet class.
Sensitive soy boy here.
Calm down. I just want to know why you're voting for the criminal. Can you just respond? This isn't that emotional.
I want a safe country. I want...
Okay, can you break that down? Like this time with something coherent? So again, can you talk about policy or statistics?
How do you do
this? Is like me asking you, hey, what do you want to eat for dinner? And you say, I want something edible in my mouth hole. I need a recipe and ingredients. Can you break that down?
This won't go anywhere.
All right, let's move on. You gotta keep crying on me. Let's move on. I think they think I'm playing. I'm just not. And guys, if you're gonna try to clap me, expect to clap back twice as hard. Hi, Paula. Are you voting for the criminal?
Those are not how
Paula, are we watching TV together? Paula, I love when we spend time together. I really do.
That is not how they are.
This is nice.
You're done. Out. You're done.
If I knew that we were going to be spending this time together, I would have made cookies.
Leave all the papers. Just you leave.
Is that Judge Judy? All right, Paula. See you later. Same time tomorrow? Hello, guest. Are you voting for the criminal?
Does the smell of poop turn you on?
Depends. Why are you asking? If you're interested, just ask me out on a date. You don't got to do this whole mental workaround, right? I mean, listen, if you smell like poop and you got to ask me that, try some cologne. May I recommend Ralph Lauren Blue? Chanel Blue? If you're like, does the smell of poop turn you on? And you're like, because I smell like poop. Like, if you smell like poop and you're asking me if that turns me on, the answer is no, but you could try some colognes. Hi, Mike. Are you voting for the criminal?
Not Biden. No, I'm voting for Trump.
Were you sundowning?
No.
You sure?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
The reason I'm
excuse me. Why are you voting for a felon? sexual abuser, civil
I like his
fraudster.
team better with, I guess, RFK Jr. looking at the aspect of it.
Oh, you're deeply confused. I'm sorry. You're over here talking about RFK Jr. and Joe Biden. You recognize neither RFK Jr. or Joe Biden will be president because neither are running for president. So again, you're voting for Donald Trump, correct?
His team, though.
So one more time. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. So I'm trying to understand why you're voting for Donald Trump, and you're over here talking about God knows what. So let's start anew.
His team.
Let's start anew. Hi, I'm Johnny.
Hi, John. I'm Mike.
I don't give a shit. So why are you voting for the criminal?
I think he's going to put people in positions that have a lot of experience with other companies, have like Mr. Elon Musk has 500,000 people, and he's shown that he's very good at cutting costs.
Okay, good riddance. You're not going to make a coherent remark. You're just saying you're voting based off of Elon Musk and RFK. Like, really? Okay. Hi, are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
28.
Gotcha. And why are you voting for a criminal?
He said he could stop the wars, and I believe him. It's just gonna get worse under Kamala.
It's Kamala.
Yeah. Scamala.
So how's he going to stop the war?
He said he'll stop it within 24 hours.
Yeah, how?
He'll call the Russian president and...
Donald Trump couldn't negotiate a deal with Vladimir Putin to bring home a single Marine, right? He couldn't get home U.S. Marine Paul Whelan. How do you think he's going to be capable of negotiating a deal to end an entire invasion? That's like saying he can't shoot a basket in basketball, but that you expect him to win a game. Do you understand?
Yeah, he's good with Vladimir Putin.
No, he's good with Vladimir putting it in his mouth to please Putin, but other than that, he's not good at negotiating deals to end crises. So let's move on.
Kamala is not good at that at all.
Next, if you're voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request and let's have a conversation. Hi, are you voting for Donald Trump? Oh, and guess not. Okay, let's get up our next guest.
Hi. Why are you voting for Kamala?
Are you new?
Yeah, can you give me like a reason that you're voting for Kamala?
How old are you?
20 years old.
When were you born?
Why does it matter? What's one reason?
You couldn't say the year you were born?
2004, bitch. You're a hateful ass person. You can't even respond to that. You
Tell me
muted
something
me.
I don't know. Anyway,
One reason
do you know
that
what makes people hateful?
What's one reason?
Excuse
What's one
me.
reason?
Do you know what makes people
You interrupted
hateful?
everybody else, so I'm going to interrupt you.
Oh, actually, you won't. Listen, Pookie. Do you know what's hateful? Coming up here and crying, spewing blatant nonsense. You ran away. We got a runner. No. Let's get some cow emojis. Some cow emojis in the chat, please. You want to talk about what's hateful? It's hateful to strip away the right to choose, leaving women without their freedom. It's hateful to tell LGBTQ plus Americans that they can't be treated equally under the law or marry who they love. That's hateful. It's hateful telling black Americans that they can vote, but that their vote might not count as much as a white American. Oh, it's hateful when you call Puerto Rico a dump. That's hateful. That's hateful. You want to talk about hate? Okay, sure. Bite me. Please. Save me the tears. Let's be so honest. Let's be so honest. Sure. Johnny, you're so hateful. Okay. Hi. Hello. 3, 2, 1. Why are they also, you know that we're about to win this election because we're 1 week away and MAGA Republicans are so emotional today. Like 1 week away and MAGA Republicans are beyond emotional. It's insane. All right, Lewis, you're in a wind tunnel. You want to fix that?
Yeah, I'm not blaming about nothing, bro. It's just fucking Trump supporters crying a lot.
I appreciate it. Can't quite hear you though. Also, where are our mods? I see Julie going. Thank you, Julie. Folks, I added more mods and we got a lot of trolls in here. If you could help us get out some of the trolls. Thank you, Diana, as well. I see you. I want to make sure that the MAGA trolls aren't taking over our chat, you know? So, MAGA, let me make this clear. If you're a MAGA Republican and you're commenting in my chat like a little snowflake, instead of using your big boy and big girl voice in my guest request to speak up on your candidate, then you're going to get booted out of my live stream faster than Donald Trump's butt's going to get escorted into a prison cell after his sentencing in November. So again, if you're voting for Donald Trump, don't be a keyboard warrior. I don't need the tears in my comment section. It gets everything wet and damp. Get into my guest request and own up to the fact you're voting for a felon. It's that simple. It's that simple. I'm basically begging you to come up here and tell me why you're voting for Donald Trump, and you're all are too scared to do it. Does that not speak volumes to how weak of a candidate you have? Does that not speak volumes to how pathetic of a candidate you have? Okay. Hi, guest. Are you voting for the criminal?
Hi. Can you hear me?
How old are you?
Oh, I'm 18.
And you're a first-time voter. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
I am a first-time voter. Actually, no, I just wanted to say that you're really cool. And I wanted to... Yeah, you're eating really hard, King. Like, keep doing what you're doing. I think it's
Thank you for coming up. I appreciate it. I hope that you do come back up when we do start talking to Kamala supporters. Right now, I am just looking for some Trump supporters to discuss with. If you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request and let's have a conversation about it. Please, folks, if you are voting for Kamala Harris, save me a little bit of time by revoking the guest request until later. Okay? I appreciate the love. Thank you. Okay, this one's not coming up. They're too scared. Lincoln, hello. Are you voting for the criminal?
Yeah.
Were you named after Abraham Lincoln?
Yeah.
What a shame. He'd be disappointed in you. So why are you voting for a criminal? A stain on the Republican Party.
I just want to ask a question real quick.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you a question and you didn't respond. So what, am I supposed to respond to your question now?
Yeah.
That's not really how life works, is it? Do you want to respond or what?
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Why I'm voting for him?
Okay.
I'll take as much time as I want. Thank you, though.
You really won't. Actually, in fact, hurry up. Clock is ticking.
So, I'm going to take a guess that you're 20-some years old, and
I'm actually
you're sitting
54.
on TikTok.
Whoa! Oh, thank you, Lincoln, for being so hateable. Yvette just gifted me $100. Yvette, thank you so much for the love. And Lincoln, thank you for being so dislikable. Oh my gosh. Yvette, thank you so much. That is so beyond kind. Can we get I want to see 1,000 W's in the chat for Yvette. Yvette, thank you so much. That is so nice. Thank you for your love and your support, Yvette. That is so kind. And Lincoln, again, thank you for being so dislikable. That is so kind. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. Anyway, Lincoln, so why are you voting for the criminal?
So we're 20-some years old sitting on
I'm
TikTok
54.
in pajama pants,
I'm
buddy.
54. And actually, you don't like them? They have the Grinch
No,
on them.
I don't. And that's the prime example. This is who we have voting for Kamala Harris, bro.
Ma'am,
somebody
you
sitting
don't
on
like the
TikTok
Grinch?
Live.
All right, keep crying. Hold on. Let's take a step back and recognize something. Hi, I'm Johnny. Right now, I'm currently on live because this is my dinner time. And unlike you, I'm spending my day by day working to elect Kamala Harris. For one, I'm the guy who was in the Supreme Court for Donald Trump's immunity case and Colorado ballot hearing. I get invites to that. I have an invite tomorrow to Kamala Harris's rally to go meet her. I just met Kamala Harris. Actually, I've met Kamala Harris multiple times. We're on a first name basis. Check my story. There's another video of me just meeting her. That being said, you can also look me up and see the insurmountable amount of work I am accomplishing. Johnny Palmadessa, featured in New York Post, featured in Business Insider. It goes everywhere to USA Today, CNN, HuffPost, where I was featured for building the website that Donald Trump uses to track his own debt as it increases with interest. You're welcome to the Trump family for accomplishing that as well. And then in my spare time, when I'm not meeting voters online, I'm meeting voters in person, traveling the swing state of Pennsylvania, where I am quite literally swinging numerous Republican voters to the Democratic ticket. So please, if you don't know me, don't come up and say, you're just sitting behind your computer at dinner time instead of eating dinner. No, I'm sitting behind my computer at dinner time instead of eating dinner because it's my dinner time and I'd rather meet voters 1 week out from the election instead of partaking in macaroni and cheese. Okay? Great. Thank you for letting me explain that. Goodbye, Lincoln. Next. Thank you. Next. I'm so effing grateful for my ex. Bow, 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 bow. Hi, are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yep.
Shelly, thank you so much. Can we get some W Shellys in the chat, by the way? Shelly sent $20 to boot him. Thank you so much, Shelly. And thank you, Brody, as well, for the $5. Y'all are too nice. Thank you again, Yvette, as well. Y'all are too nice. So why are you voting for a criminal? Is it like a kink? I know we all got like our thing, but like, is yours like criminals?
No, I'm voting for him because he's better than Kamala. And I look at it like
Where's your accent from?
From Iona.
Tell me more about that.
About what, my accent?
Mm-hmm.
I thought we were here to talk about politics.
No, I'm just curious. Anyway, you know, I always appreciate it when Europeans join my live stream to tell me why I should or shouldn't vote for a candidate. In honor of those Europeans like this one who is doing that, I'm going to go on Amazon, buy a bucket of tea, and toss it into the Boston Harbor. Who's down for a little Boston Tea Party? I think we need to show Europe who's boss, because apparently they're forgetting. Y'all down for a Boston Tea Party? Who's ready? Who's ready? Let's go. Let's go! Donald Trump. I bet you we could get Donald Trump to ship us there the same way he shipped a bunch of insurrectionists to the Capitol to overthrow the election. Hi, Kitty. How you doing? Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Hi, I'm good. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Okay. I'm actually undecided, and the reason I'm not a fan of Trump.
Okay, here's what we're going to do. I want to be so blunt with you, and I hope you'll appreciate this bluntness. Ma'am, respectfully, we are a week out from the election, and the candidates could not have been more investigated by this point in time. You ought to know what each stands for, or at least understand their character. You have one who is a prosecutor, who has a middle-class black woman, defied all odds by becoming a district attorney, attorney general, leading the largest Department of Justice, second only to the U.S. Department of Justice, becoming a senator and a vice president, who never forgot her middle-class roots. Somebody who gave us the Inflation Reduction Act, the American Rescue Plan, the CHIPS and Science Act, the infrastructure package, created double the amount of jobs than Donald Trump. Somebody who only added half the amount of debt that Donald Trump added. $4 trillion in debt, 400,000 jobs per month. 200,000 jobs per month, 8 trillion in debt. Then you have Donald Trump, who is a felon, civil fraudster, sexual abuser. This is not a hard decision.
No, you're right.
Acting like it is.
I really don't like Trump at all. The only reason I'd hesitate, and this is why I'd like more information on, is I have a lot of family in the oil field and all oil field jobs.
You were doing more today than you were under Donald Trump.
And the trucking industry has really been very bad.
No, it hasn't. And let's not play. I'm not playing with you. Listen, man, I appreciate your family experience surrounding this issue, but I have investigated this time and time again. You are drilling more today than you were under Donald Trump. There are less border crossings today than there were under Donald Trump. The economy is doing better as a whole today than it was under Donald Trump. Inflation is identical to what it was under Donald Trump. Let's not keep playing this.
Do you know if she has a plan?
Are you pro-life? Are you pro-life?
I'm pro-choice.
You're pro-choice.
Yes.
And so yet you're going to vote for the candidate who overturns Roe v. Wade, who stripped away the rights and freedom of women.
I would prefer not to do that. No,
okay,
but
so then Kamala's your candidate.
Can you tell me if she has a plan to help truckers?
Yes. Here's what we're going to do.
Yes.
Because this isn't productive, and I'm just respectfully, I mean this sincerely. I'm not buying the shit. I'm not doing it, ma'am. You are 1 week out from the election, and you're telling me that you couldn't simply Google search this? Really? You know Google's free, right?
Yes.
And I apologize if this sounds rude, but you're saying that you're aligning with Democratic policies across the board, and yet in one stance you're saying that Kamala, you don't understand where she would benefit you regarding trucking, something you could have easily had Google searched. Do you see why I wouldn't buy this from you? Like, where I'm not going to buy this argument? And again, I apologize if that is coming off as rude, but KamalaHarris.com is a pretty easy website to visit, I think. Anyway, thank you for coming up, and thank you for wasting my time. Let's get up our next guest. Goodness gracious. I mean that respectfully. Again, I hope you'll appreciate my bluntness. You know? Okay, that one's crashing out. I hope you'll appreciate my bluntness. I think it's more respectful to be straightforward than it is to beat around the bush. That's something I was taught at a young age. So I hope you appreciate that. I'm not going to waste my breath. Hello, Crystal. Are you voting for the criminal?
Yes, I am.
Oh, and you said that with a smile.
I
Congratulations.
did.
So why are you voting for a criminal, a sexual abuser, and a civil fraudster?
Is there proof that he's a sexual abuser? Where is
Yes,
that?
ma'am. This is a simple
Pull it
Google
up.
search. Why are you playing with me?
Pull
Are
it
you
up.
saying that Donald Trump... Do you hear those sirens in the background? They're coming for Trump. Do you hear them?
Name
Wee
me
woo,
one.
wee woo, wee woo. Shh.
One accomplishment. No, fuck you.
Listen.
Name one accomplishment that Kamala Harris has done for the United States.
Listen.
Name
Here they
one.
come.
Name one.
Wee woo, wee woo, wee
Crazy
woo.
you don't have one.
Anyway, so let's talk policy here. And maybe you need a reality check, but when you walk into my live stream, you wipe your feet off at the virtual doormat and I get the first question. Welcome to life. You're not entitled to it. So tell me again, why are you voting for the criminal? Break it down.
Because the economy was so much better when he was
Great. Tell me one economic policy that Donald Trump passed that benefited the middle class. Go ahead. I'll wait.
taxes.
Okay, break that down. What was the tax deduction for the middle class?
Can you tell me?
What was the percentage? I'm asking you.
The fuck do you think? I have everything written down on a piece of paper? No, I just know facts.
You just said you know facts, but then you quite
And
literally
housing
said you
market
don't know the
too.
fact.
Housing
What
market
is the middle class tax deduction? You just said that this
hell of a
benefited,
lot-
ma'am,
hell of a lot
ma'am,
lower than
no
fucking
reason to raise your voice now. No reason to get upset. If you don't know, that's fine, but then at least have a little integrity and own up to it. There's no reason to lash out. So again, you said that this tax cut, this tax deduction act he passed benefited the middle class, but you can't tell me how. What was the tax cut percentage?
A hell of a lot better than what the fuck Biden and Kamala was doing.
No, it's not. And we'll talk more about that, but you don't know what the percentage is. Then why did you bring this up as a policy that he passed that benefited the middle
Okay,
class?
now can I ask you a question?
No, you can answer my question. This isn't tough.
Okay, I don't know the exact percentage, okay?
Was that so hard to say?
No,
Okay,
but can
so it
you
was
name
1
me
to 2,
accomplishments
excuse me.
that Kamala has done?
Yes.
Name me accomplishments.
But I don't want to pivot from this. That's the issue. The moment I start naming her accomplishments, and I'm more than happy to do so, you will not come back to this, and I'm not going to pivot from the fact that you don't
Okay,
know
bro,
the own
fucking
policy you brought up.
Okay, fucking
So the tax
continue.
deduction.
Oh
You
my
don't need
God,
to
you're
lash
fucking
out.
delusional.
You don't
You're
need to get
delusional.
emotional.
You're
getting
fucking
very
delusional.
emotional.
I'm not.
You're
I'm
getting
just stating
emotional.
facts. You're fucking
You don't know any
facts.
facts.
You're fucking
There it
facts.
goes. Y'all are just watching me get hate crimed up here by these delusional MAGA like Republicans. What is going on? What? She just ran away too, ma'am. Get back here. Come on back in, or I'm gonna go down your following list and contact every single person on there. Get back into the live stream now. We're gonna have a conversation. We're gonna have a conversation. Get back in here. I ain't playing. I got your username. I am more than happy. I'm a digital strategist. Hi. I'm more than happy to use that experience I have. So come on back in and let's have a conversation about it. You're gonna learn I'm not the one. Like, I'm done. This is done. Again, y'all are just watching me get hate crimed up here by a bunch of MAGA Republicans. I'm done playing. Come on back in. Let's have a conversation about this. You're gonna learn real quick. I ain't the
I
one.
got fucking disconnected, actually.
You didn't get disconnected. You
Yes,
said
the
the F
fuck I
slur
did.
and then ran away. So you want to apologize
No,
for...
I can say whatever the fuck I want. It's a free
Ma'am?
country. I say
Ma'am?
what the fuck I want.
Let's better understand this. You're proud to be a homophobe. You're proud to spew that
Word.
hate-filled rhetoric.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That was enough time for me
You're
to get
welcome.
your username. Have a good one. Thank you very much. I appreciate you coming back. Glad I have that information. Talk to you later. Talk to your family later. I
It's
guess we voted for the
Johnny.
criminal.
Everyone listening to him, don't feed him. Just
Bye. What is up with the MAGA Republicans today? Why are they so beyond emotional? Like, I'm trying to get somebody up here to conversate, and they're all running away and crying. They're either spewing the F slur or the N word, and then running away or crying. Like, can we actually let's get some W Kamalas in the chat, because Kamala is about to become the president of the United States. Do we understand that? Like, if this is how MAGA Republicans are acting, and they can't actually converse when it comes to anything their candidate stands on, Kamala is obviously about to become our next president. Like, do we understand that they are big mad? They are big mad. They are very, very angry. Like, they can't. I haven't had a single conversation tonight where a MAGA Republican has actually coherently discussed their candidate. They have only lashed out and cried the entire time. Let's see. Jay, hi, are you voting for the criminal?
Sorry, I'm actually not, but I appreciate that you are like this to other people because they really are like this to every single Democrat person that is debating for Kamala on any other live.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
When they are crying, so yeah, thank you for that.
Thank you. Listen, this is what my mom taught me. Again, they call it rude, but the way I see it is, what's rude? Rude is when you strip away the right to choose from women and you don't even financially support them after you force them to give birth. I think it's rude when you tell an LGBTQ plus American that they can't marry, that they can't love who they love. I think it's rude when you spit on the graves of our soldiers and veterans instead of uplifting their veterans' benefits. Rather, you exploit their graves for your own personal gain. I think that's rude. I think it's rude when you call Puerto Rico a dump. I think that's rude. Brenda, hi, are you voting for Donald Trump?
Hi, can you hear me?
Again, are you voting for Trump?
Oh.
Ben. This is like bonkers. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
No, pero thank you. I just want to say thank you because you're supporting the gay, the LGBT community. Thank you so much.
Thank you for coming up. I appreciate you taking the time. Thank you, folks. I love y'all. I appreciate it. We got such a good community. We really do. And I want to point out something too. When you talk to Democrats, when you talk to Kamala supporters, a pattern you'll notice is that they have already voted. Trump supporters seem to think Election Day is January 5th. I'm not even kidding. Have you all asked the Trump supporters? Hold on, it's breaking up. Poof, bye. That was a fetus. We have straight up fetuses joining the live. Respectfully, I could be wrong, but I don't think that having a fetus join the live is fair when they want to talk about abortion. I just don't think it's fair. Thank you so much, Monica, for the galaxy. Oh my gosh, and Jennifer.
Hello, can you hear me?
Jennifer, thank you so much for the $50. Y'all are too nice. Thank you so much for the love, Jennifer. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay,
so nice.
hello,
all right, hold on 1 second. Are you voting for the criminal?
I am.
Your phone's breaking up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I am.
You're like jumping out back into the live. All right, let's move on. They say it so confidently too. It's like, are you voting for the criminal? And they're like, yeah. I'm like, are you voting for the rapist? And they're like, yeah, grape. Like, huh? Like, okay, I don't know. When I was young, my pa taught me real young, hey, don't surround yourself around felons, let alone don't make them your president. Apparently, some of our parents taught us differently. McKenna, hi. How did your parents teach you? Are you voting for the felon? Okay, goodbye, McKenna. Thank you so much, Heather, for the galaxy. Love you all so much. Thank you for the love and the support. I want to be clear as well, so you folks know, when you support me like that and you pitch in, I want you to know, any funds like that go directly into my travel as I continue to travel around the swing state of Pennsylvania and I meet voters. So like Matthew, thank you so much for the $10. Again, all of that goes towards my travel as I travel, whether it be to Erie, Pennsylvania, or it be to Philadelphia or Penn State or the Poconos, whatever the case be. And it all goes towards that. So thank you so much again. And Margie, thank you. Heather, thank you. Scarlett, thank you. Hello, guest. Are you voting for the criminal? What is going on? Are they all crashing out? What do you guys think? Maybe it's time to get up some Kamala supporters instead. Because this is sad. This is sad. This is pathetic. Alyssa, hi. Are you voting for the criminal? Alyssa, did you just eat your phone? Oh my gosh. It's really taking them some time, ain't it? Logan, hi. Are you voting for the criminal?
I mean, I wouldn't. You can call him a criminal, but yeah, I am.
It's not me. You understand I'm not the one calling him a criminal, right?
I mean, you just did.
No,
But-
I'm saying what the criminal justice system said. The criminal justice system says he's a criminal. The criminal justice system says he's a sexual abuser, and the criminal justice system says he's a fraudster. By any definition, he'd actually be a mafia boss by now. So tell me again, why are you voting for the mafia boss?
Because I don't want to vote for Kamala. The reason I don't want
Can't
to
even
vote
say the name right.
Okay, well, I mean that doesn't matter. But
It really does. What's your first name?
what's my first name?
Yeah, what is it?
Logan.
Okay, I'm calling you Linda for the rest of the live. So Linda, why are you voting for a criminal?
I'm not voting for Kamala because while she was also
Maybe I stuttered. Why are you voting for a criminal? Did I stutter?
I mean, because the world's gone to hell and he has a lot of.
It's not because, listen, that doesn't make any sense. Let's get back into this. Why are you voting for a criminal? You're saying because the world's gone to hell. Come on, my guy, make a coherent argument here. Work with me. I'm really trying to get some coherence. But you're not talking about policy, facts. You're talking about your personal opinion, right? I don't do the whole feelings thing.
Yeah, I don't either.
But you just did though, right?
But how did I do feelings?
The whole world is going on hell. Sure, okay, as the inflation rate's identical to what it was in 2018, as we have no wars under our belt right now, anything else is happening outside of the capacity of the United States, as we are economically thriving, no matter how many times you MAGA Republicans try
we're
to...
not.
Sure, no matter how many times you MAGA
You don't
Republicans
work
try to
every day.
gaslight
You
us.
don't know. We're not thriving.
We are.
You do not go to work every
I
day.
literally do. I have a 9 to 5.
Okay, what do
you
you
very
do?
much. What do I do?
Yeah.
Well, I'm your daddy. It's a full-time job.
Well, that's good.
Anyway, so why are you voting for the criminal? Can you break it down?
I tried, but every time I tried, you interrupted me.
Not
so-
really. Can you hurry up?
You're something, buddy. You're delusional.
Yeah, I just said I'm your daddy. So again, hurry up and answer.
Okay, daddy. Okay.
Okay.
Do you feel better about yourself now? You just said it.
I said what? You're the one who's
That you're
calling me
delusional
daddy.
and you're my
Like, listen,
daddy.
if you're interested, just ask me out. It's not that weird. So tell
I'm
me
not
again, why are you
interested. I'm
voting for the
married.
criminal? Can you hurry up?
I'm married.
Can you hurry up?
Well, every time I try, you bring up some dumb shit.
You haven't tried once. You're just crying. Why
I
are you
just
voting for the
fucking
criminal?
told you.
Not really. I just asked you why you're voting for the criminal, and you went into how you were interested in my appearance. I don't know what to tell you.
Because Trump is for the American people.
Okay, how?
In every way that Kamala's not.
Okay, how?
Kamala actually put people in jail for their kids being truant. Put parents in jail. Kamala, when she
Let me
was
better understand this. So you MAGA Republicans run around saying that Kamala Harris was over prosecuting, but Donald Trump says she is under prosecuting and letting criminals go free. You're
Donald Trump
saying,
never said
hold on,
that.
take a step back. He has signs around the neighborhood. Like, do you understand his campaign just invested
No, he
in
doesn't.
Sir? May I?
Oh, I can't interrupt you, but you can interrupt me, right?
Logan. Again, let's understand something now. Donald Trump says that Kamala's under prosecuting. In fact, Donald Trump says all Democrats let criminals run free. But you're saying that Kamala's over prosecuted. Like, you can't have best of both worlds. Is she over prosecuting or is she under prosecuting? Is she under prosecuting or is she over prosecuting? You gotta pick one. You can't have the best of both worlds. This ain't Hannah Montana. Now, the next thing I want to better understand too, you're talking about Kamala over prosecuting. Well, fun fact, Kamala Harris was the Attorney General, in the largest Department of Justice, second only to the U.S. Department of Justice, in a state that had the 5th largest economy in the world. And Donald Trump knows a lot about the criminal justice system, not because he was a prosecutor, but because he's a criminal. So you're justifying that you're against crime, but you're suggesting that Kamala shouldn't have prosecuted people to the fullest extent of the law in accordance to California law, and you're trying to elect a Republican criminal who's saying we should defund the police. So you want to defund the police, you want to vote for a candidate who's a criminal, and you think Kamala was too hard on criminals. So just say you hate law enforcement. That ain't that hard. Just say that you hate law enforcement, Linda. This ain't that hard. Go ahead. Why do you hate our police so much? You don't back the blue? I thought y'all backed the blue. My hands are here. You can unmute whenever you're ready. Stop gaslighting. You have the power to unmute and mute yourself. There you go. You did it. Notice how I called you. Hold on. Notice how I called you out for gaslighting and then you unmute. Hold on. Now I'm muting you. Notice how he was pointing at the mute button, trying to gaslight everybody into thinking I muted him. And then I say you're gaslighting us. And then he unmutes immediately because you can't gaslight us. All right. So why are you voting for the criminal, Linda? Linda, why are you voting for the criminal?
I have multiple reasons to vote for the criminal.
Why so, dadgummit?
Yeah.
Go on, Linda. Why are you voting for the criminal? Oh, here, I'll play you a fiddle as you answer.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go on, Linda. Get your toe. Come on, toe mater.
Man, I hope you don't have kids, buddy.
Whenever you're ready, you want to answer?
I've already been trying to answer.
You haven't answered once, Linda. I'm waiting. I'm waiting, Linda. Hold on. While you're there, I'm going to go catch dinner. Where are the cows? Where are the cows? Moo! All right. Anyhow, so why are you voting for the criminal? Why are you voting for the criminal? You want to answer? I'm really trying to get an answer out of you.
I've tried 7 fucking times.
But why are you being such a hypocrite when it comes to crime? You just said that you want to let criminals run free. You think that Kamala was prosecuting too much.
I never once fucking said that.
Sure, done, you did. You said, well, sir, that gummit, you just said that you're voting for a criminal. You said that you want to defund the police. You're voting for Donald Trump, who want to defund the police. And you also said that Kamala was over prosecuting. You said you hate police. I mean, clearly you support criminals. So why are you so mad, Linda?
That's a fucking point.
Linda, why are you voting for a criminal? Do you just want to break it down?
Here we go. He's voting for a criminal.
Dadgummit, you're not answering. You want to talk about something else?
Every time I try.
Every time you try. Sir, you're not saying anything. You just keep repeating that you keep trying to talk, but you're not actually talking. That's like me saying, I'm trying to blink as I refuse to blink, but I have the power to blink.
Let me talk, you dumb son of a bitch.
Oh, goodness gracious. Dadgum, you did it again, Joe. Goodness gracious. Calm down, Linda. Why are you voting for the criminal? Whenever you're ready.
Are you done talking?
Oh, gosh darn it, probably not. You want to hear a fiddle? Hold on, let's hear a fiddle. Ding dong ding. Da, 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 da. This is my fiddle for Linda, and it's a fiddle for Linda. All right, Linda, whenever you're ready, if you want to answer.
10 times and talked every time I tried to fucking
Linda, I'm just trying to get an answer out of y'all. Linda, why are you voting for the criminal whenever you're ready?
Keep going.
Yeah, I'm trying. Notice how it's silent, but you're not responding?
You got something to fucking say. There you go. Good boy.
Oh, you're so welcome, Uncle Daddy. I'm so proud of y'all. You're so welcome. Anyhow, how's your auntie mama doing? How's she doing? Is she doing good? All right now. I noticed I saw your teeth and I knew immediately. I was like, oh, ain't this the product of a little bit of one of those exceptions we talk about? Anyhow, let's get back on into it. So why are you voting for the criminal? Whenever you're ready.
Oh my God. Every time I try to fucking talk, you fucking talk. Shut your fucking mouth and listen.
Gosh darn it. Shucks. Jordan, thank you so much for the $5. And Dynamite, thank you for the $10. Logan, they just gave me Logan, there's no reason to crash out, Linda. They just gave me $15 because they dislike you so much. So thank you so much for being so dislikable. Anyhow, so why are you voting for the criminal whenever you're ready? I'm just trying to get an answer.
Are you going to let me talk?
I've been trying to for 30 minutes. You keep crying.
No, you haven't.
Thank you so much for the swan, Devin. Thank you so much. Whenever you're ready.
Motherfucker.
Whenever you're ready. Giddy up, little doggy. Hurry up. You got this. Come on now.
How do you
reel in the tractor. Whenever you're ready.
Every time I try to talk, you start talking.
Whenever you're ready. I've been waiting for half an hour now.
Okay. So, the question
just
that you
talk whenever you're ready.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Oh gosh darn it. Hold on. I'm going to read a book.
Well, I'd love to have you
I'm going to listen. Listen, Kylie, thank you so much for the $5. Linda, I'm going to let you talk and I'll sit here and I'll read a book you've never read. It's called The Constitution. it's your favorite firewood, but for us, it's the document that guides our nation. While you sit there, you tell me why you're voting for the criminal. I'm sure there's something about that somewhere in this Constitution. Whenever you're ready, go ahead.
I'm sure every time I talk, you're going to talk. So
sorry,
go
you
ahead,
say
bud.
something? Whenever you're ready, Puddin'.
What else you got to say?
Excuse me, what?
Anything else?
Yeah, Puddin', after you.
Little
Whenever
bit
you're ready, dadgummit.
Oh my God, send me a rose.
Are you ready to go?
Oh wow, look at the hair. Oh, nothing that time?
I don't know what you said. I can't really understand you with that accent right there. So why are you voting for the criminal? I'm reading Article 33 of Chapter 5 of this Constitution right here. You go ahead. I'm just going to read these articles whenever you're ready.
I've done tried 10 times and you won't shut your fucking mouth enough to listen.
Listen, cry harder for me, Linda. But while you're doing so, can you go milk the pigs? Can you at least do me a favor and cry in this cup so I could save the tears for later? It makes good Splenda.
Sure.
Add it into coffee.
Sure.
All right, thank you. I already collected a whole bottle filled for Melania Trump. Apparently, she ain't doing well.
I'm going to stay on here
very
till you shut
salty.
your fucking mouth.
Anyhow, whenever you're ready. Whenever you're ready.
I'm getting all kinds of fucking points from people
Well,
sending me shit.
congratulations.
You won't shut the fuck up.
Congratulations. Whenever you're ready, why are you voting for the criminal? I'm just trying to get an answer, Linda.
Oh my God, I've tried 10 fucking times and you won't let me fucking talk, you dumb son of a bitch.
Well, I don't need to name call now. Goodness gracious!
Oh,
you
yeah,
kiss
but
your
you're name
you
calling
kiss your
about my
mother.
fucking accent
Excuse
and
me,
everything?
Linda. You kiss your mother with that mouth?
God!
I'm
This
sure you do
fucking
kiss
guy.
your mother.
Yeah.
I'm sure you
Yeah.
are kissing your mother. So why are you voting for Donald Trump? Go on.
I hope you don't have kids because if you do, they're fucked.
You and I both. So tell me again, why are you voting for a felon?
I'm fucking trying. You won't shut the fuck up and let me talk.
I've tried 10 times. Whenever you're ready, Linda.
No, you've tried 20 times. and every
Linda,
time
you
I
keep
try to talk,
harping
you
on
talk.
it. Linda, why are you voting for the criminal?
Dude, I will stay on here.
Linda,
all
you
fucking
have
night.
nothing to say. Let's move
All
on.
fucking night I'll stay on here.
Apparently, you can't tell me why you're voting for the criminal. Let's talk about
Yeah.
something else. Do you believe in the Second Amendment?
Yeah.
Then why are you voting for the candidate that violated the Second Amendment with the bump stock ban in 2017-2018? This was overturned in June of this year by his own Supreme Court. That Supreme Court ruled Donald Trump is the first modern-day
false.
president to have violated the Constitution.
All
Why do you
false.
hate our Constitution so much? Why do you hate our Constitution?
That's all false.
I'm just curious why you hate our Constitution. Again,
That's-
this ain't
that's-
false. Look it
I
up.
just
Fact
told
check
you
me right
it's
now.
false.
Oh, fact
Prove
check
it.
me right now. Here,
I
go
just
get a
did.
fact check.
It's all false.
Yeah,
I'm not
doggy,
fact
go get a
checking
fact check.
Because when I leave,
Hold
you
on,
won't
go
let
get
me
a
back
fact
up
check.
here.
I'll wait. Get your fact check. I'll wait.
Nope. It's all false. You're so full of shit.
You're just saying it's false, but you're not giving a fact check. If it's false, look it up.
Dude,
Be
I
bad
have
gun
got
it. You
you-
just tell
I
me
have got
yeehaw.
you
Can
so
we get a
fucking serious.
yeehaw in the chat? Can we get a yeehaw in the chat? Let's get a yeehaw in the chat. Yeehaw! Anyhow, Lisa, I
yeah,
want
you
to
got
thank you. Hold on, Linda, I'm talking to Lisa now. Lisa, I want to thank you so much for the $20. And Trina, thank you for the $20 as well. Trina just gave me $20 to kick you. So on the count of 3, everybody, hocus pocus in 3, 2, 1. Hocus pocus, poof, and he's gone. And now I can stop talking with whatever accent that was. I was starting to get stuck with it. Like, you guys ever talk with an accent for too long and it sticks with you? It's like Donald Trump and that fake voice he's been using for decades. He can't get out of it anymore. Oh my gosh. He was so emotional. Was he not emotional? Folks, help us get to 1 million likes. I feel like once we get to 1 million likes, we'll move into Democrats. We'll do Kamala supporters instead of Trump supporters. Once we get to 1 million likes, we'll do Kamala supporters instead of Trump supporters. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes,
How old are you?
I'm 18.
You're a first-time voter voting for a criminal. What year were you born?
2006.
Wow. Okay. Words of advice. That's not the flex you think it is. You have a good day. Am I supposed to entertain somebody who is what? Like 10? At the time of the start of Donald Trump's presidency? Oh, yes. This person who was 10 is going to tell us about Donald Trump's economy. Sure. Kaylee, hi. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
As a transgender, yes, I am. And here is why.
Hold on one second. It's breaking up a little bit.
You don't want to say
Hold on.
Kamala's
One
for
second.
people.
Kaylee,
But
one
what
moment.
did she do
Kaylee!
for all those states?
It's breaking up. Hold on. Oh no. I lost Kaylee. Gosh darn it. Anyway, Kaylee, after you and I get detained under Donald Trump's fascist presidency, I'll see you on the other side, and you could tell me again how you voted away your rights. I'll see you on the other side. You, me, all the illegal immigrants, it'll just be us chilling around a campfire talking about how you voted for Donald Trump and voted your rights away. Roaches for raid. Roaches for raid. Slugs for salt. Hi, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump? Okay. Let's get up our next guest. Again, folks, when we get to 1 million likes, we're going to jump on in and do Kamala supporters instead of Trump supporters. But until then, we're going to continue with some more Trump supporters. Hello, guest.
I'm not even a Trump supporter. I'm going to keep it 100 with you. I'm going to just tell you.
I appreciate it. I'm just looking for some Trump supporters right now. That was funny, though. He goes, I'm not even a Trump supporter. I'm going to keep it 100 with you. At least you're honest. At least you're honest. Let's get some W's in the chat. That's awesome. That was cool. That was funny. Okay, let's get up our next guest. Hello, guest. Are you voting for the criminal?
I am.
Ew. That's all.
What?
No, that was all. Just ew. So why are you voting for a felon? Can we get some ews in the chat, please? Can you hurry up and respond? Do I have all day? Oh, you ran away. We got a runner! No! Look at some cow emojis in the chat, because we got a runner. Yeah! Herd the cattle. All right, let's get up our next guest. What's going on? Why are they running away? There's no reason to run away. I feel like I'm such a nice guy. Why are they running away? Gosh, no idea. Hi, guest. Are you voting for the criminal?
Mm-hmm. I am.
Ew. That's disgusting. So, what went wrong? Like, in your life to like make you vote for a felon? Like, what was it, like a childhood thing?
What makes you vote for?
You didn't get enough candy on Halloween.
What makes you vote for her?
Kamala Harris. Oh, I'm more than happy to tell you. May I put you on mute?
Oh, sure.
Okay. Thank you very much. Why am I voting for Kamala? Let's think about this. Oh, I know, because Kamala Harris is a middle-class black woman with middle-class roots. No matter how many times your party tries to gaslight us into thinking she isn't a black woman and she isn't middle-class. This is a woman who never forgot about her roots, became a district attorney, even though all the cards in America were socioeconomically stacked against her to ensure she never became a prosecutor. She prevailed nonetheless, becoming an attorney general, leading the largest Department of Justice, second only to the U.S. Department of Justice, becoming a United States Senator and a Vice President. The first black woman, mind you, to represent California. Let's also recommend that every MAGA Republican in the channel do some research. Kamala has the middle class policies and Donald Trump does not. Kamala Harris has a $25,000 down payment for first-time homebuyers. Kamala Harris has a $50,000 down payment for first-time business entrepreneurs. That is many of you MAGA Republicans in the chat as we speak. That is for you. Kamala has a $6,000 permanent child tax credit that will benefit first-time parents. Donald Trump has no such policy. No such policy. Yet he claims to be pro-life. It should tell you something. Something's deeply wrong with Donald Trump when he claims to be pro-life, but Kamala has more pro-life policies than him, that being the $6,000 permanent child tax credit. But Kamala also believes in the right to choose. She says, if you want to have a child, have that child, I will support you financially. But if you are not ready to give birth, you have the choice to define your own destiny. Donald Trump says no right to choose for women, and we're not going to financially support them. That is not pro-life. That is pro-forced birth. Kamala Harris gave us the Inflation Reduction Act, the American Rescue Plan, the CHIPS and Science Act, the infrastructure package, created tens of thousands of good-paying jobs, double the amount of jobs that Donald Trump created on a monthly average, not even including pandemic jobs created or lost. Kamala Harris added half the amount of debt that Donald Trump added. Half the amount of debt, double the amount of jobs. Donald Trump, mind you, Donald Trump's, you want to run away? I ain't done. I'm going to keep going. Donald Trump's own vice president, his own vice president isn't running with him. When your own vice president refuses to endorse you, that speaks volumes to how weak of a candidate you are. When your own chief of staff calls you a fascist, something is wrong. When your own cabinet secretaries refuse to endorse you and are instead endorsing Kamala Harris, something is wrong. Donald Trump, the man who incited the textbook definition of an insurrection, the man who committed sexual abuse, civil fraud, and 34 felony counts. Mind you, it's not that hard to stay out of jail so long as you don't commit crimes. But Donald Trump is out on bail awaiting sentencing, and I look forward to the day I watch him march his rear end into a prison cell in Georgia. I'm looking forward to the day that we can say Donald Trump is no longer a thought in our minds, and that the right to choose is protected under Kamala Harris. That the right to live free and fair and true to yourself, to educate your kids how you see fit, to join a union if you choose to do so, to vote how you feel free and fair to do so. Kamala Harris, who says that she's going to support our veterans, I'm going to vote for her. She's got my vote. You asked why I'm voting for Kamala? That's why I'm voting for Kamala. Kamala Harris never used the graves of soldiers and exploited soldiers to benefit her own political profit. That was Donald Trump. Kamala Harris never said defund the police. That was Donald Trump. April 5th, 2023, post is still on Truth Social. Kamala Harris, you listening? Never violated the Second Amendment. Donald Trump violated the Second Amendment. It was overturned, his bump stock ban in June of this year by his own Supreme Court, ruling he is the first modern day president to violate the Constitution, ironically, the Second Amendment. Donald Trump says he's going to build a wall. Kamala tried to do it because Donald Trump failed to do so, and then Donald Trump blocks her from doing it. Kamala gives us a border package. Donald Trump blocks it. Kamala gives us an infrastructure package. Donald Trump said he was going to, and he did not. Donald Trump said he was going to replace the ACA. 10 years later, still no plan. You ask why I'm voting for Kamala? Hopefully that's enough for you. Was that enough? Chat, does that sound like enough? I feel like that was enough, but I can keep going. I think that was enough, though. You ask? I deliver. Anyway, she ran away because she realized... I like how she ran away because she realized she was outmatched. She like comes up and is like, why are you voting for Kamala? And she definitely expected me to say I'm voting for Kamala because she's a black woman. When instead I slapped her down left and right, and this woman runs away because she couldn't keep up. Okay. Not the one. I am not the one. Hi, guest. Are you voting for the criminal?
I am, and you're voting for Skamala.
You must be fun at parties. I bet you get invited all the time. So why are you voting for a felon?
Mouth gets you in trouble. You're up here propaganding all this BS, and I'm sure the vice president bent you over and fucking stuck his big pudding pop up your asshole.
You want to see what up my butt? Ma'am, listen, everybody's got their kinks, but there's no reason to show that kind of interest in me. I mean, respectfully, you could be my grandmother's age, right? Like you're past your prime. You know, you don't gotta fantasize about me. That was a little weird. Don't you think? Anyway, so I'm trying to ask why you're voting for the criminal, and you're going into like fantasizing about my body, which again, you can do, just do it on your own time. You don't gotta do it here. So why are you voting for the criminal? Whenever you're ready. You sound very classy. I'm sure that you, yeah, anyway, so why?
So that's the vice president's job to take you, knowing what your asshole.
The vice president's
bullshit
job
that comes
to
out of your
take
mouth
me?
is
Excuse
brainwashing.
Me, pardon me. The vice president's job to take me? Are you saying she's going to give me a job? Oh my gosh, guys, W's in the chat. I think she's saying that the vice president's about to hire me. I assume you mean Tim Walz, right? Because he's about to be vice president anyway. So I assume you're talking about Tim Walz. Can we get some W Walz in the chat? Anyway, let's move on to the next guest. This one's delirious. I don't know why she's fantasizing about me, though. It's a little weird. Like, again, like, do it on your own time. Normally, when you fantasize about somebody, you don't tell them you're fantasizing about them, right? Like, everybody fantasizes, but, you know, normally we don't tell the people that we're fantasizing about them. It's a little weird. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't really know what goes on in Alabama. Maria, hi. Maria. Okay. Bye. I don't want to talk to you either. We're almost at 1 million likes. Once we get to 1 million likes, we are going to start talking to Kamala supporters. Kina, thank you so much for the $20. That is so nice. Thank you so much for the love. I appreciate it. The Trump supporters today are delirious. So like I said, we'll set that standard. Once we get to 1 million likes, we're going to talk to Kamala supporters instead, because the Trump supporters are just too out of the rockers today. Like this one, Kelly, I could already tell. You're probably crazy, ain't you? Are you voting for Donald Trump? Kelly? Am I getting ghosted? Kelly, I'm just going to enjoy this time, you and me together. It's really nice. I love being close to you like this. This is great. This is really nice. Just you, me, and the silence. Do you know what's crazy? She joined just to join, and she was waiting for me to kick her, but because I didn't kick her, she felt awkward and then kicked herself. My hands are here. She kicked herself. Like, she literally left on her own. She was like pretending she wasn't there just to troll, and then she in fact was there and felt very awkward. See, I can out awkward a troll, let's be real. Hi. Are you voting for Donald Trump? Guess.
What? Not even off it.
Is that SpongeBob? Are you voting for Donald Trump? Probably not voting for Donald Trump, because I only see 1K at the beginning of your name, and I know you Trump supporters prefer 3. Let's get up our next guest. Hi, Sandy.
Hi.
Hi, are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes. Yes, I did. Hello? Hello?
Hi, do you hear me? Do you hear me?
I could hear you, but I don't know if you could hear me.
Okay, yeah. So about the policy. So, do you know a bit about that?
Yes, I did vote for him, but the reason
No,
why
I'm asking about the stance on the negotiation. Can you talk about that?
it looks like my feed's breaking out. I really can't understand you. Can you just repeat that again?
Yeah. So I just repeated it twice. Let me try one more time. So again, do you want to move rooms? Maybe it might, because it does show that you're lacking a bar. Do you want to move rooms?
No, it's okay. I think it's my signal, but thank you.
Okay. Yeah, sure. So once more time. So again, stance on the negotiation policy. The policy was about the economics. A matter of where you stand with Donald Trump. So do you agree with that policy or not?
No.
Gotcha. Okay, then can you tell us a little bit more about where he stands on that? Sandy? Okay, I'll let you go, Sandy. You have a good one. She ran away. All right, we hit 1 million likes. Kamala supporters, come on up. Let's talk. Where's all my Kamala supporters at? Come on up. She was too stunned to speak. That was funny. Oh my gosh. That was funny. I was going to make her move a whole room. I was just wasting her time because I could. I saw that we hit 1 million likes, and I was like, I'm not going to keep talking to her. So if you're a Kamala supporter, come on up. Let's talk. I want to talk to you. If you're a Kamala supporter, I want to know why you're voting for Kamala. In a past life, I was actually a singer. I wasn't. Hi, how you doing, Terry?
Hello. Hi.
Hi. Are you voting for Kamala?
Years old. Oh, yes, I am. I'm 65 years old, and I do not want to lose my Social Security, one. And two, I face the fact that my children are both Republicans, and they both have already voted, and they voted for Trump. And I could not change their minds. They're in their 40s. What do you do? You know, I couldn't change their minds. But I wasn't going to cause me not to speak to them again. So
I'll tell you what, I've never met a smart Trump supporter. and I stand on that today. Sometimes you can lead a horse to water, but you really can't make it sing a fiddle for you. And these MAGA Republicans, I mean, even today, everybody saw the conversations. They know nothing about policy. They know nothing.
And they believe everything he says. He said, I don't believe, I was not involved in Project 2025, and they believed that. And when everything said otherwise, they believed it. And I couldn't convince them otherwise. So anyway,
It's okay. Listen, you tried. And I think at the core of this, we got to understand, like, you were putting freedom first, and you're doing the research, and you're putting your rights first, and you're fighting for your family nonetheless, even if some folks may disagree. But I think that you should be applauded for that. So thank you for voting for freedom and not voting for the fascist. Seriously, on behalf of, I'm Gen Z, on behalf of my generation, thank you for doing that.
well, thank you. Well, thank you for having me.
Thank
Talk
you,
to
Terry.
you later.
Have a
Bye.
good one.
Mhm.
Okay, let's get up our next guest. I love how Trump supporters are trying to pretend they're Kamala supporters. Like, guys, if you're going to come up here and say you're like a Kamala supporter, maybe change your bio first. Just a thought. They like change their profile photo to a photo of Kamala, and then they click on the bio, and it's like Trump 2024. Like, change your bio, guys. Victoria, hi. Are you voting for Kamala?
I actually already did. I'm an early voter in NC. North Carolina.
Yeah! Let's get some W's in the chat. That's awesome. What was the process like? Was it easy? Was it hard?
Well, I mean, the actual like process of going to do it was pretty easy. What's hard though is that the only person I live with is a Trump supporter. So she actively tried to go against me there, my mom.
Gotcha.
But I do have to say I really love your lives and stuff, and like you helped me get a lot more educated. And I tried my best to argue with her about that and tried to tell her I tried your trick with the border policy.
Did it work?
No.
Oh. Did she fall for it?
She did.
She did. Yeah. See, it's tough because they do fall for it, and they just for some reason can't build the bridge to recognize their own hypocrisy. Like, you endorse her policy, but then you realize it's not about policy. Some people are really just voting based off of who these two people are at their looks or their core, and you can't change those minds sometimes. And like, that's okay, because fortunately there's not enough of those minds to win the election. So we're about to get our Madam President. But
yes, I'm hoping for it. I'm hoping that NC turns blue. This is my first presidential election that I voted in, so hoping she wins.
I mean, y'all are looking like it. Like, North Carolina, it's really given the 2008 Obama election. Your electorate, the turnout, y'all are doing great. So, but thank you for coming up. I appreciate
thank you so much. You have a good night.
One. You too. Alrighty, folks, let's get up our next guest. If you are voting for Kamala Harris, join the guest request and let's have a conversation about it. Alyssa, hi. You gotta unmute. You're on mute. Alyssa, here, let me see if I can send you a request on. Oh, it won't let me request to unmute you. I'm sorry, Alyssa. I gotta get up the next guest. If you do come back, though, I'll keep an eye out. Okay, let's get up our next guest.
Hey.
Hi, how you doing, Tracy?
I'm doing so good. I voted for Kamala.
Nice.
We've got it. I'm in Florida.
Yeah, W Florida's in the chat, please.
Let
This
me
is awesome.
tell you,
This is great.
Florida, you guys don't hear everything, but we're turning blue. There's a blue tidal wave coming, and we're going to do it. The only problem we have is our governor. And I say that because I don't trust him. And he's the one that has appointed the Electoral College to the state of Florida.
Yeah.
I have to have faith in the process, but I'm worried. But I know we're going to win this, and we're going to have Madam President, and we're going to have women's rights restored. And I want to thank you for educating me. Like I said, I'm 60 years old. I have learned so much by getting and listening to you. I love how you run those little Trumpers. It makes my heart a flutter. And when I have my arguments with people, I have facts that I can fall back on. I have done some fact checking on you, not because I didn't validated. I just want to see. I'm a visual person.
Mm-hmm.
So if I read it, I see it, I adhere it more, and I have those facts that I can throw at people. And I've actually got a couple of people to flip this year. So
that's awesome. First
I'm
off,
very
thank you for
happy,
doing that
so-
work. Thank you so much for doing that work. And also thank you for doing that work in the Florida area. I mean, I believe you when you say like Florida will go blue. I think if any year is the year for Florida to once more go blue, it's this year.
Absolutely.
Same with Georgia, North Carolina, Arizona.
It's going to be a tsunami. It's going to be we know she's going to win the popular vote. That is absolutely not a challenge. But I think she will win if she takes the Electoral College and it's fair. I think she'll take it more than 300.
No, I agree.
I think she is going to wipe the states with
I agree. I agree. I think that people are giving Donald Trump too much credit. And at the core, and I've looked over the numbers. I'm a numbers guy. I love my numbers. But I look over the numbers. I look over the stats. But all in all, we also just have to ask ourselves, stats aside, which the stats point to Kamala winning nonetheless. But stats aside, how would Donald Trump possibly be more popular today when he just barely won the Electoral College in 2016? How would he be more popular today after the pandemic, after the convictions, after the sexual abuse, the civil fraud, the 2 impeachments, the indictments, the insurrection?
I don't understand how people have faith in someone. He's like, well, he's a good businessman. He ran every business he owned into the ground. How can you say he was good at anything? He wasn't even good at being a husband. He cheated on him, and then he buries a wife on a golf course so he doesn't have to pay taxes? Seriously?
Yeah.
What kind of human being is that? He's just he's a pimple on society that needs to be popped.
Ivana Trump, that poor woman, let me tell you something.
She fell downstairs. How quinkadinky is that?
Mods, it seems like Delta Dawn was just blocked. Can you please go into the settings and please make sure she's unblocked? And also, if you're blocking folks, please double check that they're a MAGA Republican. Thank you. and thank you, Tracy, for coming up. I appreciate you taking the time.
Thank you so much.
Let's get up our next guest. Thank you again to our mods, though. Could we please get some W mods in the chat? Thank you to our mods for taking the time to keep the chat clean and as a safe space. Just once again, if you are blocking folks, please be very careful and use the mute button more than you like block is my thing, I think. Hi, Arya. Did I say it right? Is it Arya?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, right? Are you voting for Kamala?
I've actually already voted for Kamala. I actually voted on, I think it was last Tuesday, I voted for her. I voted early. And it was only about 5 people in front of me, and took me about 20 minutes. It was really easy. It was really fast. I'm here in Texas.
W Texas is in the chat. Yo, we got North Carolina, we got Texas, we got Florida. Y'all, this is awesome. Yeah. All right. So how was the process? The process was okay?
Process was really easy. I went around 3:30 in the afternoon, so it was really between lunchtime and when people were getting off work. But like in the morning, there was a line outside the building, down the street, all the way down the street. It was insane. Probably 100 people in line easily. But about 3:30, there was only about 15, 20 people in line, and there were about 30 people voting at once.
So what I'm hearing is vote earlier in the day. That's awesome.
It's amazing. Awesome. I loved it. Thank you for voting for Kamala. Thank you for supporting her. Thank you for supporting democracy.
Thank you as well. I appreciate it. Have a good one.
You too. Bye.
Folks, this is so exciting. We had a North Carolinian come up, a Texan come up. What is it for Florida? Is it Floridian? Floridian? Floridian. It's got to be Floridian. Is it Floridian? Am I saying it right? Floridian? It sounds like a mermaid. I like it. Floridian.
Oh.
Hi, Tara Lynn, how you doing?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. You voting for Kamala?
I am. I'm going to vote on Wednesday.
What state?
Illinois.
Oh no! Let's go. All right, let's get some W Illinois in the chat. This is awesome. So your plan's Wednesday, you said?
Yeah. I moved, so I have to go on Wednesday to change my polling place anyway. So I'm just gonna go ahead and vote.
That makes sense. So why are you voting for Kamala?
I like her policies a lot more. I think she's for women and for the middle class, much more so than old Donald. And I think it would also just be really cool to see a woman president. She's gonna do better than Donald would, and she'll be the first woman president.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited for it. I love. I've noticed this when you ask a Democrat or a Kamala supporter, whether they be Republican, Independent, if they're voting for Kamala, they have you yourself. You have a reason to vote for Kamala. Even today, in today's conversations with any Trumpers I've spoken to, it's always the same thing. I like Trump's haircut. And it's like, we could do that. It doesn't...
Or the economy being better.
Right.
He inherited Obama's economy, so of course it's going to be better.
Yep. And it's also crazy because the economy now is exactly as it was. So they're like, the economy was so much better then. And it's like pre-pandemic levels on gas, the inflation rate's identical. What do you... And
exactly. I try and tell people that all the time. The inflation rate is the same now as it was in 2017, 2018?
Yeah, 2018, exactly.
Yeah, and then they start talking about, well, he's gonna lower inflation. His tariffs are going to screw us.
Yup.
But I just wanted to get on here and tell you how much I appreciated you doing this. And you are my favorite person to watch on lives. You make it so fun and humorous. I just love joining these.
Listen, I think all in all, again, the part of why I do this, when Trumpers come up here, they think I'm trying to change their minds. No, if a Trumper is think about this, guys. If a Trumper is going on to TikTok to talk about their candidate when their candidate is a felon, something is wrong with them. So I'm not going to change their mind. They are not cognitively available, if that makes sense. Something's wrong. And so I'm not looking to change their mind. I'm looking to point them out as the hypocrite they are. Like when I do that border policy thing where I trick them into endorsing Kamala's border policy, or when I have them talk about their blatant ignorance, or they spew their hateful rhetoric. It's to sway moderate Republicans who I know are listening in. Statistically, and on my analytics, I see well over hundreds and hundreds per live stream of moderate Republicans tuning in. And I receive messages every morning from moderate Republicans who are switching to Kamala because they just don't want to be associated with the Trumpers who come up here. And rightfully so, because they're insane.
It's psychotic. Some of the things that come out of their mouths, like that one lady that was talking about Kamala is going to get you or whatever. That was wild.
Right.
So out of left field.
It's so weird, but listen, my mom taught me when somebody goes to clap, you just clap back twice as hard. So taking Ma's advice. But thank you so much, Tara Lynn.
Yeah, no problem. Before I go, I wanted to ask you, what is this new Skamala? Is that supposed to be scam?
Weird. Yeah, but they can't say it right. So
they spell it wrong.
Yeah. So basically, Donald Trump was peddling the whole scam a la, economically, let's call her scam a la. But then Trumpers can't do anything right, so they couldn't even get the name he was peddling right, and now they're saying scum a la, which just...
Oh my god!
They can't get their messaging right, so it's...
No.
The same thing,
thank you so much.
One more too, Donald Trump, same thing with the messaging that they can't get accurate. Donald Trump is saying that Kamala under prosecutes, that she lets criminals run free. He has thousands of signs that are Trump, will lock up, Kamala will crime, Heather, thank you so much for the galaxy. Yeah. That's what Trump says. But then they come up here because they're so uneducated that they're saying, well, she over prosecutes. So guys, is she letting criminals run free or is she locking too many up? Get your messaging right.
Pick a side. Yes.
Thank you for coming
Thank you so much. No problem.
Alrighty, folks. Again, if you are voting for Kamala, feel free to come on up. I want to talk. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Kamala?
Oh, I already did, actually.
What? What state? How was the process? Was it easy? Was it tough?
Tennessee. I'm in Tennessee. But luckily, I'm in like the most Democrat part of Tennessee, so
gotcha.
It's actually not too bad for me.
Well, that's good.
I just wish the rest of the state thought the same way.
No, I hear you. Listen, it's a beautiful state, though, nonetheless. But was the process like decent? Was it easy? Did they make it
Yeah,
tough?
it was very easy. No line at all when I went to early vote. It was great.
Gotcha. Why are you voting for Kamala?
Well, I mean, I'm pretty left leaning. I love like Bernie Sanders. He would be ideal for me, but his time has kind of passed, sadly. But Kamala, I think, will do great things. I already love the ideas about what she plans to do with housing. Giving people some money back for first-time home buyers. I think that's great. Also, just giving families more financial support for their first child or just having kids. I think those are great things. It's honestly the most pro-life thing I've seen. It's coming from the left, so it's kind of good to see.
Yeah, I think and especially with you mentioning Bernie Sanders, something so important about that guy. Like he has always stood on what he has believed in, right? Like, even Joe Biden, right?
Mm-hmm.
Joe Biden was not for, at one point, same-sex marriage. Then he was, right? And people changed. Bernie Sanders has been like that since birth. Like, that guy has never changed. And we see that in some of the policies now, too. And I think that that's something we see with Kamala as well. Kamala has been exactly as she is since birth. She doesn't, change her positions on this stuff. Like, she'll meet in the middle on some things, but her values remain the same, just like Bernie. So I really love that. I think it's cool to have candidates who are like as they were, not like candidates who are bending for politics, like how Donald Trump was so willing to throw the border bill under the bus to benefit himself. Like, you don't get that kind of stuff with Bernie. You don't get that kind of stuff with Kamala. So I just think it's cool. But
She does a great job of articulating her middle ground as well, explaining this is maybe where my policy might have sounded 4 or 5 years ago, but this is why my policy is more situated as it is now. And one other thing I wanted to say, which is an interesting thing that I noticed, which is something I guess maybe done from Biden, is actually my cat is diabetic. So she has to have insulin, and she uses human insulin because the vet, animal insulin, is just it doesn't work as well for her. But her insulin is also actually $35, which is amazing.
Really?
So, yes. So I saved money on keeping her alive with Biden's policy, and that wouldn't be in place if Trump was in office.
Okay, that's awesome. I didn't know that. I'm gonna mention that in my future conversations. That's awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty
really
cool. But thank you so much for having me up. You do great work.
Hey, I appreciate it, man. You have a good one.
You too.
Alrighty, folks. Again, if you're voting for Kamala, come on up. I'm not going to be able to get to everybody, but I am going to try my best. Oh, we already got... Oh, I think the guest request is full. My gosh. We got 100 people. I love this community so much. We have such a good community. We really do. Hi, Sandra. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. It's always great to end some of these live streams. Sorry.
Oh.
Asthma. Asthma in the chat. Where's all my asthmaniacs at? And where's my
I got
inhaler?
it too.
You got it too. We're twinning.
Yeah.
So, why are you voting for Kamala?
Johnny, I am 74 years old and I have 4 daughters. I've got granddaughters and I've got great granddaughters, 5 of them. And I'll be damned if I see this man go through and have to, where my daughters are going through that, my granddaughters may go through that. I mean, I marched years ago on this. Yeah. So for me, it is a big, big thing for women's rights. And the other thing is the vets. He treats them terribly, terribly. And I have an uncle that fought with Patton, one that was flu. I have a brother that was in Vietnam, 2 husbands that were in Vietnam, and is like, no, you don't treat our vets like that.
Right.
And the other thing is the LGBTQ. Come on, to tear these families apart and the children and stuff. Who in the hell is this man? It's horrible, and it means this is why I'm voting. And I've been telling everybody, I've been telling my family that please vote, please vote. It's so so important. So,
Yeah. And, you're absolutely right, especially when it comes to our veterans as well. I mean, at the core of this conversation, the difference between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris is whether or not you want freedom or you want fascism. I mean, and that's not me saying he's a fascist. Donald Trump's own chief of staff said he's a fascist.
Yep.
That is Donald Trump's right-hand man saying he's a fascist. I mean, come on now. And, I'm not comfortable. From a very young age, I was taught by my mom, my pa, that you are to uplift veterans. You are going to fight for those who are fighting for you. And Donald Trump not only dodged a draft, the guy insults war heroes like John McCain, refuses to bring home Marines like Paul Whelan, doesn't hold Vladimir Putin accountable for putting bounties on the heads of our soldiers, and let alone Donald Trump, who exploits the graves of soldiers at Arlington National Cemetery. I mean, I'm not comfortable with voting for that. None of us should be.
Nope. And, I've already voted. My daughter voted, and it's like we're just telling everybody, because it's that important. This is our life. And if he gets in, I'm just hoping I can get out of this country,
I apologize. I might have missed it. What state did you vote in again?
Nevada.
Guys, we got, okay. All right, y'all. This is so exciting. It's all the swing states coming up. Do you folks understand how, chat, can we please get some W Nevadas? Do y'all understand how amazing it is that we're getting all the swing states here? Like, everybody coming up is like, I'm from whatever swing state. This is huge. Thank you so much for voting, Sandra. I appreciate it.
Yeah, in our state, we threw them out once, we threw them out twice, and now we're going to throw them out again. Nevada's going to take it.
I believe it.
For Harris. So, hey, we're going.
Well, we can't win it without your state, so we're counting on you.
We're going.
The finish line.
We're going, mister. We're going.
1 week. Thank you for coming out. See you on Inauguration Day. Have a good one.
Bye-bye.
All right, folks, let's get up our next guest. We got Susie coming up. 1 more week. It feels, isn't that crazy? Chat, does it not? Guys, doesn't it feel so like it's happening? It's happening. Hello, Susie. How you doing?
Good. How are you? Oh my gosh. I'm so happy.
I'm happy that I get to talk to you. So are you voting for Kamala?
Right. Oh, definitely. I've already early voted. Of course. I'm in Texas.
Yeah! All right. Texas! You're showing up. W Texas. That's awesome.
Yes.
So why so? Why so?
Well, good. Everything. Just everything about her. Her policies, just her in general. You know what I'm saying? It's like, and the lady before, the 74, my mom was 74. She passed away in June.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
She was an advocate. Like, we had to vote, and we had to take our pictures, send them to her. She made sure we vote.
Oh, she sounds wonderful.
She would have known that Kamala was running. Oh my God. So yes, definitely. That I'm starting to cry.
No, it's okay. And listen, she does know. She does know.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she's gonna know, and she's gonna be cheering you on as we all run across that finish line. So
yeah, I mean, she made me feel like, because she was 74 and she had 4 daughters. My mom had 5 daughters, lots of granddaughters, lots of great granddaughters. I'm just like, oh.
Yeah.
Well, she made me cry. I was just like, oh, man, it's so powerful. I make sure my daughters are all of age. I have a 20 and 21-year-old and a son. So everybody, make sure they vote, make sure they register, please. This is like, it's not even there shouldn't even be no debating why. And there should be you should not be undecided. Period.
No, I agree. I mean, at this point too, we had somebody come up today and they were saying, I'm still undecided. I'm done playing with that. Listen, if we were like 4 or 5 months ago, I would entertain that. A week out, nobody's undecided. Stop playing. Nobody, statistically speaking, nobody is actually undecided.
Exactly.
To be clear in the chat too, for all of y'all listening, if somebody tries to waste your time by saying they're undecided, don't waste your time. They're not. Nobody is undecided at this point. It's just silly. But
and I love your content. I love what you do. Tasika, I love her. Jaden, I love all of you guys. You guys are awesome. And I'm a Gen X. You know what I'm saying? So, and it's just so amazing how y'all guys just like, you guys are just powerful. You guys are powerful in your own being.
I just want to say, everything I've learned from organizing, programming, coding, everything I've learned from campaigning, from public service has all come from Gen X. Like I remember at a very, very young age, like ballot stuffing, not ballot stuffing, like, where you stuff the envelopes, the ballot stuff.
Yeah.
Like I think it was called ballot stuffing, right? Is that the right term?
Mhm.
I haven't
Yeah.
done that in a while. I normally make phone calls now, but you folks taught me how to like run through the scripts, do vote builder. So from a Gen Zer to a Gen Xer, thank you for that, because I only got involved in this at the get-go because your generation taught me right from wrong, and I appreciate that.
I love my Gen X. Love them. So,
Well, thank you so much, and thank you for coming up. Have a good one, okay?
you as well. Thank you.
See you at the finish line. Folks, we are so going to win this. Do we understand that we have so many, it's all the swing state voters? I'm going to cry, guys. Oh, we got Alyssa. Woo, my asthma. Why is this asthma doing it? Alyssa, hi, welcome back.
Hi, can you hear me this time?
I can hear you this time.
I was flustered. Okay. So hi, I'm from Florida. I'm actually on the Georgia-Florida border. Okay.
Oh,
so
cool.
that's terrifying in itself for me. But I voted for Kamala last week. I woke
That's
up
awesome.
I woke up at 4 a.m., right? And out of nowhere, I was like, why am I up so early? And I just sat up and I'm like, I need to go vote. So I got up and I was the first one there.
That's so awesome.
It's like the spirit of Kamala was inside of me and she woke
The spirit
me.
of,
So
yep, no, 100%. She was like, hey, get the F up. Like, you got an election to win.
Literally,
That's awesome.
I've been on since, the guy from earlier with the accent, and I could totally say that's a normal conversation here where I live. And it's really disheartening. But then all these other people came on and shared their stories. Like Tracy is also from Florida, so she gave me hope. And then it's causing so much family trauma, this election.
Oh, I get that. Oh,
In 2016, I was 16, right? But this election is so much more emotionally charged to me because I'm an adult now, I guess. But I just want everyone that's listening, take care of yourselves. And you too, Johnny, you do this every day. Every day you do this. And you are a gift. You're an angel. And I love you. But I just wanted to come up
Jax.
here and say, everyone, take care of yourselves. This is a lot. We were not meant for this. Humans were
No.
meant to,
Oh my gosh. No,
meant to be, like by a creek eating a banana, enjoying the sunshine, okay? This is
do we
too much.
do we not? And first off, thank you so much for saying that, and thank you for everything you're doing too, and thank you for voting at 4 a.m. Oh my gosh. Do we all understand how Republicans, Trumpers, have been running a campaign for 10 years? We've only gotten a couple months. We deserve an applause, right? I think, guys, they've been campaigning for 10 years. We've got a few months to educate an entire country and globe on our candidate. We did so good. We've done great, so we should be proud.
Country and globe.
Alyssa, there's a little bit of an echo. I'm gonna let you go. I appreciate you coming up, though, Alyssa. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Yeah, there is. Bye, guys. Love
Bye.
you. Love you.
I'm so sorry. I know that there was that echo going on. Thank you so much for coming up, Alyssa. It was nice meeting you and nice talking with you. Folks, we're going to try to get a few more Kamala supporters up here. Okay, we're going to cut out some of these MAGA Trumpers who are pretending to be Kamala supporters. Hi, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. By chance, am I on a speakerphone or something? It's cutting out just a little bit. I can't quite hear you all the way. I think she's fixing it.
Can you guys hear me now?
I can hear you now. How you doing?
Perfect. I'm doing great. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. So are you voting for Kamala?
Of course I am.
Tell us more.
So, I honestly was never really into politics until Donald Trump decided to run for office, and I was like, no. So, all 3 terms, I voted against him, obviously. But Kamala has definitely made me more interested in politics this year. I think within the last 4 months, I've been on lives almost every day listening to this crap every day. Sorry, not crap, good things. But
No, you're right. You're right.
Crap.
They're crazy. The Trumpers are crazy. It's crap. It's
Yes.
fine.
I actually, so today, because of the whole stuff last night, I talked to my mom. I was like, I know you were undecided. I need you to confirm you're not voting for Donald Trump. She lives in Montana, which obviously is a red state, and she
It's
said
also one of the most
that
important
man
states.
is not her president.
Good. Because Montana is very important this year. So
Yes, I need that to switch a little bit. But yeah, I just was very excited that you were taking up Kamala supporters, and I love you. So I just wanted to say hi.
Listen, if we always end these nights just by talking to Trump supporters, listen, it would probably be my last night. Like,
Yes.
can't end
Ruins
that way. So, I'm sorry. So what was the process like? Now, did you say that you had already voted, just to confirm?
I
again?
haven't yet,
Haven't
but
yet?
I do see that the polar location closest to me is open on Saturday, so I'm going to do it then.
Oh, that's so nice.
Yes, because
I would love
I get
that.
off work at 5 and it closes at 5, so
Yeah.
that doesn't work for me.
Gotcha. I did my mail-in, but I was really hoping to vote in person. But I do want to spend that day like canvassing to voters. So
Understandable.
they even give me a sticker. I didn't even get the I voted sticker.
You didn't get the sticker in the mail?
No. I'm like,
That's
what?
rude.
Thank you. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's why. That was the whole reason why I voted. No, I'm
I
just
want to
kidding.
show off.
But thank you so much for coming up. I
Thank
appreciate
you guys. Have a wonderful evening.
it. You too. And Delta Dawn, welcome back. I'm sorry, Delta Dawn. Are you in the guest request? Let me get you up here. I saw that you got blocked. We unblocked you. I'm sorry. I don't know what happened.
Oh my God. First of all, let me turn off my head cozy thing because you're not going to be able to hear me.
Wait, what's a head cozy?
Okay. Yeah. I don't know what happened, but yeah, I got blocked out. I was like, what the hell's going on?
I'm so sorry. I don't know what happened. I saw your message and I was like, no.
I was like in a full on panic. I watch you all the time. My 11-year-old daughter watches you with me. She loves you. She's like, oh my God, I like this guy. You're actually getting her into this.
I'm sorry, Ma.
She's good. And anyway, I wanted to ask you, I've been wanting to ask you for a couple days. I know that you're going out in Pennsylvania. I'm in upstate New York, which is basically northern Pennsylvania, just over, just up past Binghamton. I can say up here, which it's all the same, Scranton, Wilkes-Barre, like up in here, Binghamton and stuff. I am not seeing the amount of outward Trump support in the country area up here. How is it looking down there? Like, what's your opinion of what you're seeing on the ground there in Pennsylvania?
It's doing really, really well. I'll say first off, a lot of the counties that we're going to want to look at, and I'm about to read you something that I thought was cool as well, that I did the other day. It's just a little test. A lot of the counties that we need to focus in, for example, Luzerne County, where Wilkes-Barre is, Lehigh County, Monroe County. Monroe needs to go blue. That's not negotiable. Pike County needs to lean a little further blue, maybe go purple. It can't be deep red. Erie County has to be blue. Beaver County must be blue. And then Philadelphia, and more importantly, the suburbs need to go far blue along with Center County. And so those are the counties that I'm really looking at. And they're like, we're doing really well.
They're looking good.
Both with the vote by mail ballot. And then also in its entirety, just door knocking. There's more engagement. And then even down, and we should never vote based off of signs, of course. Like, don't ever get comfortable just because of signs.
No, I know that. I know, but I'm just saying the outward.
No.
I'm 47.
I gotta tell you. So I was gonna say
outward is so out right now.
Well, that's what. Yeah, exactly. So I was traveling with some friends, and we were traveling from Penn State and Center County to Philadelphia to the Poconos, which we're talking hundreds of miles meeting voters, and we counted 109 Kamala signs, 16 Trump signs. Okay, we were driving through rural PA. Like there were no Trump signs out. So I don't listen. It could be that he's broke, but
yeah, it's just that they're just definitely not as out with it this time. I'm not saying that they're gone by any means. I'm not that stupid, but I'm saying they're not as out with it.
Yeah, they're running scared, and they should be.
Fine. Well, they should be hanging their head saying they should be disgusted by themselves. This bleh.
I mean, literally, listen, we've gotten a decade to learn about Donald Trump by now, and Nobody likes what they've learned. Not even Melania Trump. Like, where is Melania, by the way? Anybody see her? Like,
somebody needs to check on her. Look, I remember when
probably buried on a golf course
talking about before Trump ever ran. I remember, I was in my young 20s, like, and it's like people started to, like, because he's with the Barack Obama shit. Like, that was my real, I'm actually gold star with all political elections, meaning my local and presidential. But Obama was like my thing, and Bernie with the bird, like that was just like a crazy great time, honestly. But Trump started coming around and he was making all of his comments and stuff. People were like, he should run for president. I was like, are you people insane? I've been saying it for years. And I still I'm 47. I still have my Facebook. So every time that one comes up in a memory, I post it and write, oh, look at that. Back in 2006, I knew y'all were fucking crazy. It didn't get better. But anyway, yeah, you're awesome. I love you.
Well, thank you.
You're doing what you do, and I think you're funny. And I think the funniest shit is when you're like, "Ew, is that a kink?"
So originally, a lot of as we get closer to the election, I want to be so clear. Part of what I'm really trying to do is, as fast as possible, wasting the least amount of time, trying to get them to show their blatant ignorance and hate-filled rhetoric. The best way to do that is to just poke the bear a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all know how I used to be. I used to be so slow and kind, and I just
that much, which is really weird.
Time.
Yeah, they're gross people.
Exactly. It's like, oh, you voted for Trump? Ew. That's enough to go crazy. But
if anybody asks me if I'm voting for Trump, I'm always like, ew, gross.
Exactly. Thank you so much for coming up.
Have a good night. Thank you.
All right, folks. We're going to do a couple more, and then we're going to call it. And we'll come back on live again later today. But I think it's almost dinner time. It's almost dinner time. Kelly, how you doing?
Oh, hi.
Hi. How you doing?
We got through. That's
Are you
crazy.
voting for Kamala?
Yes, I am. Tomorrow I'm going to do early voting.
Oh, nice. What state?
Indiana.
Oh, the original Obama coalition. That's awesome. Okay, that's awesome. How you feeling? Yeah. Obama won Indiana.
I love it.
So how are you feeling in Indiana? How y'all feeling over there?
I don't know. I'm not so sure. I don't know.
Gotcha.
I feel like there's Trump flags all around my like everywhere, basically. Trump flags and everything. I don't know that we're going to win this state, but hopefully. Yeah. And my mom and my sister are voting for him. Me and my dad are the only ones that are seeing how stupid this is. And I voted one time before, but I have never voted. I never even cared to. I didn't even register to vote when I did my license plates. But after I saw like Parker and Dean's stuff coming up, and then you came up, and I was like, oh, he's way funnier and way more interesting to watch. They're just kind of like monotone and like boring-ish.
I think, 50% of it's education, 50% entertainment. If we're going to sit here educating Trump supporters, we might as well have some fun.
Exactly.
Bring the props.
Right. I know, for sure. What state are you in?
Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania? Okay.
Yep. But
yeah. I just I cannot deal with this man. Like, he's just disgusting in every way.
Yeah, we're going to win it. We are going to win this. I stand by that.
I have a bad feeling we're not.
I think and you should have that feeling. Everybody should be walking into this thinking they're not going to win. Because if we walk into this thinking we're going to win, you don't want a 2016. You know what I'm saying? But it doesn't really feel like 2016. It feels more like 2008. And that's what gives me so much confidence and hope. But I'll say statistically, looking at the numbers and stuff, it really is looking like 2008. Like mathematically, it's looking like 2008. So I think that we should have some hope, but definitely we don't want to get complacent. So thank you, Kelly, for coming up, and thank you for.
I ask you one question.
Oh yeah.
How old are you actually?
I'm in my 20s. I leave it at that just because there are some creepy people out there who, one, probably already know my name, but are just doing some creepy things with that information. So the more information they get about me, the creepier it gets. And I'm just trying to.
Okay.
Not,
The first time I heard you say you were in your 40s, I was like,
yeah, I'm not.
tell me your skincare regimen, please, because
No. I'm in my 20s. So basically, when a MAGA Republican comes up here and they're like, you have no life experience or something.
Right.
They're like, blah, blah, blah. It's like, nah, I'm 65. I'm 70.
And did you notice how I think there hasn't been one male caller for Kamala since you've started taking the Kamala support?
We had two come up here so
Oh,
far.
really?
Yeah.
Okay.
One was a Gen Zer young guy too, so that was very cool. That was cool.
Okay.
Always
Then
good to see some Gen
That's
Zers.
hopeful then.
Yeah. Hey, well, thank you so much, Kelly. Again, I hope you have a
Love
good
what
night.
you're doing. Keep it up.
Thank you.
All right.
Alrighty, folks. We are going to get one more up, and then I think we're going to take a little break and come on back. If you haven't already, folks, there is a follow button in the top left corner. Hit that follow button to join our little family. We do these conversations every single day. And as always, I want to say a massive thank you to everybody who supported me via Venmo, PayPal, Cash App today. Know that those funds are used towards meeting voters. I use those funds to travel around the swing state of Pennsylvania as I meet voters in person. So whether I'm traveling from Erie to the Poconos or Philly to even rural Greene County towards West Virginia, those funds are used to travel. So thank you so much for your support. And also a massive thank you to our mods today who took time to keep the chat clean, even though there were a couple blips, but that happens. They were like, we were dealing with thousands of trolls, like MAGA trolls on the channel. So I do apologize if you were accidentally muted. Know that we are trying our best. Thank you so much to our mods. If we could please get some W mods in the chat. Thank you to our mods for taking the time today. Thank you, Belladonna. Thank you, Becca. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Hi, Mandy. How you doing?
Hi. Can you hear me?
Hi. Yeah, I can. Are you voting for Kamala?
Yeah, I did early.
Oh, nice. What state?
Arizona.
Yo! All right, W Arizona's in the chat. Okay, again, I'm telling y'all, this should give y'all so much hope that everybody coming up is from a swing state. Like, it's just so dope. How was it? If it was crappy, it's
so
okay.
nice.
You can tell us. It was nice.
No, honest to God, so I got my mail-in ballot in the mail, obviously, filled it out, turned it in the day after.
That's it? Well, that was very easy. That's phenomenal. Yeah. I love that. I love that.
Yeah, there was absolutely no one in line or anything, and I didn't even really know about this, but I walked in with my Harris Welch shirt on with the cat on the top, but no one was in there. So I was like, oh, okay, doop. And then I dipped.
That's awesome.
And I do want to say, too, I have been seeing more Harris Welch signs around, believe it or not. So don't lose hope.
Oh, no, I agree. I think in part there's two reasons for it. One, Trump's broke. Like, he's got no money. And then two, nobody wants to put out those signs. Like, you put out that sign, you might as well put out, a World War II flag out your window, So it's like, but, so why did you vote for Kamala? What was your reason? Like, what was if you were to, and I know there's probably a lot of reasons, but if you were to pinpoint like your number one most important reason, what's that?
Oh gosh, let's see. I have a brain, number one.
True.
I have common sense, number two. Number three, I was not going to vote at first. This was before she even announced that she was going to run. And then she did, and I was like, oh, okay. So I started to watch her rallies. They are the funnest things I have ever seen, and I love her positivity. She's never like super name calling anybody or being nasty, and just the vibes are awesome there.
Well, we're two peas in a pod on that one because, and I'm very candid about this. No reason to listen. If you weren't going to vote before she was the candidate, like I get it. In 2020, right, when Joe Biden was running against Trump, I was debating not voting, but then Joe Biden picked Kamala as his vice president, and I said, okay, I'll vote for Joe. I was like, fine, I'll vote for Joe. But yeah, no, I get it. I think that people got to recognize how loved Kamala Harris is. Like, she's just that candidate. She is the candidate, So thank you, Joe Biden. By the way, thank you, Joe, wherever you are, for stepping down. Big thank you.
No, and I love her in general, and Tim too. He's so funny, and Oh my God. Yeah. So I'm very proud to have voted early, and especially here, because you would not believe the amount of Trump flags and stuff that are around.
Oh, I get it. I'm in Pennsylvania. I hear you. There's not a lot of them, but they are you know what's crazy? There's not a lot of them, but the ones who do put out the flags, they make it their whole personality. They got like cardboard cutouts on their front lawn. They're like dressing their house up like a Capitol so that they could pretend they're insurrecting it. It's like, why you gotta make it your whole thing? It's just like put the sign on your lawn.
Or the big trucks with the flags, and it's like, woohoo, look at me. No one cares.
Actually, the coolest thing, not really cool, but kind of funny. I was watching it was a Trump supporter with a pickup truck, and they have the two flags on the back, and he's like blowing smoke out of the back of his car, effing up his tires. Tire blows out, the thing goes, and I was like, karma. See, even God's not on your side. Even God was like, shh, knock it off, slaps you down, pops your tire.
Like, shut up.
Yep. Anyhow, Mandy, thank you so much for coming up. I appreciate you taking the time.
Oh, thank you for picking me. I thought that you would enjoy me being in Arizona and voting early.
100%. It is always awesome to hear from an Arizona. So thank you so much for coming up. Hope you have a good one.
Of course. Thank you. You too.
Alrighty, folks. We are going to go have dinner, and we're going to come back a little later and do some more conversations and debates. So if you haven't already, again, there is a follow button in the top left corner. Hit that follow button. Join our little family. We do these conversations every day. Other than that, what are y'all doing for dinner? Y'all have dinner plans? Did you already eat? I know it's probably more dinner time on the West Coast. It's kind of a late dinner on the East Coast. Somebody said Philly cheesesteak. Who just had a Philly cheesesteak? Misty? I would love a Philly cheesesteak. Taco Bell, Arby's, Wendy's. Did you guys have the Krabby Patty at Wendy's yet? Anybody try that? Was it good? What is the sauce on it? They have like a sauce for the Krabby Patty thing? Is it okay? Shrimp fried rice, that sounds good. White Castle, I haven't had White Castle since the DNC. They didn't really have White Castles that much in PA around here. You gotta really search to find it. But they did have them all over Chicago, so that was cool when I was back there for the DNC. Okay, so it sounds like nobody liked the Krabby Patty. Is that about right? Oh, some people liked it. Okay, it sounds like some people liked it. Most people hated it. Oh, I could go for pizza. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll go get pizza. I don't really feel like cooking. I just want a slice of pizza. Maybe I'll go make a golden retriever for dinner. Maybe I'll go have some Yorkie shepherd pie. Or maybe I'll go get some Dalmatian soup. You know, because we're eating the cats and the dogs. Anyhow, folks. All right. Love y'all. Hope you have a good night. We'll be back later tonight.